Chapter 1523. It was not just his own problem. Yang Zhaoge could feel a shocking saber qi erupting from the valley down below. It was naturally Yang Di who had made a move to resist. His aura made Daoist Qingjong and the other two look solemn, and they were no longer as optimistic. Although they could tell that Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di were already in the tranquil profound immortal realm, Yang Di's strength still exceeded their expectations. Is this the strength the profound immortal possesses? However, although the three of them were shocked, they did not panic. Daoist Qingjong's expression was calm as he held a short sword in his hand. The dagger's entire body was made of white jade, and it had a lustrous luster. However, its surface was covered in cracks, and it seemed worn out, as if it could shatter at any moment. However, the sword intent within was vast and profound, and still as profound as before. Under Daoist Qingjong's control, the white jade dagger flickered with sword light, as though it was communicating with an existence in the sky. Yang Zhaoge recalled Daoist Zhaozhen mentioning that the jade cauldron cultivated deity's remains were also a part of the seal. He guessed that this white jade sword might be one of the jade cauldron cultivated deity's remains. That was why Daoist Qingjong and the others were able to lay down such a heavy trap, changing the power of the seal to a limited extent and attempting to break the seal. However, if that was all, their chances weren't high. Given the ruthlessness of the immortal trapping sword, the consequences of failure could be extremely disastrous. Death was also a common occurrence. However, if Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di were really sacrificed, while it was still uncertain whether they would succeed, it would indeed increase the chances of success by a lot. Even if they failed, Yang Zhaoge and Yang Zhaoge would most likely bear the consequences. Daoist Qingjong and the others would still have the chance to make a comeback in the future. Under Daoist Qingjong's control, the sanguine light that enveloped the Golden Glow Mountain became more and more intense. Yang Zhaoge also felt the pressure on him growing more and more obvious. This result made his heart sink slightly. It wasn't that he was worried about Zhongxian. Rather, it meant that Zhongxian's words were probably true. The seal here had truly been set up by at least one of Yang Xintang or Di Qinglian through a blood sacrifice to the immortal trapping sword. Otherwise, the same blood sacrificial method would not have such an obvious effect on Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. This meant that there really was a direct bloodline connection. Alright, I really don't understand what you're thinking right now. Feeling the pain in his body, Yang Zhaoge let out a long breath. Just like some things, you people might not be able to understand, right? Amidst their conversation, Yang Di's attacks grew stronger and stronger as he seemed completely unaffected. Above the valley, an auspicious cloud suddenly floated up like a blooming lotus. It was hazy and chaotic. Supported by the grand simplicity splendor cloud, the effects of the blood sacrifice instantly decreased greatly. What is it? Daoist Qingjong's expression changed slightly. He took a deep breath and pointed his white jade sword at Yang Zhaoge. The red light condensed, instantly becoming even more concentrated as it began shining towards Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, streams of dark red light suddenly appearing on his body. The primal chaos hidden in his body and the restless spirit, qi, and soul immediately calmed down. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge extended his finger and drew an outline in the void. The dark red sword lights danced and actually transformed into numerous sword formations. As these sword formations spun, they continuously disintegrated the formation that enveloped the Golden Cloud Mountain. Daoist Qingjong's expression finally changed when he saw that. Yang Zhaoge didn't display any shocking strength. Instead, he managed to defuse the blood sacrifice seal's formation with ingenuity. Daoist Qingjong, who knew his stuff, was especially shocked by how easily he handled it. In comparison, Yang Zhaoge's proficiency in the immortal trapping sword manual was not so shocking to them. Let's go. Daoist Qingjong decisively turned around and headed towards the depths of the cave. From there, they would have a path to escape. However, Yang Zhaoge made his move at this moment. After dispelling the red light suppression, his figure shook. As streams of qi intertwined, he seemed to have transformed into a heaven-splitting halberd. The boundless darkness was broken apart, and brilliant radiances blossomed. Yang Zhaoge forcefully rushed into the cave. As dark red sword lights flickered, Yang Zhaoge's speed was extremely fast, and he chased after Daoist Qinggong and the others. Dark red sword lights also surfaced on Daoist Qinggong's body. It was the Clear Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's lineage's immortal trapping sword manual, which had been lost in the outside world. He brought along Daoist Zhao Zhan and Yarrow Yuncheng and fled. His speed didn't seem inferior to the prime Clear Profound Immortal, who was also proficient in the immortal trapping sword. Unfortunately, while he was fast, Yang Zhaoge was even faster. After a few flashes of red lights, the distance between them couldn't be suppressed. Just when Yang Zhaoge rushed out of the cave through another spatial crack, he had already caught up to Daoist Qinggong. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Daoist Qinggong's expression was calm, and he wasn't anxious or impatient. Suddenly, he turned around and attacked Yang Zhaoge with his sword. Wherever the sword's edge pointed, all things would come to life. 9 heavens astral winds, underground lava, deep sea profound ice, divine sky green thunder. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have changed. All creation was condensed into an indestructible sword's edge, which instantly slashed through the void. Currently, Yang Zhaoge was about to rush out of the spatial crack, and he was stuck between 2 layers of space. Daoist Qinggong's timing was perfect. This sword of his displayed the quintessence of the Jade Clear sword lineage that the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity had imparted to him. Within this sword, he combined the Jade Clear True Sword's 9 styles, everything ungrows and everything unencompasses into one. He already knew that Yang Zhaoge was proficient in the immortal trapping sword manual. As such, he even fused his own understanding of the Jade Clear immortal trapping sword into this sword, hoping to resolve the variables that Yang Zhaoge might be able to evade. Great sword art! Yang Zhaoge cheered. However, he didn't evade. Instead, dark red sword lights radiated from his entire body, forcefully stopping the transformations occurring between the 2 layers of space. Then, he punched forward. The Tai Fist's fist intent enveloped the entire area, stopping Daoist Qinggong's sword's transformations and accurately locating Daoist Qinggong's sword edge. Then, when he got close, he flicked his finger, and it landed on Daoist Qinggong's sword edge. Daoist Qinggong's entire body trembled, and he couldn't hold onto the sword in his hand anymore. This old Daoist was also decisive. He tossed his sword towards Yang Zhaoge, and at the same time, he attempted to retreat. However, Yang Zhaoge pinched his fingers and firmly held onto the sword. Then, Yang Zhaoge stabbed his sword forward. As if splitting the heavens and earth apart, he instantly arrived in front of Daoist Qinggong. He pinched the sword's tip with 2 fingers and horizontally slashed towards Daoist Qinggong's neck. Daoist Qinggong hurriedly evaded and barely managed to avoid being hit by his neck. However, Yang Zhaoge took the opportunity to twist the sword in his hand. With the sword's tip pointing towards him, the old Daoist was pierced through, nailing him to the ground. As for Daoist Zhao Zhan and Yarrow Yuncheng, they had nowhere to run. Yang Zhaoge extended his palm and grabbed them. "All right, we can talk now." Yang Zhaoge's expression remained calm as he looked at Daoist Qinggong, whose face was filled with despair. He didn't ask why Daoist Qinggong and Yarrow Yuncheng wanted to make things difficult for him and his father. Instead, he asked, what exactly is sealed by the immortal trapping sword seal? Or rather, who is it sealed? Daoist Qinggong and the others remained silent. "Why? You want to trick me into opening the seal and hope that the big fella within the seal will kill me and avenge you?" Yang Zhaoge chuckled. Chapter 1524. Allow me to brag shamelessly. Even though my father and I are still at the mysterious immortal realm, there are absolutely most virtual immortals in the world that can't do anything to us. Yang Zhaoge smacked his lips. "Daoist Qinggong, you fought against me just now. You should know this. If that's the case, the one you have high hopes for is definitely not a profound immortal." He looked up at the sky and said, "Although the ancient immortal trapping sword is powerful and even borrowed the power of Grand Master Jade Cauldron's slough, it is, after all, an ownerless sword. Unless Grand Master Jade Cauldron is still alive, it would be difficult to seal a genuine grand heavenly immortal. It is the same for Buddhism, demon race great sages, and 9 underworlds great devils. If that's the case, there aren't many possibilities left." Yang Zhaoge lowered his head and looked at Daoist Qingjong and the others. A grand heavenly realm heretic? The blessed lands of the White Lotus or the Immortal Court? By the way, do you know the existence of the Immortal Court? Daoist Qingjong was pierced by the sword, and Yang Zhaoge's sword qi continuously traversed through his entire body, rendering him completely immobile. Daoist Zhao Zhen looked dejected. Yarrow Yuncheng snorted coldly. So what if you've guessed it? If you want to leave the Jade Spring world, you must break the seal. No matter what, you have to face him. They had not said anything earlier because they had hoped that Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di would meet that opponent without any preparations at all. Since Yang Zhaoge had already guessed it, there was no need for them to continue hiding it. Daoist Zhao Zhen said slowly, Immortal Court? We don't know, but the person sealed by the immortal trapping sword is indeed a Pure Land Buddha. If we're talking about heretics, although the scripture's meaning has changed, he's clearly a Buddhist bigwig from the central blessed lands of Soha. How can he be considered as heretics? Yang Zhaoge smiled slightly, not having any mocking intent as he just felt a little emotional. That's why I say that there are some things that you really do not understand. This place had been sealed for 2,000 years and had never come into contact with the Immortal Court. Maybe it was a coincidence. As for the reappearance of the Western Pure Lands, he definitely didn't know about it. Perfected Yu Ding might have known some things when he was alive, but it was clear that he did not have the time to tell his descendants. At this moment, Yang Di's figure flew out from the Golden Cloud Mountain. With a cold expression, he looked at Daoist Qingjong and the others. What caught the attention of the father and son was that on the other side of the Golden Cloud Mountain, several sword lights suddenly flew over from the west. The newcomers were a man and a woman, both Xian immortals. The woman's cultivation was higher, with 4 qis fused aura, while the man's cultivation was 2 qis fused aura. It seemed that he had just passed the pure profound tribulation. The two stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with shock. They stared at Yang Zhaoge, Daoist Qingjong, and Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge similarly swiveled his head to look at them, appraising them with a few glances before getting straight to the point. My name is Yang Zhaoge, and this is my father, Yang Di. My grandfather's name is Yang Xintang and my grandmother's name is Di Qinglian. May I know how to address the two of you? Through the other party's reaction, he felt that these two were not the same kind of people as Daoist Qingjong and the other two. When he arrived, he seemed to have been alarmed by the Golden Cloud Mountain's blood sacrifice and rushed over to check on the situation. However, they were obviously from the Jade Spring world. Moreover, from the way their swords flew, it was clear that their foundation was the Jade Cauldron Daoist's 9 forms of the pure Jade Sword. However, it was slightly different from what Daoist Qingjong had learned. From the looks of it, they were both from the Jade Cauldron Daoist Qingjong's lineage. However, they came from different origins and developed on their own. When the two heard Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian's names, they were shocked. After calming down, they cupped their fists towards Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di and introduced themselves. Greetings to the two of you. I'm Cold Star Mountains and Yang Caves Tong Xinlin, said the woman. I'm Green Pine Mountains Misty Flame Valleys Guang Tongzi, said the man. After Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di returned the greeting, Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Daoist Qingjong and the others with complicated expressions. Daoist Qingjong, were you trying to break through the seal just now? Asked Tong Xinlin. Daoist Qingjong remained silent, while Yang Di said coldly, to be precise, you wanted to perform a blood sacrifice to break through the seal. His gaze swept across everyone from the Jade Spring world. What happened to my parents? Tong Xinlin sighed, while Guang Tongzi answered softly, your father and mother sacrificed themselves for the Jade Spring world's living beings. They performed a blood sacrifice on the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's cadaver, setting up the Golden Cloud Mountain's seal. Upon hearing that, Yang Di closed his eyes and raised his head in silence. Yang Zhaoge remained silent as well. Guang Tongzi added, only, this seal is unique. It enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, isolating us from the outside world. Because of the seal, the space-time here had become very special. The world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens were supposed to be much larger than the Jade Spring world. Normally speaking, the strength of their boundaries would be much sturdier as well. However, when immortal realm experts fought against each other, they had to be careful. Otherwise, they might tear apart the boundaries and cause destruction. If both sides were strong enough, they might even cause destruction. As such, when immortal realm experts fought against each other, they would either restrain each other or enter the cosmos void to fight to their heart's content. However, within the Jade Spring world, Daoist Qingjong had attacked with his full strength, and Yang Zhaoge had retaliated as well. As such, the destruction wasn't too severe. This was also part of the seal's contribution. Who's the one being sealed here? After a while, Yang Zhaoge asked. Tong Xinlin's expression turned solemn, and she said word by word, Sword Buddha. Yang Di repeated it silently, Sword, Buddha. With Buddha as his title, he was a bigwig that had attained Buddhism. In other words, he was equivalent to a Taoism Grand Heavenly Immortal. Although he was a heretic Grand Heavenly Immortal of the blessed lands of the White Lotus, he was still a Buddha. As for those with the title of Sword, it was worth mentioning. Although Buddhism's dhyana martial arts were all-encompassing, they didn't have any traditions regarding the Sword Tao. However, there were always exceptions. Buddhism had once produced a bodhisattva, and his era was even before the Sanzang Buddhist monk. Although he had entered Buddhism, he was still interested in the way of the sword. In the end, he opened up a new path in the martial arts heritage of Buddhism. He integrated the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword and created his own, reincarnation sword scripture. At that time, the outside world was used to calling him Buddhism's sword son. Later on, he respectfully addressed him as the sword bodhisattva. The improvement of the sword Tao was slow and arduous. As the sword bodhisattva created his own Buddhism's sword Tao lineage, he had to continuously explore his way forward. After the Middle Era ended, the central blessed lands of Soha transformed into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Many Buddhist Bantes left, and the sword bodhisattva was one of them. However, after the Great Calamity, when the blessed lands of the White Lotus fought against the Immortal Court, the sword bodhisattva, who had gone missing for many years, represented the blessed lands of the White Lotus in battle. At that time, he had already transcended the origin heavenly tribulation and attained the White Lotus Buddha fruit. Everyone had to address him as the Sword Buddha. In recent years, everyone, including Yang Zhaoge and his father, had heard of the Sword Buddha's disciple. He was hailed as the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su, the new Sword Buddha. As for the previous Sword Buddha, he hadn't shown himself for many years. His right ear, Tong Xinlin pointed to the sky and said solemnly, bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1525. Yang Zhaoge raised his head and gazed towards the sky. Just now, when Daoist Qingjong and the others activated the blood sacrifice technique, they triggered a change in the seal, and the effects had yet to dissipate completely. Above the Golden Cloud Mountain, the sky was still dark red. Over 2,000 years ago. If I recall correctly, it was 2,097 years ago. Fellow Taoists Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian came from beyond the heavens and visited our Jade Spring world. Tong Xinlin's voice resounded. A look of reminiscence appeared in her eyes. They came to look for Patriarch Jade Cauldron and the immortal trapping sword. At that time, the Jade Cauldron cultivated being had already passed away while the immortal trapping sword was kept in the Jade Spring world. In the Jade Spring world, those who had yet to achieve the 5 Qis unification would find it hard to wield the immortal trapping sword. Therefore, although there were several different inheritances in this world, no one could truly occupy the ancient sword. However, this did not mean that they would allow an outsider to take the sword away, even if Yang Xintang revealed his identity as a direct disciple of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity just like them. Fellow Daoist Yang mentioned that our orthodox Taoism is weak now, and the heretics are rampant. He wanted to invite us to join him, Tong Xinlin said softly, but it's a pity that someone else arrived before he could finish. Sword Buddha? Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di's gazes both flickered. Tong Xinlin nodded. Yes, the Sword Buddha. Her expression became slightly erratic. The Sword Buddha's sword came from the heavens, the venerable Buddha, and its might suppressed the entire Jade Spring world. Although the immortal trapping sword is here, no one can wield it. Naturally, it's hard to defend against the sword of Buddhism. Did he come for the immortal trapping sword, or for? Yang Zhaoge deliberated over his words. Tong Xinlin nodded and continued, the Sword Buddha came to look for the Jade Cauldron founding master. After confirming that the Jade Cauldron founding master had passed away, he did not touch the founding master's slough. However, he wanted to take away the immortal trapping sword and convert us to the Pure Land Buddhism. The might of a grand heavenly immortal isn't something we can resist. Tong Xinlin's expression was somewhat gloomy. Daoist Qing Zhong's expression grew increasingly grim. Both of them had personally experienced the Sword Buddha's descent and the calamity that plunged the Jade Spring world into silence. No matter how outstanding a figure was, it was impossible for a mysterious immortal realm cultivator to fight against a grand heavenly realm Buddha expert, even if it was a heretic Buddha. It was just like how a mortal martial saint could try to fight against a leakless true immortal, but it would be difficult for him to fight against a tranquil profound immortal. Similarly, profound immortals were unable to fight against heaven immortals. Not to mention the fact that their immortal aura could not harm their opponent's immortal splendor, their own immortal aura would crumble in a single strike against the immortal splendor. When one ascended to the golden immortal realm, if they weren't restrained by other experts of the same level or were restrained by the feedback of the Grand Tao, then compared to mysterious immortals, they were practically omnipresent. In the past, the Sword Buddha was the same. His radiance enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, and no living being could escape. The Sword Buddha might not be able to forcefully illuminate a few Shen immortals, but he could forcefully illuminate others. However, the Sword Buddha didn't seem to mind such matters. He only intended to bring them all back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus and hand them over to someone else. Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian were included as well. At this moment, however, Yang Xintang made a request. Since the Sword Buddha was famous for his swordsmanship, he wanted to compete with the Sword Buddha in swordsmanship. Out of everyone's expectations, the Sword Buddha agreed, said Tong Xinlin as she recalled. Yang Zhaoge pondered and said, the Sword Buddha's entire life was immersed in the Sword Tao, and he was determined to open up a new path for Buddhism martial arts. According to logic, he had his own stubbornness. In fact, he was filled with the three poisons of greed, anger, and obsession. However, in the end, he forcefully opened up a brand new path and obtained his own achievements. Rumor has it that the Sword Buddha had already left the Blessed Land's teachings. However, he converted to the Maitreya Buddha's teachings in order to break through the origin heavenly tribulation and attain the Buddha's realm. Yang Zhaoge squinted his eyes, however, it wasn't because he had lost confidence in his own path. Instead, his lifespan was nearing its end. The Sword Buddha had been famous for a long time. After that, his path was filled with twists and turns. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, his lifespan was shortened. Compared to other bodhisattvas or Taoism virtual immortals, his lifespan was much shorter. Now, after the great calamity, it was said that he was nearing his lifespan's limit. The reason why he converted to the blessed lands of the White Lotus wasn't because he was afraid of death. Instead, he wasn't willing to let go of his Sword Tao before perfecting it. Attaining the Buddha's realm of heretics wasn't the same as attaining the Buddha's immortality. However, it could greatly replenish the Sword Buddha's lost lifespan. With that, he would have more time to continue deriving and perfecting his Sword Tao. I've heard some rumors about this Sword Buddha, or rather, the Sword Buddha. Yang Zhaoge said, he transformed the 6 paths of reincarnation into the sword. The sword and I fused as one, and his body transformed into the 6 paths. Every 1,000 years, he would transform once. Tong Xinlin slowly nodded, that's right. In the past, we only understood it after some time. The Sword Buddha's body transformed into the 6 paths. Every time he transformed, his personality would be different. The heavenly Tao was compassionate, while the human Tao was filled with emotions and desires like a mortal. On the other hand, the beast Tao was muddled, as if it didn't know anything and fell into a half-asleep, half-awake state. Back then, was he transforming into the Asura Tao? Asked Yang Zhaoge. The Sword Buddha who transformed into the Asura Tao was exceptionally aggressive, stubborn, and competitive. That's right. It was the Asura Tao. Tong Xinlin answered, as a grand heavenly realm expert, he agreed to spar with your ancestor, a profound immortal. However, It seemed like he knew of your ancestor's name. Tong Xinlin's expression was filled with admiration. After that, our Jade Spring World's denizens finally understood the true meaning of top-notch sword arts. We finally understood how ignorant we were in the past. Yang Xintang wasn't the only one. The Sword Buddha also displayed top-notch sword arts that left the Jade Spring World in shame. However, while the Sword Buddha was strong, your ancestor was even stronger. Tong Xinlin said, the Sword Buddha's attainments in swordsmanship had already widened our horizons. As for your ancestor, he made us feel as if our entire life of learning the sword was a waste of effort. In the Battle of Swords, Yang Xintang won all 10 battles. As for the Sword Buddha who transformed into the Azura Dao, he kept on fighting despite being defeated. He didn't bring the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Spring World's denizens back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, he didn't let anyone leave either. Buddhist lights filled the skies and sealed the Jade Spring World, focusing on sparring with Yang Xintang. Yang Xintang gave the Sword Buddha limitless inspirations. While he was intoxicated, his attainments in swordsmanship skyrocketed. However, as the Sword Buddha improved, Yang Xintang kept on improving as well, suppressing the Sword Buddha. Halfway through the battle, Di Qinglian even unsheathed her sword and replaced her husband to spar with the Sword Buddha. In the past, your grandmother, Daoist Di, took out the sword by her waist while drinking. She tossed the wine bottle to the ground and wielded her sword towards the Buddha in the sky. Even I, as a woman, couldn't help but admire her. This scene has been lingering in my mind for thousands of years. Tong Xinlin sighed. Chapter 1526. Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian. During their era, among the new generation of Taoism's martial art practitioners after the Great Calamity, the two were publicly acknowledged to be the most talented and accomplished in sword arts. They were known as the unparalleled duo of the Sword Dao. After Yang Xintang, Di Qinglian battled against the previous era's Sword Dao expert, the Sword Buddha, who established Buddhism's Sword Dao lineage. In the end, in terms of sword arts, Di Qinglian didn't lose to her husband. She similarly suppressed the Sword Buddha with her world-shocking swordsmanship. The husband and wife took turns to spar against the Sword Buddha. They battled for thousands of times, lasting for many years. The interval between each battle was different. The next battle might start immediately after a few breaths' time, or it might take a few days, dozens of days, or even a year or two before restarting. The Sword Buddha sealed off the Jade Spring World, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. If Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian won, the spar would continue. However, if they lost, everyone would be brought to the blessed lands of the White Lotus along with the immortal trapping sword. In the end, no matter how long they fought, Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian won. All of the Sword Buddha's reincarnation sword scripture's intricate transformations were resolved by Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian. He had to constantly ponder over them and innovate. Meanwhile, many of Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian's intricate sword arts were also resolved by the Sword Buddha. The husband and wife also had to constantly improve themselves and improve further. However, after thousands of battles, Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian remained undefeated. While they were like the Sword Buddha's whetstone, the Sword Buddha was also training them. Moreover, their improvements were much faster than the Sword Buddha's. They were like a despairing mountain that loomed over the Sword Buddha's heart. We've only observed a small part of it, and we've already benefited from it. Tong Xinlin looked at Daoist Qingjong and sighed, we can't even understand more of its profundities, let alone comprehend them. She said slowly, looking at Daoist Yang and Daoist Di, I really want to break my sword and seal it, never to mention the Sword Dao ever again. Daoist Qingjong closed his eyes and remained silent. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di listened quietly as they thought of Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian's past glory. Both of them were rendered speechless for a time. After a long while, Yang Zhaoge's mind stopped reminiscing about his ancestor. He asked, my ancestor alone could already continuously defeat the Sword Buddha, forcing him to continue fighting. He didn't abduct you back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Although my mother is also a competitive great sword cultivator, if she can't make the Sword Buddha retreat in shame, I don't think she has to compete with my ancestor. For a grand heavenly realm Buddha to lose to a profound immortal in terms of swordsmanship, he would normally be too ashamed to continue fighting. However, the sword Buddha, who had transformed into the Asura path, had no such considerations. Perhaps they're just excited by the prospect of fighting for a while. However, they've been taking turns to fight against the sword Buddha. I'm afraid that they have other plans, said Yang Zhaoge softly. Tong Xinlin nodded. Daoist Yang and Daoist Di will take turns to leave the array. One will attract the sword Buddha's attention and compete with his sword, while the other will secretly make arrangements with us. She looked up at the sky. Prepare the seal. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di were speechless. Sacrificing the Grand Master's remains and the immortal trapping sword isn't something anyone can achieve. Not only does it depend on one's cultivation, but it also depends on one's understanding of the Great Tao. Tong Xinlin said dejectedly, in the end, Daoist Yang sacrificed the Grand Master's remains, while Daoist Di sacrificed the immortal trapping sword. With the help of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's remains and the immortal trapping sword, the two tranquil profound immortals successfully sealed a grand heavenly realm Buddha. In the past, the two Taoists left fearlessly. They were only worried about one thing, which was leaving behind an infant son. Tong Xinlin looked at Yang Di, then at Yang Zhaoge. She sighed and said, after seeing you two today, the two of them have no regrets. It's a pity that the seal of the suppressing sword Buddha is out of our expectations. It has expanded and enveloped the entire Jade Spring world, sealing off this part of the world. We can't leave, nor can we send any messages or contact you. Tong Xinlin sighed. In the end, you came here to look for your family, and ended up being trapped here as well. Thank you for your concern. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. Then, he turned around and looked at Daoist Qingjong and the others. So, what's going on with the three of you? Do you have enmity with your ancestors? Or do you intend to join the Buddhism heretics? Yang Zhaoge looked at Daoist Qingjong. You're someone from before the Great Calamity, right? A long period of time had passed since the Great Calamity. Yang Zhaoge was familiar with the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangshan, and the others. If they didn't ascend to the five Qis unification realm and were still a profound immortal, they would inevitably enter the twilight years of their lives. Unless they survived in an environment where time flowed slowly for a long time. If their lifespan was destroyed due to an accident, their lifespan would be even shorter, and they might even reach the end of their lifespan. According to Yang Zhaoge's observations, as someone from before the Great Calamity, Daoist Qingjong's era might be even earlier than Jiangshan and Gao Han. As a result, he was already nearing the end of his lifespan. If he couldn't progress any further, he wouldn't be far from dying. Indeed, I can't wait any longer. Daoist Qingjong finally opened his mouth and said, with what I've learned, my current cultivation realm has already reached its peak. It's hard for me to progress any further. While I'm not willing to forget my ancestors, if I can progress any further, I have no choice but to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism. He looked at Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. It seems like youths with boundless futures like you wouldn't be able to understand us before you reach your own limits. Yarrow Yuncheng's gaze towards Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di was filled with even more hatred. Your ancestors sealed the sword Buddha, and sealed the Jade Spring world as well. No one is allowed to leave. In the past, my master sought for a breakthrough, and was only lacking a single treasure. He had to search for it, but he couldn't obtain it. As a result, he could only watch as his lifespan neared its end. Yarrow Yuncheng said hatefully, in the end, my master was forced to forcefully pass the profound origin tribulation and perish under the tribulation. It's all thanks to your ancestors. Tong Xinlin reprimanded, shut up. She stared at Yarrow Yuncheng. While you didn't experience what happened in the past, your master and Chief Qingjong should have told you about it. If not for Daoist Yang and Daoist Di sacrificing themselves, the Jade Spring world would have become a land of death 2,000 years ago. Everyone would have perished. Guang Tongzi sighed. The sword Buddha was defeated by the two seniors' swords multiple times, and he refused to retreat. Although he used the lives of everyone in the Jade Spring world as a wager and kept on fighting, he never harmed anyone's life. However, as time passed, his condition became worse. Tong Xinlin's expression was heavy. Chapter 1527. As time passes, the situation is getting worse. After repeating this, Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. With the passing of time, has it reached the time for his 6 Dao transformations? Tong Xinlin said in a deep voice, after fighting for decades, the Sword Buddha's condition has become more and more abnormal. From the original extreme stubbornness, it has gradually become manic and bloodthirsty. Hell Dao. Yang Zhaoge pursed his lips. The Sword Buddha had transformed into 6 paths. To the outside world, the most dangerous path was the Naraka path. In comparison, while the Asura realm's stubbornness and belligerence and the Hungry Ghost realm's greed and viciousness were also very negative, at least there was still room for communication and adjustment. On the other hand, the path of hell, which was violent and bloodthirsty, picked up the butcher's knife and slaughtered living beings, turned the human world into hell, and was like a great Buddha or a great devil, had a much more direct destructive power and threat. No matter if it was when he was the orthodox Sword Bodhisattva or when he entered the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Sword Bodhisattva would always enter seclusion for 1,000 years before he transformed into the Hell Dao. In the past, the central blessed lands of Soha or the current blessed lands of the White Lotus would also help him keep an eye on him, preventing him from going berserk and starting a massacre. After all, the blessed lands of the White Lotus valued the power of faith as well. Even after competing against the immortal court for so many years, they only fought against the experts. Very few mortals were affected. Once the Sword Buddha entered the Naraka Dao, it could be said that he had picked up a butcher's knife and immediately became a demon. In fact, they were even more berserk, bloodthirsty, and irrational than many demons of the netherworld. According to the Sword Buddha's original plan, after he descended upon the Jade Spring world as a Buddha, unless the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was still alive, he could easily bring the immortal trapping sword along with the locals and return to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, due to the stubbornness of the Asura Dao, he had wasted decades here with Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian. Time flew by, and the day arrived when the Asura path transformed into the Hell path. His desire to win faded, replaced by a bloodthirsty mania. The Sword Buddha didn't have the mood to continue tangling with Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian. He also didn't intend to bring the Jade Spring world's population back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Instead, he wanted to start a massacre and end everything once and for all. Samsara Sword Scripture. Yang Zhaoge put his hand to his forehead. The incarnated beast Dao. The Sword Buddha, who was half asleep and half awake, had always been in closed-door training. Naturally, it was not necessary to mention it. If it was the Sword Buddha who had transformed into the Celestial Dao, he might have only taken away the immortal trapping sword. Unfortunately, when he came to the Jade Spring world, he wasn't in the Heaven path, but the Asura path. Still, it was precisely because of the Asura Dao's stubbornness and desire for battle that Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian were able to provoke him into sparring with the sword. Otherwise, if it were the human realm or the Hungry Ghost realm, the Sword Buddha would probably forcefully drag everyone back to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, now that he had turned into the Hell Dao, everything would only end in an endless battle. Faced with such a situation, Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian were unable to continue slowly dealing with it. The seal that they had secretly prepared was activated. The two of them sacrificed themselves and finally succeeded in sealing the Sword Buddha who had transformed into the Naraka realm. Although the two of them could not avoid death, they managed to ensure the safety of the Jade Spring world. After Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi finished speaking, they sounded a little gloomy. Yang Di closed his eyes, remaining silent. Daoist Qingjong let out a long sigh when he heard that. Yarrow Yuncheng, on the other hand, pursed his lips and remained silent. He did not personally experience that calamity. Compared to Daoist Qingjong and Tong Xinlin, he wasn't as deeply affected by the Sword Buddha's transformation into the Hell Dao. However, he had also heard about it. Only, he was still unable to let go of his master's death. You make it sound like they sacrificed themselves for our Jade Spring world. However, they were merely seeking their own death. Daoist Zhao Zhen let out a groan. Yang Di suddenly looked towards him, causing Daoist Zhao Zhen to feel a chill down his spine. However, he still forcefully opened his mouth. Previously, when the sword Buddha was in the Asura Dao, if the two of them didn't insist on stopping us, the worst-case scenario would have been everyone entering Buddhism. How could the calamity have befallen us? Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi looked at Daoist Zhao Zhen in dissatisfaction. Daoist Zhao Zhen's voice was deep. My master's lifespan is nearing its end, and there's no hope for him to enter the profound origin tribulation. While I still have a long lifespan, it's hard for me to break through the bottleneck. I'm stuck in my current realm for the rest of my life. I've long despaired, and I've even given up on the pure profound tribulation. His gaze swept past Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. It's your business if you and your ancestors aren't willing to enter Buddhism. However, you've obstructed our path as well. Isn't that hateful? Come to think of it, what's so bad about the current Buddhism? Daoist Zhao Zhen had completely dispelled his worries. He loudly said, cultivation is much easier. Regardless of what method you use, you should be able to improve yourself and ascend to a higher realm. No matter how beautiful Taoism's future is, it's nothing more than a mirage if we can't reach it. So what if we choose to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism? Yang Zhaoge looked at him indifferently. When you first entered the Tao, two paths were placed in front of you. Would you choose my orthodox Taoism or the heretics of Buddhism? Daoist Zhao Zhen was startled. He wanted to speak but hesitated. Yang Zhaoge didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he looked towards Daoist Qingjong. 2097 years ago, when the sword Buddha first arrived at the Jade Spring world, were you willing to abandon Taoism and enter Buddhism, cultivating in the Maitreya Buddha's scriptures? Naturally, I wasn't willing. If I wasn't forced, no one would choose to enter the blessed lands. However, Daoist Qingjong shook his head and sighed. Daoist Zhao Zhen protested, even if my master wasn't willing back then, now that he has his own thoughts, what right do you have to look down on him? Abandoning Taoism and entering Buddhism is also our business. Yang Zhaoge coldly interrupted him, while it's true that you have the freedom to choose, my ancestors' sacrifice didn't only protect your master's life, but also your ancestors' clansmen's lives. Your so-called freedom of choice is also preserved because of my ancestor and grandmother. Otherwise, what freedom of choice do you have to speak of? If your ancestors were brought to the blessed lands of the White Lotus, you would only be able to walk the path of the heretics of Buddhism ever since you were born. Now, you're talking about freedom to me? You don't have to bear any risks, yet you want to reap all the benefits. Who do you think you are? You've already benefited from it, yet you're still trying to act innocent. Yang Zhaoge looked at everyone from the Jade Spring world and suddenly laughed. I'm afraid you still don't know about this. Other than the heretics of Buddhism, our Taoism has its own heretics as well. Ever since the Great Calamity, the two sides have always been at each other's throats, fighting for faith power and incense. A small battle occurs every 10 years, and a huge battle occurs every 100 years. Countless experts have perished over the years. However, in the eyes of both sides, they merely expended some cannon fodder. As long as there's sufficient faith power, they would be able to replenish their numbers within a short period of time. Don't even think about being passive when you're in the middle of the battle. Just act. Under the Buddha's light imbued with faith power, it's obvious whether you've done your best or not. He glanced at Daoist Qingjong, Daoist Zhao Zhen, and Yarrow Yuncheng, among the experts from both sides who were active 2,000 years ago. Other than the grand heavenly immortal realm, only less than 30% of those who ascended to the immortal realm managed to survive until now. I wonder how much higher this death rate is compared to your success rate of challenging the profound origin tribulation or the pure profound tribulation. As for the casualties of those who had yet to ascend to the immortal realm, there's no need to mention it. Daoist Zhao Zhen opened his mouth and wanted to say something. However, Yang Zhaoge said plainly, "Do you think that I'm telling you all this so that you can weigh the pros and cons, and that I'm giving you a chance to decide if you're going to join Buddhism or not? What makes you think that you still have such a chance? I'm just giving you a chance to die." Daoist Zhao Zhen's embarrassment turned into rage. He said hatefully, "So what if you're flaunting your might in front of us? With the seal still present, you're merely a caged bird like us. If the seal is broken, how are you going to face the sword Buddha? Now that Taoism has declined, how are you going to act so arrogantly in front of the blessed lands of Buddhism? The Maitreya Buddha is indeed powerful. However, the sword Buddha, Yang Zhaoge raised his hand, and a dark red sword light shot up to the skies. As the skies trembled, the seal's formation runes appeared. Chapter 1528. The seal pattern appeared, emitting a demonic dark red light. The sword will of the celestial trapping sword came out from within. Music Mobile Network Daoist Qingjong, Daoist Zhao Zhan, and Yaro Yuncheng looked on coldly. Wanting to open the seal was not so easy, even if Yang Zhaoge had easily broken through their blood sacrifice technique. Daoist Qingjong and the others were only giving it a try and had no confidence in breaking the seal. Due to fate, the arrival of Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di allowed them to perform the blood sacrifice. Only then did they have some hope. Still, it was just some hope. If the seal could be broken so easily, why would the Jade Spring world be trapped for thousands of years? Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi both had complex expressions on their faces as they wanted to stop Yang Zhaoge. From afar, other people from the Jade Spring world appeared one after another and approached. All of them were shocked. Due to Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian's actions in the past, as well as the Sword Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the Jade Clear lineage within the Jade Spring world had gradually split into two factions. There were disputes between the two factions from time to time, and the conflicts were getting more and more intense. However, be it Daoist Qingjong and the others, or Tong Xinlin and the others, they all acknowledged the Sword Buddha's power. Compared to the current situation in the Jade Spring world where the highest cultivation was a profound immortal, there was no need to doubt the strength of a grand heavenly realm expert who had attained Buddhahood. While Yang Zhaoge seemed to have easily killed Daoist Qingjong and the others, he was merely a tranquil profound immortal. How could he contend against a grand heavenly immortal? Therefore, there were many people who tried to dissuade him. Hold it. Don't be reckless. According to common sense, Shen immortals should not have the ability to open the seal. However, Yang Zhaoge's current confident expression still caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Just at this time, Yang Zhaoge flicked his sleeve, a silhouette flying out from within his sleeve, rapidly expanding in size in mid-air. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was a huge beast with black and white fur that looked like a bear. Mountain centipede? Just as the people of the Jade Spring world recalled the name of a type of demonic beast recorded in the ancient records, a golden radiance suddenly shone from the back of the gigantic Pisho. The golden light shot straight into the sky. Then, it rapidly outlined and condensed in midair, manifesting an even larger demon monkey. The demonic monkey appeared and instantly stepped on the ground, its head reaching the sky. The vast Jade Spring world actually gave off a feeling that it couldn't contain this huge monkey. Great sage equaling heaven? Everyone carefully looked at the demon monkey's appearance, and a legendary name appeared in their minds, giving everyone a fright. The demonic monkey raised its claws towards the sky. The seal in the sky trembled unceasingly. Streams of light crisscrossed like sharp blades, slicing at the demon monkey's claws. However, all the golden fur on the demon monkey's body stood on end. Rays of golden light circulated, and it actually managed to withstand the crisscrossing dark red sword light. Although the immortal trapping sword was powerful, its main power was currently used to seal the sword Buddha. Panpan's golden body of the great sage took the brunt of the attack head-on, his two furry claws reaching deep into the seal. Everyone of the Jade Spring world was dumbfounded. Yang Zhaoge raised his hand and drew something in mid-air with his finger. Rays of dark red sword lights were sent into the sky. Beside him, Yang Di's expression was solemn as he did not speak a single word as he too unleashed numerous saber lights, flying into the seal alongside Yang Zhaoge's sword light. The seal in the sky was constantly undergoing changes. As for the golden body of the great sage formed by Panpan, it used its own strength to forcefully hold the seal in place, preventing it from resisting Yang Zhaoge's actions. With Yang Zhaoge dispelling the seal, Panpan didn't have to face the seal head-on and break through it with brute force. Very quickly, under everyone's astonished gazes, the entire Jade Spring world's sky underwent changes. The sky turned completely dark red. Streams of lights continuously traversed within, and jade radiances could be vaguely seen. Then, these radiances gradually dissipated. The Jade Spring world's sky gradually returned to normal. As the winds and clouds surged, the obstruction that had sealed this world for more than 2,000 years finally dissipated. Not only were Daoist Qingjong and the others stunned, even Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were rendered speechless. Their faces were filled with confusion. Currently, only the area above the Golden Cloud Mountain was still flickering with dark red radiances. Under the suffocating aura, two silhouettes gradually appeared from within the red radiances. A long sword, and a person. The longsword's design was simple and unadorned. However, it was the source of the dark red sword lights. From within, a desolate aura of time flowing to its end could be felt. The void surrounding the long sword was slowly collapsing, causing everything around it to move closer to it. It was as if the spatial plane it was in was heading towards destruction. When everyone looked at the ancient sword, they felt that they were in a different spatial plane. They were infinitely far away from it, and no matter how close they got, they couldn't touch it. One of the immortal exterminating four swords, the immortal trapping sword. Alongside the immortal slaughtering sword, the immortal trapping sword was used to lay down the complete immortal extermination formation. The silhouette facing the immortal trapping sword was a Daoist who sat in a lotus position. His eyes were shut, and he was completely silent. This Daoist no longer had any signs of life. However, his body didn't rot, and the surface of his skin flickered with a jade-white metallic luster. Despite the deathly stillness, his presence wasn't inferior to the immortal trapping sword as he quietly hovered in midair. Only, he didn't have any signs of life. Instead, he seemed more like a sword compared to the majestic immortal trapping sword. However, the profound and chilling baleful aura within was still shocking. Tong Xinlin and the others of the Jade Spring world bowed, Grand Master above. Without a doubt, the Daoist's body was the corpse of the Jade Clear Bigwig, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity. Greetings to the Jade Cauldron Grand Master. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di bowed towards the corpse with a solemn expression. However, at that moment, a glazed Buddha light suddenly surged between the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron corpse. A white lotus suddenly blossomed between the dark red sword lights. As the fragrance of the white lotus spread, Buddhist chants resounded. A powerful aura descended, suppressing everyone present, rendering them immobile. Sword Buddha. Tong Xinlin and the others' hearts sank. With the seal undone, the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron corpse once again saw the light of day. At the same time, the sword Buddha, who had been sealed along with the Jade Spring world for 2,000 years, descended upon the mortal realm once again. The white lotus spun in midair and descended towards the immortal trapping sword. However, at the same time, a deafening roar resounded. Boundless demonic chi surged into the skies. The humongous demon monkey leaped and grabbed the white lotus. Along with the demon monkey's roar, the pressure on everyone within the Jade Spring world instantly lessened, allowing them to move freely. After being assaulted by the demonic chi, the white lotus trembled. As the glazed Buddha light on its surface surged, much of its miraculousness was reduced. A Buddha's silhouette appeared on the white lotus. The Buddha wore a grey monk's robe and had a normal appearance. A sword hilt was hanging on his shoulder. Chapter 1529. Unlike the other Buddhist Bhantes, the Buddha on the white lotus looked like an ordinary middle-aged monk. His expression was vivid and lively, filled with the aura of the mortal world. His eyes were devoid of wisdom, tranquility, and emptiness. Instead, they contained various emotions. Currently, he was looking at the immortal trapping sword and the Jade Cauldron cultivated being's remains with a complicated expression. The most eye-catching thing about him was the long sword he carried. Piercing sword chi soared into the skies, enveloping the entire Jade Spring world and even extending into the cosmic void. The piercing sword intent seemed to surpass even the masterless immortal trapping sword. This Buddha was none other than the sword Buddha. Tong Xinlin and Daoist Qingjong had personally experienced the sword Buddha's majesty. Although they could not see his appearance, they could feel the majestic aura that could crush the entire Jade Spring world. But now, the aura emanating from the sword Buddha was different from 2,000 years ago. It was different from the Azura Dao, which was stubborn and warlike, and also different from the Hell Dao, which was bloodthirsty. Currently, The sword Buddha did not even give off a hint of Zen. To say that he resembled a Taoism heavenly lord who attained Tao through the sword was more accurate than a Buddhist bigwig who attained Buddha fruit. Human realm. Those who had some understanding of the sword Buddha could not help but have the same thought. The sword Buddha sat on the white lotus and extended his hand in an attempt to grab the hovering immortal trapping sword. However, a huge furry claw slapped over with a momentum that threatened to break the sword Buddha's arm, preventing him from retrieving the sword. Why is the victorious fighting Buddha's demon body here? The sword Buddha showed a puzzled expression, but he did not retreat. One of his hands was still stretched forward, while the other drew the longsword on his back. Then, a terrifying radiance that resembled a meteor shower descended from the skies, aiming at the huge demon monkey. Although you've attained the duo flowers converged crown, it's still incomparable to the great sage equaling heaven's unparalleled might, said the sword Buddha as his swordlight descended. The demon monkey bared his teeth and spoke, "You're just a 3 flowers converged crown. You're deceiving yourself." The demon monkey raised his hands, and golden radiance gathered in his palms, forming a Rui golden cudgel that danced like a flaming wheel. As the ferocious Rui Jingu Bang danced, it swept through the wind and clouds in all directions, shattering all the sword lights that descended from the sky. Then, with a flip of his body, he struck at the sword Buddha's arm that was reaching for the sword. The sword Buddha's movement did not change, but his figure suddenly became erratic. At this moment, he seemed to be everywhere. A sword appeared behind the demon monkey, pointing straight at his back. A sword appeared above the heads of Yang Zhaoge and the others, resembling a heavenly tribulation descending. Next to the immortal trapping sword, a hand flashed and instantly appeared close to grab the ancient sword. The sword Buddhas that appeared at the same time were all real and not illusions. This was the unique miraculous ability of grand heavenly realm experts. Duo. The demon monkey let out a long howl and flipped its body in the air. Instantly, it was as if countless demon monkeys had appeared in the void. There were as many sword Buddhas as there were demon monkeys. The dazzling phenomena caused Yang Zhaoge and the others to feel as though they were in a dream for a time. Then, in the next moment, both of them disappeared. In mid-air, there was still a giant golden-furred ape and a sword-wielding monk facing off. The great sage equaling heavens. As expected of the great sage equaling heavens. The sword Buddha sighed. Despite having fallen to the grand virtual realm, he still retained many of his grand heavenly realm prowess. At the very least, he could still unleash his prowess. Currently, he was no longer seated on the lotus platform. Instead, he stood up and stood on the white lotus. With a sword in hand, his grey monk robes fluttered in the wind, making him look more like a majestic swordsman. Yang Zhaoge appeared on the shoulder of Panpan's golden body of the great sage, as expected of the sword Buddha. Even after transforming into the human realm, he's still one of the top experts in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. When the sword Buddha transformed into the 6 paths of samsara, his combat prowess was the strongest when he was in the heaven realm, Asura realm, and hell realm. The human realm, animal realm, and hungry ghost realm were slightly weaker. Even so, his strength was still one of the top experts among the heretic grand heavenly immortals. After all, before entering the heretic realm and ascending to the grand heavenly realm, as the sword Bodhisattva, he was one of the top experts among the orthodox Buddhism experts. As a bodhisattva in the past, how could he be easy to deal with? Unfortunately, he still couldn't do anything against Yang Zhaoge's golden body of the great sage. A golden body of the great sage could easily suppress a heretic grand heavenly immortal like the great king of inspiration. If not for the origin heavenly tribulation's obstruction, even killing the great king of inspiration wouldn't be an issue. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha was injured, he could still suppress a golden body of the great sage. This was due to his innate strength. While the sword Buddha was strong, he was still a heretic. No matter what, his strength couldn't compare to the victorious fighting Buddha, who had attained enlightenment in Buddhism. Who are you? The sword Buddha's gaze swept across Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. Yang Di didn't follow Yang Zhaoge. Instead, he walked towards the depths of the void where dark red swordlights intertwined. The grand simplicity splendor cloud expanded, as if it was responding to something. Upon being pierced by the sword Buddha's gaze, The grand simplicity splendor cloud fluctuated. However, the golden body of the great sage shook slightly, causing golden radiances to radiate, isolating the sword Buddha's gaze from Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. Upon seeing this, the sword Buddha frowned. He retracted his gaze and focused on Yang Zhaoge and the golden body of the great sage. "My name is Yang Zhaoge. That's my father." Yang Zhaoge calmly answered, "My ancestor, Yang Xintang, and my grandmother, Di Qinglian." Upon hearing these two names, the sword Buddha's thick black brows furrowed even more, and a cold glint flickered within his gaze. "So, you're Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian's descendants. If not for the two of them, I wouldn't have wasted 1,000 years." His voice was filled with complex emotions. It contained hints of admiration and reminiscence, but more than that, it contained uncontrollable rage and even hatred. "If not for you, my ancestor and grandmother wouldn't have been in such a predicament," said Yang Zhaoge coldly. The sword Buddha slowly nodded. "You wish to keep me here?" From the corner of his vision, black threads protruded from the void, resembling countless air threads. As the black threads intertwined, they formed a gigantic net, which gradually enveloped the void. The deathly sword intent capable of extinguishing all life emanated from within. Jiao Qingxuan's silhouette that wielded the immortal slaughtering sword was faintly discernible. Immortal slaughtering. The sword Buddha's gaze fell upon the ancient sword in Jiao Qingxuan's hand. Then, he looked at the immortal trapping sword, which was so near yet so far away. He shook his head. "Indeed, you have the chance to kill me. However, you won't have the chance today." He turned his head and looked into the distance. "If my central blessed lands of Soha weren't fighting against the immortal court's infernal devils, my disciple would naturally come looking for me after I enter the human realm. After 2,000 years, he should have become a Buddha by now." As if to verify his words, a sword light lit up from the faraway void. Within the sword light, a white lotus blossomed. A young man sat atop the white lotus. He wore a kasaya, and his long hair draped behind his back. Chapter 1530. The Jade Spring World's masses were unfamiliar with the young monk who sat atop the white lotus. He wore a kasaya, yet still had a troubled look on his face. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others might be more familiar with him than the previous sword Buddha. The sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, the previous sword Buddha's direct disciple. He could also be considered as the new sword Buddha. Currently, he was one of the top-notch existences amongst the blessed lands of the White Lotus's Buddha-level experts. He could even contend against orthodox Buddhist Grand Heavenly Realm experts. "Master, it's good that you're safe." After Chu Su appeared, he stood up from the White Lotus and put his palms together towards the sword Buddha. "This disciple has arrived a few decades late. My apologies." As he spoke, he unsheathed his long sword. 6 colored sword lights radiated, forming a wheel of colors. As the sword lights revolved, time and space seemed to distort. Tangible existences became illusory and willingly entered the sword lights along with the revolutions of the sword lights. Jiao Qingxian frowned and thrust the immortal slaughtering sword forward. Strands of black qi lingered around the ancient sword. Even if the immortal slaughtering sword was ferocious, Jiao Qingxuan's mind went blank after being sucked in by Chu Su's sword lights. An illusory world seemed to have appeared in front of her. The 6 paths of samsara were all presented, and Jiao Qingxian felt like she was about to be sucked into one of them. That place was pitch black, filled with bloodlust and brutality. It instilled the desire to kill and destroy everything within one's heart. It was the infernal realm. The new sword Buddha surpasses his master. Jiao Qingxian guarded her mind and tried her best to stabilize her soul. Although the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su's Buddhist cultivation was learned from the previous sword Buddha, he had opened up a whole new world with the sword Buddha's reincarnation sword scripture as a foundation. Compared to the sword Buddha transforming himself into the 6 paths of samsara, Chu Su separated himself from the outside world and slayed devils, trapping his opponents into samsara. The greater the accumulated karma of his opponents, the stronger Chu Su's sword momentum would be. As such, he often had shocking achievements of defeating those stronger than him, which no one dared to underestimate. Against opponents weaker than him, Chu Su's sword momentum wouldn't be as unique. However, against those weaker than him, he could directly suppress them with his strength. He didn't need to resort to any mystical techniques. Only, with Jiao Qingxian wielding the immortal slaughtering sword and other powerful foes beside her, Chu Su couldn't suppress her with his aura. Even so, Jiao Qingxuan's soul would immediately be sent into the 6 paths of reincarnation if she didn't react appropriately. She would instantly perish. The immortal slaying sword in her hand was one of the most vicious weapons in the world. It had taken countless lives and had accumulated a lot of karma. Therefore, the moment it came into contact with the sword, it was as if it was going to be sucked into the Hell Dao. Jiao Qingxian retracted her gaze, concealing her bloodlust, mania, and other negative emotions. Sword chi from the immortal slaughtering sword extended outwards. It was not just the sword intent of the immortal slaughtering sword manual. The sword intents of the other 3 sword arts of the prime clear lineage's immortal exterminating 4 swords were also present. As Jiao Qingxuan's sword lights shook, the immortal exterminating 4 swords were unleashed simultaneously. Although it wasn't as powerful as the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, it still displayed the scene of doomsday. It was as if a formation had been established, with the intent of the doomsday annihilation faintly appearing. With the immortal slaughtering sword in hand, the refined immortal slaughtering sword manual could naturally unleash its full power. However, in order to prevent Chu Su's sword intent from devouring the infernal Dao, Jiao Qingxian decisively changed her move. If she only used the immortal slaughtering sword manual, she would mainly use the immortal slaughtering sword to unleash its full power. Currently, she was using the immortal slaughtering sword to activate Jiao Qingxuan's own strength. Jiao Qingxuan's eyesight, judgment, control, and confidence in herself were all fully displayed in this sword. Even though the sword lights weren't bright, their momentum was terrifying. In the dead and withered infernal Dao, magma overflowed, and deathly aura permeated the area. Gradually, cracks began to appear. At this moment, infernal Dao seemed to be welcoming its demise. After the infernal Dao's power dissipated, the 6 paths of samsara reappeared. However, under Jiao Qingxuan's and the immortal slaughtering sword lights, everything began following the footsteps of the infernal Dao. In the human realm, the mortals wailed as if they were facing the end of the world. In the animal realm, snakes, insects, rats, and ants were all agitated. Many beasts howled in a frenzy. Similarly, it was a scene of doomsday. In the Azura realm, the figures fighting against each other became even more combative and stubborn. In the hungry ghost realm, the billions of malicious ghosts became even more vicious. Their faces twisted in pain. Just a single glance at them would suffocate anyone, leaving them cold. Even the dignified and holy individuals of the heaven realm became filthy, their hair wilting, and their bodies stinking. It was as if they had gone through the heavenly decay. At this moment, the entire 6 paths of samsara seemed to be approaching its end, welcoming the true Dharma-ending calamity. The world fell into silence. As a result, the terrifying suction force targeting Jiao Qingxuan's soul weakened. She took this opportunity to retreat decisively, dispelling the threat from Chu Su's sword attack. Chu Su didn't pursue her. Instead, he said to the sword Buddha, who had just blocked the golden body of the great sage's attack, "Master, don't get entangled. That isn't the victorious fighting Buddha's demonic body. Instead, it's the golden body left behind by the great sage equaling heavens after he was suppressed. There's more than one of such golden bodies."
Oh.
The sword Buddha revealed a surprised expression. "There's actually such a thing?" Chu Su said, "There are many strange aspects, and it's hard to explain them all. Although there's only one golden body of the great sage before us, there might be other hidden ones. If the 3 golden bodies fuse into one, the great sage equaling heaven's true body might be manifested. As for the rest, you can wait until we return to the blessed lands. Perhaps, you can meet the Buddha." As he spoke, he unleashed another sword attack. Wherever the sword light passed, darkness separated. However, a pitch-black saber light burst forth, capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. Its viciousness wasn't inferior to the immortal slaughtering sword. As the saber light and sword light clashed, they dispelled each other. Feng Yunsheng held her saber horizontally by her side and stared at the two in front of her. The Doomsday Heavenly Devil, the blade of world annihilation. It truly lives up to its name. Chu Su nodded. The Sword Buddha frowned as he looked at the pitch-black devilish qi that engulfed Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng and Jiao Qingxian stood on the left and right. Fearlessly, they went against the two Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. These two Buddhas weren't like ordinary heretic grand heavenly realm experts. Even Feng Yunsheng and Jiao Qingxian, who wielded the immortal slaughtering sword, had to be careful. However, the golden body of the great sage that Pan Pan had transformed into seemed to be even more agile than the two Buddhas when he leaped around. Under the demon monkey's rampage, the Sword Buddha and Chu Su couldn't focus on dealing with Feng Yunsheng and Jiao Qingxian. The Sword Buddha wanted to obtain the immortal trapping sword to increase his strength, but he was obstructed by the demon monkey every single time. Go! He let out a low snort, and his sword's momentum instantly changed. The boundless sword lights that resembled falling stars instantly dispersed. Along with it, the Sword Buddha's figure vanished as well. Rays of sword lights turned formless and transformed into streams of qi, which permeated the surroundings. The scene in front of Yang Zhaoge and the others seemed to have changed. Scenes of the mortal world filled their eyes. People walked around them, and the trivial matters of their families resounded in their ears. As they took a deep breath, all sorts of scents came rushing towards them. Chapter 1531. A girl's rouge and face powder, the soy sauce, vinegar and oil smoke on the stove, the sour smell of sweat on the construction site, being tainted by this aura of the mortal world, Yang Zhaoge and the others all felt as though they themselves had also merged within, becoming one with it. Jiao Qingxian felt as if the immortal slaughtering sword in her hand was no longer the immortal slaughtering sword, but a knitting needle instead. Feng Yunsheng felt that she was no longer holding the cold sun divine saber in her hands, but the kitchen pots and pans. Even the demon monkey felt like it had turned back into a Pixiu, rolling around in the bamboo forest comfortably. Everyone seemed to be assimilated by the mortal world. There were no four immortal exterminating swords, no Dharma extinguishing blade, no primordial heavenly scripture. Everyone had become ordinary mortals in the world of mortals, rolling about in the world of mortals, experiencing the various states of the world, the clamorous and ostentatious, the silent and lonely. This included the Sword Buddha himself. Similarly, there were no Buddhist supreme arts or transmigration sword sutra here. He himself was like Yang Zhaoge and the others. If he was alone, this was naturally not the way to win. But now, his successor, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, was fighting alongside him. When his master pushed the mortal Tao's sword of samsara to the extreme, Chu Su's sword momentum immediately changed. The sword gleam that sent people into the cycle of reincarnation kept swaying, resonating with the Sword Buddha that had transformed into the Tao of the human world. Yang Zhaoge and the others immediately felt that the speed at which they were falling into the human realm was increasing, and it was becoming harder to resist. The moment they sensed the change in the Sword Buddha's sword will, everyone was slightly confused and immediately became alert. Demonic qi soared into the sky, saber light shattered the air, and sword qi shot out in all directions. Everyone tried their best to break free from the attraction and shackles of the mortal world formed by the Sword Buddha. But Chu Su's sword light also arrived at this moment. It was not ferocious, nor was it forceful. Instead, it was the karma that had been triggered in the beginning. Now, it was under the control of Chu Su himself. Samsara was not taken, the six Tao dispersed, and only the mortal world was left. Being engulfed by this power, Yang Zhaoge and the others' mortal qi flourished and was stimulated from within. Affected by this, the human world that the Sword Buddha had transformed into suddenly became more attractive to them. They were unable to break free and had no choice but to merge into it. While Pan Pan was not a human, he had long since gained humanity, his intelligence gradually maturing as he possessed all 7 emotions and 6 desires. While his situation was slightly better than that of Yang Zhaoge and the others, he was still disturbed by the mundane world of mortals. It was as if a huge vortex had appeared between heaven and earth, wanting to swallow everyone. The entire Jade Spring world was trembling. It wasn't just Yang Zhaoge's group that was facing the Sword Buddha and Chu Su head-on. Even Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were no exception. They couldn't help but fall into the secular world. The Jade Spring world did not only consist of martial artists of varying cultivation bases. As a vast world, this place also had a large number of people living and reproducing, as well as a vast and boundless human world. At this moment, the mortal world was contained by the human world that the Sword Buddha had transformed into. Instead, it became the strongest support of the Sword Buddha's power. One transforms himself into the mortal world, and the other forcefully sends his opponent to the mortal world. The cooperation between the two of you, master and disciple, really brings out the best in each other. This can be considered as a type of harmonious swords, right? At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly resounded. The green-robed man, who seemed to be asleep all year round, suddenly appeared in front of everyone and yawned. Manager Wang. Chu Su was no stranger to this person. Before he ascended to the grand heavenly realm, he had always been competing against this person. Although Chu Su was slightly older, the two of them could be considered as rivals of the same generation. They had been fighting against each other for thousands of years. At that time, he was the strongest bodhisattva in the blessed lands of the White Lotus, while the other party was the strongest heavenly monarch in the immortal court. About 100 years ago, he ascended to the grand heavenly realm first. However, in less than 20 years, Wang Guan had also ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Not long ago, during the war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the two had just fought against each other. The reason why he could find his way here was because his master, the Sword Buddha, had transformed into the human realm. His aura of the mortal world was finally connected to the outside world. Since the other party could find his way here, he was most likely following him. Chu Su did not care about how the other party followed him, nor did he feel frustrated. His emotions were as calm as a lake. He did not even look at Wang Guan. Instead, he shifted his gaze to the other side. There, a middle-aged man in Daoist attire appeared. He immediately extended his hand towards the immortal trapping sword. He was the percussion heavenly lord, who belonged to the same immortal court as Wang Guan. There are two swords here. Both of our sects have one each, isn't it? Wang Guan said with a chuckle. Chu Su said plainly, if that's the case, we should first deal with the heretics before discussing about splitting the swords. Otherwise, if one of the swords were to fall into your hands, it's unknown if we could even leave this place alive. Needless to say, the human realm formed by the Sword Buddha's incarnation engulfed Wang Guan and the percussion heavenly lord. Meanwhile, Chu Su's swordlight was equally sharp. Wang Guan yawned. How is that possible? I don't cultivate in the sword. Even if I obtained the sword, I would only bring it back to the immortal court. Unlike you two, who immediately became even more powerful after obtaining the sword. The void in front of him suddenly shattered like an illusory realm. Wang Guan and the percussion heavenly lord's figures vanished, and the chi of mundane swept through the air. Their figures appeared on the other side, and did not fall into the human realm. The percussion heavenly lord distanced himself from the immortal trapping sword, while Wang Guan arrived beside it. In recent years, the heretics' strength had grown too quickly. They're making use of the chance to fight against you. Wang Guan said, do you still want to give them a chance? The percussion heavenly lord said, let's deal with these heretics first. Then, we'll talk about the ancient sword. As he spoke, he waved his palm and slammed it towards Yang Zhaoge and the others who were in the human realm. Daoist Zhao Zhan, Yarrow Yuncheng, and the others who were captured by Yang Zhaoge were currently struggling madly. Everyone had fallen into the human realm. Naturally, there was no difference in strength. This made them want to escape. Everything is just like a bubble. You didn't really bring us immortals down to the mundane realm. Yang Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. You dare to come here and cause a ruckus? He took a deep breath. Chaos arose within his body, and swordlights surged within his eyes. After being engulfed by this swordlight, Yang Zhaoge had already transcended from the mundane realm, returning to the 9 heavens. As a tranquil profound immortal, I can't break through the Buddha's cultivation. However, you've transformed into the human realm, and it's no longer a Buddha's technique. The grand heavenly immortal splendor can't dispel my sword intent into nothingness. Even Daoist Zhao Zhan and Yarrow Yuncheng, who were captured by him, felt the same. However, in the next moment, the surging swordlights slashed down on their heads, instantly causing them to fall back to the mundane realm. This feeling was different from falling into the human realm formed by the sword Buddha and being tainted by the aura of the mundane realm. Instead, they seemed to have truly fallen out of the immortal realm. Their cultivation and efforts had turned into water, causing them to revert back to the martial saint realm. In Daoist Zhao Zhan and Yarrow Yuncheng's eyes, Yang Zhaoge seemed to be situated high up in the sky, as if he didn't exist in the same world as them. As the swordlights descended, Daoist Zhao Zhan and the others merely received it along the way. Remember, Daoist Zhao Zhan and the others. Chapter 1532. Chu Su, Wang Guan, Percussion Heavenly Lord, and the others frowned upon seeing Yang Zhaoge breaking free from the mortal realm and returning to the 9 heavens. This sword art, while the few grand heavenly realm experts were paying attention to Yang Zhaoge's fallen deity sword, they were more concerned about the influence of this sword art than its current might. No matter how strong the fallen deity sword was, Yang Zhaoge's profound immortal cultivation couldn't possibly defeat the grand heavenly realm experts like them. The reason he was able to escape from the sword Buddha's mortal realm was because the sword Buddha's current state was unique. To a certain extent, he had lost the miraculousness of a grand heavenly realm expert, and the banishing deity sword happened to counter the profundity of the sword Buddha's mortal realm. Moreover, it only allowed him to break free from the mortal realm and couldn't harm the sword Buddha's foundation. Yang Zhaoge knew this better than anyone else. As such, his target had never been Chu Su, Wang Guan, or the others. Torrential swordlights surged downwards. His target was the Jade Cauldron cadaver that no one paid attention to. The Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was one of the few great sword cultivators in Taoism's history. However, no matter if it was the sword Buddha, Chu Su, or the others, they could all tell that this jade clear bigwig had truly perished. His cadaver didn't leave any traps behind. The sword Buddha was sealed by the Jade Cauldron cadaver and the immortal trapping sword because of Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian's blood sacrifice. While the Jade Cauldron cadaver still seemed to possess mystical abilities, Chu Su, Wang Guan, and the others didn't need to pay attention to it. Its importance and threat were far inferior to the immortal trapping sword. They were also wary of Yang Zhaoge and the others having thoughts of blood sacrifice again. They were secretly on guard. However, Yang Zhaoge's fallen deity sword slashing towards the Jade Cauldron cadaver was out of their expectations. The percussion heavenly lord's palm seemed to be targeting Yang Zhaoge and the others. However, he still had the intention of targeting the sword Buddha and Chu Su. However, at this moment, his palm force suddenly converged and surged like a dragon, pouncing towards Yang Zhaoge and the Jade Cauldron cadaver that he didn't care about previously. Previously, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and deal with Chu Su and Yang Zhaoge at the same time. However, he had already given up. Now, he wanted to deal with the unexpected changes that were beyond his control. As the percussion heavenly lord made his move, the rumbling sound of a drum resounded. A horrifying aura, akin to the pressure of Mount Tai, descended upon Yang Zhaoge and the Jade Cauldron cadaver. In almost an instant, Yang Zhaoge felt that his breathing wasn't smooth. His body that had just broken free from the human realm formed by the sword Buddha became stiff and numb again. Although the percussion heavenly lord was a heretic grand heavenly realm and was not as strong as Chu Su, Wang Guan, the sword Buddha, and the others, he was still a grand heavenly realm after all. He was not someone that any profound immortal could fight alone. Before his power had truly come into contact, Yang Zhaoge's swordlight that chopped towards the Jade Cauldron cadaver already showed signs of dissipating. Daoist Zhao Zhan laughed when he saw that. "You'll end up like us in the end." However, at this moment, the gigantic demon monkey that was surrounded by the mortal world suddenly raised its head to the sky and roared. As it let out a long howl, the demonic monkey tilted its head and a small stick flew out of its ear. The small rod grew in the wind and instantly turned into a huge wishful golden rod. It wasn't an illusion created by his own power. It was the true Rui Jingu Bang. Yang Zhaoge had wreaked havoc in the immortal court and fused the 3 golden bodies of the great sage, manifesting the true form of the great sage equaling heavens. The victorious fighting Buddha had no choice but to manifest his demon form and take out this treasure to face his enemies. In the end, the victorious fighting Buddha and the Buddha of sandalwood merit managed to escape unscathed. However, the great sage equaling heaven's true Rui Jingu Bang, the sea-stabilizing divine metal treasure, fell into Yang Zhaoge's hands. Although Yang Zhaoge only had Pan Pan accompanying him this time, the golden body of the great sage was carrying the Rui Jingu Bang. As baleful aura surged, the horrifying metal rod that could shatter the clouds fell into the palm of the demon monkey formed by Pan Pan. Boundless demonic chi instantly grew crazily, as if it was boundless. The demonic chi and baleful aura were too tyrannical and vicious. They condensed into a tangible form and started shattering the mortal world, turning the Sword Buddha's mortal world into a barren land. Grow, grow, grow. As the demon monkey roared, he wielded the rod with a single hand. His figure seemed to have become infinitely huge, blocking the percussion Heavenly Lord's way. The percussion Heavenly Lord's palm landed on the demon monkey's head. The demon monkey shook his head and acted as if he didn't feel anything. He grinned at the percussion Heavenly Lord and swung his rod. Wherever the metal rod passed by, the cosmic void collapsed. Streams of radiances converged towards the rod's head and advanced along with the metal rod's movements, forming an existence akin to a galaxy. The percussion Heavenly Lord's figure was instantly shattered. As if a mirror had shattered, the scene within the void turned into fragments and scattered everywhere. Wang Guan let out a groan. His body trembled, and his face instantly lost its color. The percussion Heavenly Lord's figure reappeared on the other side. He only managed to escape due to Wang Guan's help. However, his entire body was filled with scars. He was like a porcelain that was about to shatter, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Chu Su's expression changed. The true Rui Jingu Bang? How did it end up in his hands? Naturally, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had a rough understanding of the immortal court's war. They even knew that Yang Zhaoge possessed 3 golden bodies of the great sage, which might even manifest the great sage equaling heaven's true body. However, they weren't aware of the exact details. They weren't aware that the victorious fighting Buddha had lost the Rui Jingu Bang during that battle. It was the great sage equaling heaven's ferocious weapon, which traveling monk Sun used during his journey to the west. Similar to the immortal exterminating 4 swords, it was a divine weapon capable of harming grand heavenly realm experts. In the past, countless heavenly soldiers and demon race bigwigs were slain by it. Since he brought it here, does that mean that the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's attack was just a feint? Wang Guan shook his head and said to Chu Su, "There's no point in saying anything else. Obstruct him for a while. At most, he would only last for a few breaths' time." As he spoke, a mirror appeared in Wang Guan's hand. The mirror's radiance shone upon the demon monkey that was wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. Seeing that his master, the Sword Buddha, had become the demon monkey's primary target, Chu Su didn't retreat and slashed with his sword. The 2 top-notch grand heavenly realm experts of the new generation after the great calamity joined forces for the first time in their lives. At the same time, the Sword Buddha, who was facing the Rui Jingu Bang's sharpness, mustered up his remaining courage and unleashed the human realm's strength to its limits. The 3 grand heavenly realm experts joined forces and didn't clash head-on against the golden body of the great sage wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. Instead, they continued with their previous strategy of manifesting the human realm and trapping their enemies. This way, they could prevent Feng Yunsheng and Jiao Qingxian from escaping. Otherwise, the 3 of them were already in grave danger when facing the demon monkey wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. How could they care about the other enemies? Their main goal was to stall for time. Wang Guan's judgment wasn't wrong. Wielding the Rui Jingu Bang would greatly reduce the time needed for Pan Pan to manifest the golden body of the great sage. Moreover, his recovery speed would be slow as well. Hence, they were extremely cautious when using this technique. As long as the 3 heretic experts could persist until Pan Pan's strength was exhausted, the situation would still turn for the better. However, they couldn't be bothered with Yang Zhaoge anymore. Yang Zhaoge remained calm. With one hand, he pinched the dumbfounded Daoist Zhao Zhen and Yarrow Yuncheng to death. His other hand continued his previous actions and slashed towards the Jade Cauldron cadaver with the fallen deity sword. Chapter 1533. With the Ruyi golden cudgel in his hand, the demon monkey's demonic qi surged to the skies, constantly cleansing the mortal qi surrounding him. The surging demonic qi was unleashed, shattering the Sword Buddha's human realm. The battle between the two unavoidably affected the Jade Spring world. The Sword Buddha's human realm was already constantly assimilating the Jade Spring world's human realm. As the two forces clashed, the world started distorting and fracturing. Only, the Sword Buddha, Chu Su, Wang Guan, Percussion Heavenly Lord, and the others couldn't care less about this. Due to the golden body of the great sage, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others wouldn't be frozen by the sonorous voice of the great Tao. Chu Su and the others weren't targeting them. Tong Xinlin and the other Jade Spring World martial art practitioners all fled. Otherwise, the shockwaves from the two's battle would claim their lives. The Sword Buddha's human realm laws prevented them from escaping. Fortunately, the group of heretic experts were all focused on the demon monkey, allowing Tong Xinlin and the others some freedom. Some fled outside the Jade Spring world, while others tried their best to stabilize the Jade Spring world space and protect the mortals here. Chu Su, Wang Guan, and the others couldn't be bothered about this as they were fully focused on the demon monkey. As such, they could only watch as Yang Zhaoge slashed the Jade Cauldron cadaver's fallen deity sword. After being struck by this sword, the Jade Cauldron cadaver's surface emitted rays of brilliance. It seemed warm yet cold at the same time. No wounds could be seen on the cadaver's surface, but the brilliance gradually dimmed. Upon seeing this, everyone came to a realization. With Yang Zhaoge's current cultivation, the fallen deity sword was indeed capable of defeating a grand heavenly immortal. However, the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity had already perished, leaving behind only his cadaver. While the cadaver's sturdiness was comparable to divine weapons, and even a grand heavenly immortal expert wouldn't be able to destroy it, it was still a lifeless husk. The fallen deity sword could reduce it to the grand virtual realm. Yang Zhaoge looked at the Jade Cauldron cadaver, and a white jade dagger appeared in his hand. It originated from Daoist Qinggong. He took a deep breath and broke the white jade dagger into two. Then, he reversed the broken dagger and pierced it into his own chest. While the sword had pierced his vitals all the way to the hilt, no blood flowed from the wound, and Yang Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. He drew a talisman on the surface of the other half of the broken sword and threw it to the Jade Cauldron's cadaver. The broken white jade dagger turned into a jade light and fused with the remains of the Jade Cauldron. Within Yang Zhaoge's eyes, innumerable runes flickered like streams of light. At the same time, perfected being Yu Ding's cadaver shuddered as well. His eyes suddenly opened and countless runes flashed in his pupils. Then, the Jade Cauldron cadaver raised its arm and opened its palm. A dark red light flashed in its palm. The immortal trapping sword hovering in the void also flashed with a red light and disappeared on the spot. Without any delay, the ancient sword had already appeared in the hands of the Jade Cauldron cadaver. Yang Zhaoge was currently in the profound immortal realm. Although he was strong and knew many secret arts, unless he performed a blood sacrifice with his life as the price, it would be difficult for him to control the immortal trapping sword or activate the Jade Cauldron cadaver. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to unleash its true might. However, with a slight turnaround, the impossible became possible. Although the Jade Cauldron cadaver's level had temporarily reverted to the grand virtual realm, as the immortal trapping sword's final owner, the sword was already in his hand before the immortal trapping sword was refined by others. Even if it wasn't as mighty as the grand heavenly realm, under the sword intense activation, the immortal trapping sword's surface surged with red radiances and permeated the entire cosmos. Wherever the sword lights went, the Jade Spring world's damaged boundaries would be repaired, temporarily preventing this world from being damaged. At the same time, innumerable sword lights seemed to be everywhere, slashing towards Chu Su, Wang Guan, and the others. The immortal trapping sword's surroundings shone with red radiances. Under this sword, even a grand heavenly realm expert wouldn't be able to avoid it. When the Jade Cauldron cadaver opened his eyes, Wang Guan let out a long sigh. He no longer looked like the sleepy person he used to be. For the first time, he became spirited and looked at Yang Zhaoge deeply. "There's nothing we can do. Let's run." Wang Guan tried to stop Yang Zhaoge. However, the moment he was distracted, the demon monkey wielding the Ruyi golden cudgel roared and leaped up. Wang Guan could only shake his head helplessly. He rotated the mirror light and kept the heavily injured percussion Heavenly Lord. Then, he immediately rushed towards the outside world. Under the effects of the immortal trapping sword, not only did it stabilize the Jade Spring world, it was also continuously destroying the Sword Buddha's human realm. The human realm became more and more ethereal, losing the human realm's intent. As such, the Sword Buddha's human realm started disintegrating. The demon monkey rushed out first and swung the Ruyi golden cudgel towards the Sword Buddha's head. The illusory human realm completely shattered, and the Sword Buddha's figure reappeared. His complexion was pale, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to escape, but streaks of dark red sword lights had already entangled him. Previously, when he transformed into the human realm, he had joined forces with Yang Zhaoge and the others. Now that he couldn't trap the enemy, he was trapped in the enemy's camp. The immortal trapping sword, immortal slaughtering sword, and Cold Sun Divine Saber immediately attacked the Sword Buddha. Chu Su wanted to save his master. However, what welcomed him was the ferocious Ruyi golden cudgel. Even with Chu Su's extraordinary prowess, he couldn't withstand this peerless weapon's sharpness. He wasn't willing to dodge. He forcefully used his exquisite swordsmanship in an attempt to dispel the Ruyi golden cudgel's ferocious might. He risked suffering some injuries to open up a path for his master and escape together with the Sword Buddha. However, the demon monkey didn't just have divine strength. While the Ruyi golden cudgel's might was overwhelming, its transformations were also extremely intricate. It was stronger than Chu Su's. Even if he focused on dealing with it, he would still have to fight a bitter battle, let alone being distracted. As the sword and the cudgel clashed, Chu Su's long sword was almost sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself by a hair's breadth. Just as he wanted to calm down and deal with the demon monkey, the Sword Buddha on the other side couldn't withstand it anymore. Previously, when he transformed into the human realm, his sword Dao was broken, and he was heavily injured. Now that he was facing the immortal trapping sword and immortal slaughtering sword's attacks, he was in a perilous situation. While Feng Yunsheng was in the grand virtual realm, her saber intent was too mystical and vicious. It wasn't obvious before. Now that the Sword Buddha was injured, he felt that his sword Dao was showing signs of degeneration as Feng Yunsheng's saber descended. 2,000 years ago, little junior apprentice sister and Daoist Yang perished here in order to obstruct you. Jiao Qingxian said in a deep voice, "Today, I shall slay you in the same place, to comfort their souls in heaven." Black aura coiled around the immortal slaughtering sword. With an earth-shattering momentum, it slashed towards the Sword Buddha. The immortal trapping sword's red radiance flickered, similarly covering the heavens and earth. Together with the immortal slaughtering sword, a red-black vortex was formed, devouring the Sword Buddha. Haste! The Sword Buddha raised his sword to defend against the terrifying attack that could destroy the heavens and earth. However, at this moment, the demon monkey, who had forced Chu Su to retreat, turned around and swung his cudgel. The Sword Buddha, who no longer had the strength to defend himself, had his head crushed by the Ruyi golden cudgel. Chapter 1534. The Sword Buddha, who was even more ancient than the Buddha of Sandalwood Merit and the victorious fighting Buddha, established the lineage of the sword for Buddhism, couldn't even withstand the Ruyi golden cudgel's attack. The initially sturdy golden body of Buddhism instantly shattered. After being sealed for 2,000 years, the moment he was freed, he was faced with the fate of perishing. My fate. The Sword Buddha's golden body shattered. Before he breathed his last, he let out a disappointed sigh. After a sigh, his body gradually disintegrated, transforming into streams of air that lingered around. As the colorful auras lingered, they transformed into a huge black hole. The center of the black hole was deep and heavy, while the periphery seemed to be divided into 6 worlds. The heavenly realm, human realm, hell realm, Azura realm, animal realm, and hungry ghost realm, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared together. The Sword Buddha, who had transformed into the human realm, seemed to have transformed into reincarnation the moment he perished, wanting to drag the surrounding existences into it as well. The Jade Spring world, which was initially stabilized by the immortal trapping sword's swordlight, started trembling. As time and space distorted, it seemed like it was about to be sucked into the black hole of reincarnation. The humongous demon monkey bared his teeth and smiled. He lifted the Ru golden cudgel and slammed it downward. The iron cudgel filled the reincarnation, filling up the black hole. It was even heavier and more vigorous than the black hole's center. The divine metal treasure that once stabilized the heavenly river's circulation and the myriad heavens transformation also stabilized the Sword Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation. Chusu couldn't save him in time. As he watched the Sword Buddha's slough transforming into reincarnation, his originally pale face lost all traces of blood. His expression was emotionless as he sheathed his sword, Namo Sword King Buddha. After chanting his master's official Buddhist name, Chusu retreated and drifted far away. Although the immortal trapping sword's swordlight obstructed their path, Yang Zhaoge and the others' attention was focused on stabilizing the Sword Buddha's 6 paths of reincarnation. With Chusu's strength, he could easily escape if he wanted to. The golden body of the great sage wielded the Ru golden cudgel and forcefully suppressed the Sword Buddha's world of reincarnation. The black hole gradually disappeared, and the chaotic 6 paths auras calmed down. Yang Zhaoge and the others stood quietly where they were, not speaking as they looked at the scene before them. Junior apprentice sister Di, Daoist Yang, may you rest in peace. After a long while, Gao Qingxian murmured softly. Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng both had solemn looks on their faces as they lowered their heads slightly. The 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared and the golden body of the great sage kept the Rui Jingu Bang. His body disintegrated into rays of golden light and descended. Pan Pan's figure reappeared, the golden light retracting into the tattoo on the back of his shoulder blade. His figure shrunk to the point where he was no larger than a human palm. Jumping into Yang Zhaoge's palm, he directly sprawled down and fell into a deep sleep. You lazy thing, not liking to move at all. This time, it's really been hard on you. Yang Zhaoge curled his fingers, and Pan Pan disappeared. While Pan Pan had expended a great deal of energy due to wielding the Ru golden cudgel, Yang Zhaoge and the others weren't afraid of Chusu, Wang Guan and the others returning. The Sword Buddha had perished, and the Drum Heavenly Lord had lost his ability to fight due to his injuries. While Chusu and Wang Guan were strong, Yang Zhaoge could only rely on the Jade Cauldron cadaver to wield the immortal trapping sword. Together with Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian, who wielded the immortal slaughtering sword, they might not be able to emerge victorious. However, they could still hold their ground and defend themselves. What I'm worried about is them contacting more helpers and making a comeback. Feng Yunsheng said, especially the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. Yang Zhaoge pulled out the broken white jade short sword from his chest. Streams of lights flickered continuously on the surface of the broken sword, as if it would shatter at any moment. They can't find too many helpers. Yang Zhaoge let out a long sigh. On the other hand, something unexpected happened to my North Ocean clone. Gao Qingxian and Feng Yunsheng were startled upon hearing his words. In order to attract the enemy's attention, Yang Zhaoge had faked news regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord in an attempt to incite a conflict between the two heretics using the humanly essence stone fragment that might be in the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's possession. Yang Zhaoge wasn't sure if his plan would succeed. He merely hoped to divert the enemy's attention and buy more time and space for them to search for the immortal trapping sword. Out of consideration, Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, who possessed the golden body of the great sage, was also sent to create a facade to increase the credibility of the situation. However, there was an unexpected change on the other side. It was supposed to be a facade, but it seemed like it had turned into reality. The reason was because Yang Zhaoge had attracted the immortal court, blessed lands of the White Lotus, Western Pure Lands, and the demon race's experts out of their seclusion. Yang Zhaoge, the incongruent's divine mother, and the others didn't have any actual clues regarding the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. They were merely trying to deceive others. In the beginning, the few heretics held back. However, they were merely probing for information. Everyone held back and restrained themselves, which prevented any major conflicts from erupting. However, out of everyone's expectations, the Immortal Court and the demon race's experts possessed actual clues. Originally, the items in both parties' hands weren't of any value. Everyone didn't realize how useful they were. Otherwise, no one would have been able to locate the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's whereabouts after so many years. However, when the items in both parties' hands coincidentally met, it was as if a golden carp transformed into a dragon. Under such circumstances, the items displayed their extraordinariness. After a brief moment of shock, the two parties that were previously restraining themselves immediately ignited the flames of war and started fighting. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, who had secluded himself within the Astro Mountain's starry seas for tens of thousands of years, appeared once again and seized the treasures of the Immortal Court and the Western Pure Lands. However, this only temporarily put an end to the matter. With the treasures of both parties combined, the people of the world truly had a way to locate the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. Regarding the humanly essence stone's fragments that might exist, a great war would undoubtedly erupt once again. This time, Yang Zhaoge didn't lay down the maze formation to confuse others. Instead, there was actual evidence. When that time came, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha would personally fight against each other. The flames of war that had just subsided due to Mahamayuri had officially been ignited once again. It's precisely because of this that I dare to let Panpan attack with the Ruyi Golden Cudgel without any worries. Yang Zhaoge said, although we have the immortal trapping sword here, the two parties have already started fighting on the other side. I'm afraid they won't be able to care about us for the time being. If the news here were to be transmitted back first, it would attract the two heretic factions, the demon race, and the Orthodox Buddhism's troops. The situation would undoubtedly be reversed. The current situation was what Yang Zhaoge and the others hoped to see the most. Previously, they had painstakingly planned for this. However, they never expected the outcome to be so ideal. The other party won't be able to care about us for the time being. However, after they've finished their preparations, they might send their troops over. Gao Qingxian said, after all, we have the immortal trapping and immortal slaughtering swords. Chapter 1535. Although Gao Qingxian said so, she wasn't worried about them. Instead, she looked towards the Jade Spring world. After repelling Chu Su and Wang Guan, it wouldn't be difficult for Yang Zhaoge and the others to escape. Only, the Jade Spring world might suffer a calamity if they remained here. This place and the world beyond worlds were the same as the roving Jade Heavens. Before their location was exposed, it would be fine if others didn't know about it. Now that their location was exposed, it would be easy for them to cause trouble. Yang Zhaoge swung his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword's blade even pierced through an old Daoist's body. The cause of the past, the effect of the present. Daoist Qing Zhong sighed. My life is in your hands, fellow Taoists. I only hope that you won't make things difficult for my disciples. Yang Zhaoge calmly said, that depends on them. Just like what you said earlier, you reap what you sow. Then, the sword in his hand trembled, and Daoist Qing Zhong's body instantly disintegrated, dying on the spot. Then, they returned to the Jade Spring world. Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others came forward. When they didn't see Daoist Qing Zhong, Daoist Zhao Zhan, and Yarrow Yuncheng, they sighed inwardly. However, they didn't say anything and only bowed towards Yang Zhaoge and the others. Thanks to everyone repelling the heretics, my Jade Spring world is safe once more. You're being too polite. Yang Zhaoge said, it's all thanks to the Jade Cauldron Grand Master's cadaver that we repelled our enemies and even killed the Sword Buddha to avenge our ancestors. The Jade Cauldron cultivated deity's cadaver was currently hovering beside Yang Zhaoge. It had already calmed down, and its eyes were closed. Its aura and luster's intensity had also returned to the grand heavenly realm. As for the Jade Sword's half, it returned to Yang Zhaoge's hand. Seniors, supporting us descendants is the sign of our three clear lineage's righteousness. Yang Zhaoge solemnly bowed towards the Jade Cauldron cadaver. Feng Yunsheng and Gao Qingxian did the same. The Jade Cauldron Cadaver's activation of the immortal trapping sword was a huge part of their success in repelling their opponents and slaying the sword Buddha on the spot to avenge Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian. Upon seeing this, Tong Xinlin and the others said with a solemn expression, "We will never forget the Grand Master's blessings." Yang Zhaoge's words also expressed his stance. The situation was urgent. He was only temporarily borrowing the power of Yu Ding's slough to fight against the enemy. He had no intention of disrespecting his ancestors, and it was impossible for him to refine the slough of Zhenren Yu Ding into his clone. It wasn't because he cared about the thoughts of the people of the Jade Spring world. Rather, it was because the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was a bigwig of the Jade Clear lineage, a senior and a founding ancestor. While Yang Zhaoge's lineage had not been passed down by the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity, his grandfather Yang Xintang had been of the Jade Cauldron direct lineage. Worshipping and guarding the corpse of the Jade Cauldron cultivated deity was in accordance with the principle of respecting one's master. Of course, Yang Zhaoge would definitely take the immortal trapping sword away. However, he did not intend to discuss it with anyone. After experiencing what had just happened, Tong Xinlin and the others didn't expect to leave behind the immortal trapping sword. Yang Zhaoge's respect for the Jade Cauldron Cadaver already made them feel gratified. Worlds, the Dao Ti, the Two. The Yang Ti. The Kag World Yang the Sect. The UTT the Two Worlds. Yang Zhaoge said, "While we do not know when, the other party will definitely make a comeback one day. I wonder what our fellow Taoists plan to do. Let's talk about where to go later." Tong Xinlin didn't need to look at the others and said frankly, "But just like what Daoist Yang has said, the Buddhists and heretics will definitely make a comeback. They are a grand heavenly realm that we can't defend against. If we don't want to betray the orthodoxy, we can only leave the Jade Spring world." She smiled faintly. Although it's hard to leave one's homeland, the Jade Spring world is too ancient and is on the brink of decline. Even without external enemies, its decline is foreseeable. Guang Tongzi and the others from the Jade Spring world nodded slowly. Previously, when the Jade Spring world was sealed, we were trapped and could only watch helplessly as dusk approached. Now that the seal has been removed and the light of dawn has reappeared, what's the harm in abandoning the Jade Spring world if there's a better choice? Tong Xinlin said with a bitter smile, "After that battle, even though the immortal trapping sword light's protection had stabilized the heaven and earth realm, the Jade Spring world that was about to enter its twilight years has reached a point where it doesn't have much time left. We can't afford to stay here any longer." Yang Zhaoge nodded. "If that's the case, please make your preparations." It wasn't impossible for Yang Zhaoge and the others to settle down the Jade Spring world's inhabitants. However, they had to make meticulous preparations. While the Jade Spring world wasn't as huge as the world beyond worlds or the roving Jade Heavens, it occupied a vast area, and its population was astronomical. Moving around with these people was fine. However, if they wanted to settle them down for a long period of time, a suitable location was required. Otherwise, if such a massive population were to swarm into the sky beyond skies or the roving Jade Heavens, it would be a calamity for the natives. Previously, 800 of the Immortal Court's immortal territories were slain by the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Most of the population was relocated by the Immortal Court to the remaining 2,200 immortal territories. However, the conflicts between the outsiders and the natives had even shaken the Immortal Court's offerings. Moreover, a massive group of martial art practitioners required a vast amount of resources to nurture. It wasn't something that came out of nowhere. The higher a powerhouse's level was, the more resources they would consume on their path of growth would be a terrifying number that would leave ordinary people dumbfounded. As such, if the awakened sky cosmos wished to absorb the Jade Spring world's inhabitants, they would have to establish a new world. For the awakened sky cosmos, which originated from the Pill Hall and wasn't completely stable, it required careful planning and preparation. Of course, absorbing the refugees would be filled with many obstacles. However, there were many benefits as well. It wasn't as simple as having more mouths to feed. First, there were already Tong Xinlin, a profound immortal with the Four Qis fused aura, and Guang Tongzi and other immortal realm experts of Taoism's lineage. Such a large population meant the emergence of more talents. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus could nurture experts like Wang Guan, Yin Shiyang, and Chu Su, who were on par with Orthodox Taoism and Buddhism. This was because their population far surpassed Orthodox Taoism's population. The revival of Orthodox Taoism had a long way to go. The nurturing of foundations mustn't be neglected. Now that the world beyond worlds was facing a calamity, and the situation was unclear, Yang Zhaoge and the others were rather happy to have so many people of the same Tao and were influenced by Orthodox Taoism's teachings. I wonder if your father is currently. While the others went to arrange for the migration, Tong Xinlin and Guang Tongzi stayed behind to greet Yang Zhaoge's group. My father is there. Yang Zhaoge turned his head to look at Jiao Qingxian. Currently, the immortal slaughtering sword and immortal trapping sword were both in her hands. At the tip of the immortal trapping sword's hilt, dark red radiances condensed into a tiny light spot. Remember the mobile version's website. Chapter 1536. That tiny speck of light was condensed by the immortal trapping sword light. While it seemed tiny, it was actually majestic, forming a world of its own. Yang Zhaoge and Jiao Qingxian flew within. After the dark red radiance dissipated, they saw Yang Di quietly sitting by the void. The grand simplicity splendor cloud bloomed above his head like a lotus flower, gently swaying. Yang Di nodded towards the two before retracting his gaze, silently gazing towards a direction amidst space. Following his gaze, an everlasting scene appeared before Yang Zhaoge and Jiao Qingxian's eyes. It spanned across the sky, looking as fresh as ever. Within the scene, an enraged and ferocious Buddha wielding a treasured sword faced Yang Zhaoge and the others. Darkness engulfed the skies, and killing intent pervaded the air, as if hell was descending upon the mortal realm. Beneath the Buddha, a purple-clothed man and a white-clothed woman stood side by side with their backs facing Yang Zhaoge and the others. The purple-clothed man wielded a sword with his left hand, while the white-clothed woman wielded a sword with her right hand. Her left hand was linked with the man's right hand. Other than the back view in Yang Zhaoge and the others' eyes, they could also see the man and woman looking at each other. Half of their faces were revealed, and the corners of their mouths were filled with smiles. The scene remained still. The dark red radiance was like a painting, still vivid and lifelike. It depicted the final scene of the past. Yang Zhaoge and the others looked at the scene, and the scene after naturally surfaced within their minds. They saw the husband and wife going through life and death together fearlessly. They held hands and faced the sword Buddha that had transformed into hell. Yang Zhaoge couldn't help but be fascinated as he recalled the heroic stance of his predecessors. He solemnly bowed towards the husband and wife's back view. Just like Yang Di, Jiao Qingxian remained motionless like a statue. She only stared at the back view and remained silent for a long time. Unlike Yang Zhaoge, who had never personally interacted with Yang Xintang and his wife, Di Qinglian's smile and voice clearly surfaced within Jiao Qingxian's mind. Among the Vine Sovereign's disciples, Jiao Qingxian was closest to her junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. Perhaps it should be said that they were the two people who had the closest relationship among their fellow disciples. In the past, before Di Qinglian left with Yang Xintang, she had visited Jiao Qingxian and Long Xingquan. Never would she have thought that it would be their final meeting. Jiao Qingxuan's heart, which had always been calm and meticulous, couldn't help but fluctuate with waves of sorrow. Master, little junior apprentice sister has never regretted her actions. If you could see this scene in the past, would you feel slightly better? Thinking of the Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, who had perished not too long ago, Jiao Qingxian felt even sadder. Yang Zhaoge looked at Jiao Qingxian and sighed in his heart. On the other side, Yang Di was also looking at the backs of Yang Xintang and his wife, not speaking nor moving. Because of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he did not have any memories of his parents. However, it was also through this grand simplicity splendor cloud that he was slowly absorbing the traces of sword intent left behind by Yang Xintang and his wife here, causing him to feel an inexplicable closeness to him. It was as if blood was thicker than water, something that could not be severed. Perhaps Yang Xintang and Di Qinglian had never fulfilled their duties as parents, never having personally taken care of and accompanied their child. In fact, as first-time parents, they did not even know how to take care of a child. But long before the child was born, they had done everything they could to give the best of themselves to their son. Even if Yang Di had never truly interacted with his parents, he could still feel their deep love even after thousands of years had passed. The matters outside have ended. After a long time, Yang Di finally stood up and turned to look at Yang Zhaoge. Yang Zhaoge nodded. The sword Buddha has been slain. We've personally avenged grandfather and grandmother. Vengeance has been avenged, and unfulfilled wishes have been fulfilled. Yang Di turned to look at the mural-like image. I think they're the same as the exalted wood luminary, dim connection yin, and bright connection hu. Not only do they have personal grudges in their hearts, but they also wish to see the day when our Taoism flourishes and the universe is cleared. Yang Zhaoge nodded slowly. That day is getting closer. Let's go. Jiao Qingxuan's emotions had already calmed down. She said to Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di nodded. Together with Jiao Qingxian and the others, they left the world created by the immortal trapping sword's swordlight and reappeared within the Jade Spring world. The Jade Spring world's people were currently making arrangements for the relocation. With the help of an immortal realm expert, it wasn't too much of a hassle. For the common people in the mortal world, and even the lower-level martial artists, all of this could happen without them realizing it. Looking at the Jade Spring world that was gradually getting further away, Tong Xinlin and the others remained silent. However, they quickly regained their composure. Just like what they had said, even without the heretics' threat, the Jade Spring world would naturally decline in no time. They should have found another path to take. Although it was slightly earlier than expected, they were already mentally prepared for it. Daoist Qingjong, Yarrow Yuncheng, and the others' disciples, as well as the forces that gathered around them, didn't cause too much of a commotion. Under Tong Xinlin's request, Yang Zhaoge handed these people over to the Jade Spring world to handle. In the end, Tong Xinlin and the others used thunderous methods and massacred the heretics' direct subordinates. As for the outsiders who didn't know the details, they said that Daoist Qingjong, Daoist Zhao Zhan, and Yarrow Yuncheng were killed by the sword Buddha. In this way, the remaining people would have the same hatred against the heretics as everyone else. Daoist Qingjong's faction didn't lack supporters, mainly due to the Jade Spring world being sealed for thousands of years without any hope. Now that the seal had been removed, there was hope once again. Naturally, their previous thoughts faded away. After being subdued by Tong Xinlin and the others, they no longer harbored any thoughts of revenge. Yang Zhaoge didn't comment on this. Now that the main culprit had been eliminated, and the others had set things right, he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Although Wang Guan, Chu Su, and the others had seen him kill Daoist Zhao Zhan and Yarrow Yuncheng, the rest of the people were just fellow cultivators who supported Daoist Qingjong's idea. They were not his relatives or friends, so they naturally would not take it seriously. Choosing whom to believe was a subjective matter most of the time. As long as they saw the hope of the orthodox Taoism's revival, they would know that their choice was correct. Do we really have news about the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord? Yang Di asked Yang Zhaoge on their way back. It is still unknown whether we can find the exact whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. Yang Zhaoge answered, still, there are indeed definite clues. Yang Di pondered, for the immortal court heretics to pay such close attention to this matter and take it so seriously, it means that they are indeed concerned about the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. This also means that the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord cannot be the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The incongruence Divine Mother was originally just trying to cover for us, but this time, she's interested as well. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1537. As for the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the experts from the Orthodox Taoism, such as the incongruence Divine Mother, were naturally very interested. Previously, he had only helped Yang Zhaoge and the others to conceal the immortal trapping sword so that they could search for it. Who would have thought that it would turn out to be real? The incongruence Divine Mother, Yang Zhaoge, and the others were all curious about the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. If this ancient heavenly venerable was still alive, it would definitely be good news for the Orthodox Taoism. Although the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's whereabouts were uncertain and he kept a low profile, he was still one of the top almighty figures in the entire history of the Tao sects. If this ancient heavenly lord had already perished, it would naturally be grievous news. Still, the earlier Yang Zhaoge and the others learned of it, the easier it would be for them to adapt to the situation. If the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court weren't also trying to deceive us, then the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord wouldn't be the immeasurable heavenly lord. Yang Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples as he muttered to himself. Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, and Jiao Qingxian all nodded slightly. The fact that the immeasurable heavenly lord was able to use the humanly essent stone to take that final step proved that he was a top-notch grand heavenly immortal of the Tao sect. There was no doubt that the number of candidates was limited. After the three Pure One's ancestral masters transcended, the number one expert of the Taoism was naturally the Jade Emperor. Other than Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor, the number two figure in the heavenly court was the head of the four royals, the Great Emperor of the Purple Tenuity Polaris, also known as Great Emperor Purple Tenuity. The Tai Nirvana heavenly lord did not stay in the heavenly court's divine palace all year round. His whereabouts were unpredictable. However, most of the cultivators in the heavenly court's divine palace, including the southern extremity Longevity Emperor, acknowledged that the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord's strength was not weaker than the Master of the Stars, Great Emperor Ziwei. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits was one of the few great sages of the demon race, but he was subdued by the heavenly lord of Tai and Nirvana. However, the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord often ignored the affairs of the heavenly court and rarely took action. Therefore, he appeared mysterious. Apart from the three clear lineage and the heavenly court's divine palace, the other top figures of the Taoism were Zhen Yuanzi, who had lived with the world, and the Queen Mother of the West. Needless to say, Zhen Yuanzi was the ruler of the world and only respected the great Tao. As for the Western Queen Mother, she had always resided in the legendary West Kunlun, opposite to the East Kunlun where the Jade Clear lineage resided. She was also known as the Jade Lake's Golden Mother, and had the reputation of being the head of all female immortals. There were also people who called her the Queen Mother of the West. However, she and the Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor were not husband and wife, nor were they members of the heavenly court's divine palace. In the distant primordial era, it was rumored that she often interacted with the primordial three sovereigns. After the primordial era, the Western Queen Mother was the same as Zhen Yuanzi. Most of the time, she was different from the three clear lineage and the heavenly court's divine palace. However, relatively speaking, she had a closer relationship with the heavenly court's divine palace and the other Daoist almighties than Zhen Yuanzi. As such, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord, Zhen Yuanzi, and the Western Queen Mother were generally considered to be beneath the Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor. In terms of individual strength, apart from the Purple Tenuity Emperor, the rest of the bigwigs of Taoism were all born pre-celestially and were incomparably ancient existences. If the Grand Heavenly Venerate experts were to be ranked, apart from the Great Heavenly Venerate Jade Emperor who could compete for the throne of the number one expert below the Tao realm, the other four bigwigs of Taoism had hopes of making it into the top 10. Even though the three clear Grand Masters had transcended, it was evident how powerful Taoism was in the past. Other than that, Daoist Dipankara was the incarnation of an ancient Buddha, while Daoist Lu Ya was a Daoist, Buddhist, and demon. As such, they were not viewed purely as bigwigs of Taoism. As for the Lord of Plentiful Treasure who cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture during the Middle Era, he rarely appeared in the world. Everyone was unable to grasp the changes in his strength, not to mention that he had already perished during the early years of the Middle Era. Other than the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, there were also the Grand Clear's head disciple Great Master Shen Du and the most outstanding successor of the Jade Clear lineage, Yang Zhen. However, the former rarely made a move. Similarly, he was too mysterious and hard to predict. The latter's combat achievements were glorious, and his strength was formidable. Just like the Purple Tenuity Emperor, his postnatal physique surpassed many Xiantian bigwigs. However, he had once appeared during the Great Calamity. At that time, the Great Calamity had already begun, and most of the heavenly court's divine palace had already been destroyed. Yang Zhen had only joined the battle halfway. Although his whereabouts were unknown, his whereabouts were rather clear. When Yang Zhaoge's main body successfully obtained the immortal trapping sword and returned to the awakened sky cosmos, his North Ocean clone was currently in another universe's space. As expected, the situation is getting more intense. Only, other than the Dipankara ancient Buddha, I wonder who else from the Western Pure Lands would go against the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. The North Ocean clone looked afar. Over there, chaotic streams of lights could be seen intertwining. Space was being torn apart, and stars were being crushed. An intense battle was taking place. The North Ocean clone's current environment was a light green world, which was isolated from the boundless void outside. However, it was hard for those outside to discover that there was another universe here. Within the light green world, dense sword chi filled the air. However, it was also filled with a myriad of phenomena. The North Ocean clone looked afar and observed for a while. Then, he asked softly, "Divine Mother, are you still unable to confirm whether the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord still exists in this world?" The world formed by the sword chi was the incongruence Divine Mother's manifestation. At this moment, a voice resounded by Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's ears. The syllables were strange and profound. However, Yang Zhaoge could understand the meaning within. Chaos erupted. At that time, a jade door appeared in the heavenly court, suppressing the heavens. We were affected as well. Just as we were about to retaliate, the suppressive force suddenly weakened. Without a doubt, the chaos in the past originated from the heavenly court's divine palace. I didn't personally experience it. The situation within the heavenly court's divine palace was told to me by the South Pole and North Star Taoists. The incongruence Divine Mother said, according to them, the jade door suddenly shook intensely. Silhouettes were faintly discernible within the door, and their identities couldn't be identified. Even the number of people inside couldn't be determined. Everything happened in an instant. After the jade door shook, the South Pole, North Star, and Earth Empress intended to enter the jade door to investigate. However, the Maitreya Buddha suddenly appeared and enveloped the heavenly court's divine palace with a palm. Yang Zhaoge listened quietly. The pitilessly horrifying palm descending from the skies surfaced within his mind again. As the scripture repository spirit, he didn't have the existence of the jade door within his memories. It should be because he was suppressed, and his thoughts weren't as active. As for the Pill Hall's hall spirit, he sensed the earliest signs of the incident before the jade door appeared because he was nearby. After that, because he was closer to the jade door, the Pill Hall managed to survive the future Buddha's attack. As expected, the heavenly court's divine palace perished due to internal strife. Thinking about how the jade door was blocked by the White Lotus when he was wreaking havoc in the immortal court, the immeasurable heavenly Lord was born before the great calamity. Perhaps, the future Buddha attacked the heavenly court in order to prevent the immeasurable heavenly Lord's birth. Unfortunately, despite being continuously interfered with, the immeasurable heavenly Lord still managed to descend into this world. After that, the battle against the future Buddha caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. The influence of the battle kept on expanding until it couldn't be suppressed anymore, and it engulfed the entire Great Thousand Worlds. More and more people were either actively or passively dragged into the flames of war, resulting in heavy casualties. The final outcome was the Great Calamity, which almost changed the entire world. Chapter 1538. The first battle between the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord erupted just like that. During the calamity, there were a few fellow Taoists who never showed themselves. The incongruence Divine Mother's voice seemed to have penetrated through the ages and reached the present. According to what the South Pole and North Star Taoists said, they were most likely within that jade door. However, the truth isn't something we know. The Western Queen Mother's West Kunlun jade pool was destroyed. The Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's East Green Flower World of Perpetual Joy was destroyed. The Zhen Yuanzi's 5 Mana Locale was destroyed. These Taoism bigwigs never showed themselves during the Great Calamity, and no one had heard of them after that. The jade door originated from the heavenly court's divine palace. Naturally, it was the handiwork of the bigwigs within the heavenly court's divine palace. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to conceal itself from so many people. However, the situation back then was bizarre, and it was still confusing. If we can locate the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's whereabouts, or find some clues that might exist, we might be able to understand what happened back then. Yang Zhaoge muttered to himself. Regarding the humanly essence stone's fragment, the possibility of obtaining it was too low. In the past, Yin Tianxia obtained the heavenly essence stone's fragment during the battle between the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. At that time, the immortal court received news of it. However, they couldn't spare any experts to fight against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They could only secretly search for the heavenly essence stone's fragment and bring it back to the immortal court. In the end, they were robbed by Yin Tianxia and his men. Now, the fight for the humanly essence stone's fragment had become the focal point of the battle. The renewed war was precisely because of this. The immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha might enter the fray at any time. Under such circumstances, even the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha might not be able to benefit from it. The incongruence Divine Mother came here mainly to investigate the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's personal information and clues. If the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord wasn't the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and didn't perish within the Jade Door, his current situation would be worth paying attention to. Back then, when the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was about to ascend to the Tao realm, he probably hoped that he could forcefully illuminate the many experts of our Tao sect to aid him in his ascension to the Tao realm. The Jade Gate suppressing the heavens was for this reason. Yang Zhaoge exhaled slowly. When the Maitreya Buddha attained the Tao, he only used a portion of the humanly essence stone fragments. Meanwhile, when the immeasurable Heavenly Lord attained the Tao, other than the humanly essence stone fragments, he also used the heavenly essence stone. The shaking of the intersecting figures in the Jade Door might be the other mighty figures of the Taoism trying to stop the immeasurable Heavenly Lord from enlightening his fellow Taoists. Just as the two sides were locked in battle, the future Buddha arrived. The curtains to the Great Tribulation had officially begun. Later on, when the Heavenly Court's divine palace was destroyed, the majority of the three clear lineage suffered a calamity. Many of the rogue cultivators were either killed or dispersed. The universe was shattered, and the martial arts civilization of the human world, which had already reached a flourishing age, came to an abrupt end. Countless commoners lost their lives without even realizing it. If it were in the present, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, the immortal court, and the blessed lands of the White Lotus might have to preserve their population and keep their incense. However, to the immeasurable Heavenly Lord who had just been born with an unstable foundation, this was the cornerstone of his foundation. As for the future Buddha, he wouldn't allow the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to gain a stable footing. As such, the human world under Taoism's rule didn't turn into hell. Instead, it simply vanished. Under the Buddha light's envelopment, the Buddhists' territory became a joyful and peaceful blessed lands. The calamity was averted, and the future Buddha's great merit of saving the world and saving the suffering. First, there was internal strife. Then, there was the Buddha's calamity. The orthodox Taoism had fallen to the bottom of the abyss. Even now, they were still slowly recovering their vitality. Despite being heretics, a bunch of spineless cowards joined them, said the incongruence Divine Mother calmly. Although the population and incense were sparse in the beginning, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord still managed to win over the main smallpox Emerald Cloud Origin Monarch, Yu Hualong, Treasure Confinement Heavenly Monarch, Cao Bao, and other experts that belonged to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace or Orthodox Taoism. The Western Pure Lands had long been in cahoots with the heretics. Otherwise, the heretics wouldn't have been able to survive the initial stage. Yang Zhaoge sneered. After all, the Immortal Court's disadvantage was too obvious when they were first established. In fact, they were in a situation even earlier than when they suffered heavy losses. To put it bluntly, the Immortal Court didn't rely solely on themselves to survive. They either had helpers, or the enemy had internal issues. Thinking about it, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord might have been born under the Western Pure Lands instigation. The incongruence Divine Mother's voice was cold. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. It's possible. Let's see if we can locate Daoist Brother Eastern Extreme's whereabouts. The incongruence Divine Mother's voice became gloomy. Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone also looked far away and regained his silence. Within the boundless void, Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Yang Di, Gao Qingxian, and the others brought along the immortal trapping sword and returned to the awakened sky cosmos. Along the way, everyone remained silent after hearing Yang Zhaoge's narration. "There's another possibility regarding the scene within the Jade Door," said Yang Di with a deep voice. After a moment of silence, Yang Zhaoge nodded and said, "The other possibility is that the Jade Door's construction wasn't done by a single person. Only, in order to obtain the final result, an internal conflict broke out among the group. This possibility is relatively low. After all, internal strife would only result in everyone's efforts being in vain before they even succeeded." Yang Di said slowly, "The few suspects are all Taoism's pinnacle bigwigs. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't commit such a mistake. However, a person's heart is unpredictable, it's hard to say now. Perhaps, only the people within the Jade Door are aware of the truth." After letting out a sigh, Yang Zhaoge's gaze turned calm. "However, this doesn't affect our path." Beside him, Feng Yunsheng smiled. Yang Di and Jiao Qingxian also revealed a faint smile. Their gazes were calm and resolute. "No matter what, if the battle between the two heretics intensifies, it's naturally a good thing for us. The more intense the battle, the better. The longer they fight, the better." Yang Zhaoge laughed lightly. While the pill hall was great, and the awakened sky cosmos was hidden, if Tao realm bigwigs were to focus on searching for them, even if Yang Zhaoge and the others remained hidden, they would still face immense pressure. The awakened sky cosmos could only last for a long time if their enemies held each other back. This was why Yang Zhaoge had been plotting against them. Only by plotting against them would they be safe. Now that the outcome was better than expected, Yang Zhaoge and the others could finally let out a sigh of relief. While Yang Zhaoge let out a sigh of relief, the others weren't. When Wang Guan brought the percussion Heavenly Lord back to the Immortal Court's Heavenly Palace, the person welcoming them frowned. "How did it end up like this?" "They brought the Yi golden cudgel." Wang Guan yawned. "The immortal trapping sword has fallen into the hands of those heretics." He raised 2 fingers. "The heretics already have 2 of them." Chapter 1539. A golden-eyed camel laid within the hall. A daoist dressed in red robes sat atop the camel. His face was indigo, his hair resembled cinnabar, and he had a single eye on his forehead. This daoist welcomed the Great Dream Heavenly Lord, Wang Guan, and the Percussion Heavenly Lord into the hall. Seeing that the Percussion Heavenly Lord was heavily injured, he got down from the golden-eyed camel and ordered it to carry the Percussion Heavenly Lord to the side to recuperate. "Your previous worries weren't without reason," the daoist said to Wang Guan. "As expected, the heretics have their eyes on the immortal exterminating 4 swords." Wang Guan was dispirited. "Although the 2 swords are vicious, it's still acceptable. However, if they manage to get their hands on the immortal exterminating 4 swords, it'll be hard to deal with them. They have the complete immortal exterminating formation diagram." The 3-eyed daoist said, "The immeasurable Heavenly Lord has issued a decree. The matter regarding the immortal exterminating 4 swords has been resolved." "Oh!" Wang Guan's face was filled with astonishment. The daoist said, "Now that we have concrete clues regarding the eastern extremity Qinghua Emperor's whereabouts, we can't afford to be careless. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord has ordered us to keep a close eye on it." "Just keep a close eye on it." Wang Guan regained his lazy appearance. "We'll talk about it if anything happens. I've already done my best during this trip. What I have to do next is to recuperate and sleep more." The daoist looked at Wang Guan and shook his head slightly. However, he didn't say anything else and only said, "Do as you please. If I call for you in the future, just don't forget to come." At the same time, within the blessed lands of the White Lotus, a white lotus descended from the skies. It passed through countless Buddhist lands without stopping, heading towards the center of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. On the lotus seat, a long-haired young man dressed in a kasaya sat cross-legged. A long sword was placed horizontally on his knees. He was the new sword Buddha, the sword son of the 6 paths, Chu Su. Chu Su's expression was calm and emotionless. He entered a Buddhist land and arrived in front of a mountain of treasures before descending. At the mountain entrance, a golden-bodied Buddha was similarly seated on a white lotus. Upon seeing Chu Su's return, he said, The Buddha has learned of the treasured sword Buddha's death. 4 heretics, although their foundation was the treasured light of faith and Buddha light, experts who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm were still relatively freer. Otherwise, with the sword Buddha's strength and cultivation base, he was one of the top Buddhas in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. He wasn't someone that could be compared to others. After disappearing for over 2,000 years, how could the future Buddha not look for him? If the sword Buddha did not have an opponent of similar strength, he would need more than one grand overarching heavenly immortal of the immortal court to deal with him. His disappearance in the past was a huge loss to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It would not be easy for him to sneak away and hide. However, the sword Buddha had been sealed by the immortal trapping sword and jade cauldron's cadaver. He was in a state where he was neither dead nor alive. It would be difficult for the future Buddha to find him. However, the key to the sword Buddha's ascension to the grand heavenly realm was still the Buddhist light imbued with the power of faith. The future Buddha immediately sensed his death. Chu-Su nodded. My master has passed away. I wish to seek revenge on my enemy, so I've come to seek Buddha's guidance. The golden-bodied Buddha answered, the Buddha has said that the time has yet to come. We still have to wait for those heretics to search for the next treasured sword. They might be searching for the immortal trapping sword using the ancient immortal slaughtering sword as a guide. However, I'm still unable to see through the secret technique used, said Chu-Su. The golden-bodied Buddha chanted softly, the Buddha has deduced that this technique cannot be used for long. There will be a gap of time. Chu-Su shut his eyes. After a while, he opened them again. I will pay attention. Now that things have progressed to this point, it's not just the treasured sword Buddha Lord's death. It also involves the heretics' growing influence. The golden-bodied Buddha said, we will pay attention. Thank you, lotus platform spreading Buddha. Chu-Su placed his palms together. What's the current situation with the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor? The lotus platform spreading Buddha answered, there are unquestionable clues that can lead us to the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. However, it's still unknown whether he's dead or alive. He lowered his head and said, according to the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, the humanly essence stone fragment in his possession was taken away by the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor on the eve of the Great Calamity. If nothing unexpected happens, it should still be with the Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor. I'll return to the Buddha Nation to sharpen my sword. Just let me know if there's anything. Chu-Su nodded and left after bidding farewell to the lotus platform spreading Buddha. Ever since the new devil of aged metals incarnation was reborn, and the earth devil and water devil's resurrection was temporarily cut off, the 9 underworlds devils no longer bothered them and returned to the 9 underworlds. In the process, they were besieged by various forces and suffered heavy losses. Even the primordial heart devil and the shadow devil suffered heavy injuries. However, they were already satisfied with the fact that they managed to return to the 9 underworlds. Currently, in the abyss of the 9 underworlds, within the primordial heart devil's abode, the leader of the Devil Dao's grand heavenly realm who looked like an old man was lying comfortably on a boulder, as if he was taking a nap. Suddenly, the shadow of the boulder beneath the old man shook slightly. How's the aged metal? The old man asked without opening his eyes. The shadow devil's voice resounded from the shadow, it's better than expected. That's good. Here's the most important one. The old man sighed and said, it's a pity that we still have to wait for the water and earth devils. Still, it's not a waste for the aged metal to be completed. Let's wait patiently. The shadow devil asked, the 3 clear lineage has already found 2 of the immortal exterminating 4 swords. The primordial heart devil opened his eyes and smiled, yeah. Other than the immortal slaughtering sword, the immortal trapping sword is also in their hands. If that's the case, the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal ending sword are next. Said the shadow. It's none of our business. The primordial heart devil said, no matter what happens next, it's all up to the vast freedom heavenly devil. The shadow devil said, I just feel that it's a pity. The risk isn't small either. The primordial heart devil said calmly, let it go, let it go. Only with sacrifice can there be gains. That's right. The shadow's voice turned gloomy and finally disappeared. The old man looked at the bright and sunny world in front of him. He closed his eyes again and continued sleeping on the boulder. Meanwhile, in the vast world outside of the 9 underworlds, within the void's boundless outskirts, the immortal court, the western Pure Lands, the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and the demon race's war intensified. For Yang Zhaoge and the others, this was another precious opportunity for them to develop themselves. After successfully obtaining the immortal trapping sword, Yang Zhaoge had to wait for 49 years before continuing his search for the immortal exterminating sword or the immortal ending sword. Not to mention immortal realm experts, even for martial saints with higher cultivation realms, 49 years, or rather, 50 years, was a very short period of time. It would pass in the blink of an eye. A single seclusion might not even last for such a long period of time. However, for the mundane world's mortals, this was more than half of their lifetime. The population's reproduction would take at least 2 generations, or even more. Chapter 1540. A tall peak stood amidst the vast plains. Radiance illuminated the peak, illuminating day and night, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to be as bright as day. In the distant horizon, a figure suddenly flickered. As she neared, her appearance was revealed. It was a white-clothed woman, her eyes gentle and intelligent with a hint of craftiness hidden within. Her features were elegant beyond compare, resembling the beauty of the heavens and earth. As the white-clothed woman neared that radiant peak, a voice resounded from the peak, "Junior Apprentice Sister Meng." A path of radiance extended from the peak, seemingly condensing into a tangible form. The white-clothed woman stepped onto that path of radiance before the radiance retracted, bringing her along to the peak of the mountain. After passing through the protective restrictions of the Guardian Grand Formation, the radiance before her instead dissipated. What appeared before her was a majestic cluster of buildings. Figures moved about amidst the buildings, looking like they were surging upwards, yet not losing their steadiness. Seeing the white-clothed woman, everyone bowed and greeted her in an orderly manner. The woman was not unfamiliar with this place as she smiled and nodded in greeting. There were naturally people who received her respectfully, leading her into the great hall at the peak of the mountain. Within the great hall, a white-clothed man smiled, "We are about to leave together. We have not prepared a grand welcome for you." The woman similarly smiled, "Of course. No need to stand on ceremony with me, Senior Apprentice Brother Tang." The Senior Apprentice Brother Tang she spoke of was an indisputably imposing man with handsome features. It was just that his aura was a little hard to fathom. He looked like a deep abyss, as majestic as the high mountains and the great earth, yet also as sharp as an unsheathed sword. Looking at his appearance, it was hard to judge his age as well. While he seemed to be a steady and honest middle-aged man in his 40s, he also seemed to be in his early 20s, sharp and valiant. Still, if martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world of the past saw this man's features, they would undoubtedly be able to recognize him. Tang Yonghao. He had once been the most outstanding genius of the Sacred Sun Clan's younger generation of the 8 extremities world. Afterwards, having come to the world beyond worlds, he had obtained the Phoenix Bone by chance and finally been accepted by the southeastern exalt Cao Jie of the world beyond worlds, becoming his final disciple. As time passed, several decades had already passed since then. The white-clothed woman before him was naturally Meng Wn, who had once been a disciple of the Sacred Sun Clan of the 8 extremities world. Meng Wan was the second daughter of the world beyond worlds Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai. They had been separated at a young age, only reuniting with each other in the world beyond worlds afterwards. However, although the father and daughter recognized each other, she did not change her surname to Fu and still used Meng Wan as her name. Fu Yunkai did not mind this and still doted on her. Now, everyone knew that they were father and daughter. Therefore, Tang Yonghao still called her junior sister Meng. "If you don't need to rest, let's go to Golden Court Mountain now," said Tang Yonghao. "Of course, I'll leave immediately," Meng Wn answered. "If not for waiting for me to go with you, Senior Brother Tang, you would have gone to Golden Court Mountain long ago. It is a joyous occasion for your master to open the door of immortality." Tang Yonghao nodded. Yes. In the past, Yang Zhaoge had reversed the situation and moved more than half of the world beyond worlds into the Pill Hall, escaping from the Tao universe. At that time, the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, Southeastern Young Heaven Territory, Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory, Southern Blazing Heaven Territory and Southwestern Vermilion Heaven Territory of the Tao Universe's World Beyond Worlds, along with a portion of the Central Jun Heaven Territory, had left the World Beyond Worlds. 20 years later, the roving Jade Heavens entered the Pill Hall as well. Yang Zhaoge ascended to the immortal realm and repeated the feat of establishing a world. He transformed the Pill Hall into the awakened sky cosmos and transformed the territories that separated from the world beyond worlds into a brand new sky beyond skies. Since then, the three clear lineage successors had announced the end of an old era and the beginning of a new era. The brand new Beyond Avalon was divided into 5 wondrous lands. Part of the world beyond worlds Central Jun Heaven Territory and the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory formed the Central Middle Earth. The core of the sky beyond skies, the broad Creed mountain range, was located there. From the south to the north, it almost ran through the entire Middle Earth. The Southeastern Young Heaven Territory of the world beyond worlds had been transformed into the East Heaven beyond skies. The Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory became the Northern Continent, the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory became the Southern Continent, and the Southwestern Vermilion Heaven Territory became the Western Continent. Ever since then, the Heavens Beyond Territory had stabilized and developed to this day. The 8 Extremities World, the Vast Ocean World, the Floating Gate World, and the thousands of lower realms were still connected to the sky beyond skies 5 lands by the wounds of the sky. Outside of the awakened sky cosmos, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were constantly fighting against each other. The demon race and the Western Pure Lands were competing against each other, and the 9 underworlds were fighting for the Great Devil's revival. However, the awakened sky cosmos was peaceful and stable. Ever since Yang Zhaoge and the others returned from searching for the immortal trapping sword, they had been living in seclusion. The awakened sky cosmos became even more peaceful. Time flowed by, and now, 49 years had passed. The peak that Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan were currently at was located within the Sky Beyond Skies East region. This place was known as the World Illuminating Peak. This was the Sacred Sun sect that had just reopened. Other than a few people and the same martial arts inheritance, there wasn't much of a relationship between the Sacred Sun sect and the Sacred Sun sect. In the past, the 8 Extremities World's Sacred Sun sect had already declined. The stubborn members that fought against the broad Creed Mountain to the end had all perished. The remaining members had either joined other sects within the 8 Extremities World or concealed their identities. When Tang Yonghao reopened his sect, there weren't many people of the same sect left. For example, Meng Wan's Sacred Sun sect's master, Chen Minjing, remained in the Turbid Wave Pavilion and never returned. Her situation wasn't rare. Their former opponent, the broad Creed Mountain, had already become an unreachable colossus. Naturally, many people no longer had any thoughts of reviving their sect. However, Tang Yonghao wasn't affected. He rebuilt the Sacred Sun sect from scratch. From the 8 Extremities World until the world beyond worlds separated and the sky beyond skies opened, he brought the Sacred Sun sect all the way to the sky beyond skies and established a foothold there. Today, the Sacred Sun sect had already become a famous rising force within the sky beyond skies East region. Of course, the Golden Court Mountain played a part in this. Tang Yonghao was grateful for his master, Cao Jie, and the Golden Court Mountain's benevolence. In his heart, he had already regarded himself as the Golden Court Mountain's successor. Now that the Sacred Sun sect had established a foothold in the sky beyond skies, Tang Yonghao had also groomed a new leader for it. He could let go of the sect without any worries. The Sacred Sun sect's relationship with the Golden Court Mountain was naturally not so easily severed. In many people's eyes, the Sacred Sun sect was also a subsidiary of the Golden Court Mountain, or even Tang Yonghao's personal Tao arena. However, even if Tang Yonghao returned to the Golden Court Mountain to cultivate in seclusion, the Sacred Sun sect could still maintain itself and develop itself. Tang Yonghao was naturally grateful for his master, Cao Jie's care. Hearing Meng Wan congratulating him, he sighed emotionally and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Meng is too polite. My master has successfully taken this step. I'm naturally very happy." Not to mention the East region, even in the entire sky beyond skies, This is one of the few grand events in recent years. Remember the mobile version of the website, M. Chapter 1541. Ever since the Green Sky Mountains Grave Thunder Palace's Palace Lord Liu and the Bright Connection Valley's Madam Yang, your master is the third human exalt to push open the immortal door. Meng Wan smiled. Ever since the aged gold, earth, and water devil's chaos, Yang Zhaoge wreaked havoc in the immortal court, and the immortal slaughtering and immortal trapping swords returned to the three clear lineage, while the awakened sky cosmos never lost contact with the outside world. It had entered a rather stable stage of development. In the past 50 years, the sky beyond skies had its fair share of ups and downs, joys and sorrows. Of course, the most attention-grabbing was the emergence of top-notch experts. Especially the experts who had ascended to the immortal realm and pushed open the immortal door. The first one to take this step was the world beyond worlds northeastern exalt, the Green Sky Mountains Grave Thunder Palace's Palace Lord, Liu Zhanggu. Currently, the Green Sky Mountains Grave Thunder Palace was also a top-notch force in the North Continent. Palace Lord Liu Zhanggu was the oldest exalt martial saint in the world beyond worlds. In terms of age, only the Earth exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, was older than him among the world beyond worlds 10 exalts. In terms of age, Liu Zhanggu was already nearing the end of his lifespan. After all, a martial saint with a lifespan like Wang Zhengcheng was a rare exception. Especially since the Grave Thunder Palace's lineage's martial arts were ferocious and violent. On the other hand, it was easy to break. Liu Zhanggu's natural lifespan was actually slightly shorter than ordinary exalt martial saints. Only, Liu Zhanggu's old age made him more experienced. He was always domineering and energetic, which made others forget about his age. However, this old man was nearing the end of his lifespan. It was an undeniable fact. If he couldn't break through, then the day he died of old age was not far away. It would be within the next 100 years. Compared to an immortal realm expert, a martial saint or even an exalt martial saint's lifespan seemed frail. Most of the time, not only was there a difference in strength, but there was also a huge difference in lifespan. However, after leaving the world beyond worlds, Liu Zhanggu had been cultivating quietly. The Green Sky Mountains Grave Thunder Palace, remote Cloud Mountains Clear Light Locale, and Bright Connection Valley were all descendants of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's lineage. With Yang Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing's help, they were able to communicate with each other. After leaving the Tao universe and entering the awakened sky cosmos, the safety and secrecy of the sky beyond heaven had increased. Not only that, but the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had also established some connections with the sky beyond heaven. Although the opportunities were limited, a few words of advice from the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was already extremely valuable to a martial sage. Thus, the bottleneck that Liu Zhanggu had been stuck in for many years finally loosened. This veteran exalted martial saint had happily taken the final step, pushed open the immortal door, and ascended to the leakless true immortal realm. On the other hand, Yang Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had also successfully ascended to the immortal realm in recent years. Compared to Liu Zhanggu, Xue Chuqing was naturally much younger. Her talent in the martial Tao had been top-notch in the first place. Roaming the Eight Extremities world that year, she and Yang Di had both won and lost, just that she was slightly inferior to him. Still, she had surpassed Fang Zhen and the others. While the true intent of Yang Di's creation saber had yet to manifest at that time, Xue Chuqing's great talent in the martial Tao could already be seen. However, she had a wide range of hobbies, and most of her energy was divided between array techniques and other miscellaneous knowledge. In her previous life, 9.5 out of 10 years, she would be wandering from place to place, hiding from place to place, and living a life of concealment. The resources she had were also relatively scarce. As such, Xue Chuqing's martial arts cultivation was actually delayed by objective conditions, which had buried her talent to a large extent. In fact, it might even affect her ultimate achievements. Even so, after the environment had stabilized, and resources were abundant once again, Xue Chuqing focused on martial arts cultivation, and immediately shone with astonishing brilliance. Back when the roving Jade Heavens had entered the Pill Hall, when the awakened sky cosmos had just been established, and when the sky beyond heavens was stabilized, Xue Chuqing had already attained the human exalt realm in merely 20 years after leaving the world beyond worlds. After years of accumulation, she had finally passed the immortal mortal tribulation and attained the leakless true immortal body. Previously, when Liu Zhenggu and Xue Chuqing pushed open the immortal door, it was a grand event in the sky beyond skies. Now that Golden Court Mountain's Cao Jie had also successfully taken this step, naturally, everyone would congratulate him. Speaking of which, my master could successfully take this step, just like Grave Thunder Palace's Palace Lord Liu, he had also benefited from the environment of the sky beyond skies, said Tang Yonghao softly as he looked at Meng Wan. Meng Wan's expression remained unchanged, and she nodded. I've heard my father mentioning it before. Tang Yonghao understood. Meng Wan's father was a true immortal of the Grand Clear lineage, the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai. All these years, ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff lineage, Broad Creed Mountain's Yang Zhaoge, and Golden Court Mountain's Cao Jie, who was also of the Grand Clear lineage, had frequently interacted with each other. Between the three lineages, they had deep exchanges regarding the discovery and recovery of the Grand Clear lineage's supreme martial arts. As for Fu Yunkai himself, due to being schemed against by the immortal court heretics, he was also attacked by the world beyond worlds concealed sovereign, Yang Ce, or the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. As a result, he had suffered a tribulation. Currently, the battle between the Black and White Brocade Emperors had already been decided. However, if Fu Yunkai wanted to return to the right track and continue advancing, he still had to plan. With Yang Zhaoge's help in this aspect, the situation was getting better and better. Meng Wan roughly understood the situation. At the same time, she knew that Golden Court Mountain's lineage had also benefited from it. Cao Jie and Golden Court Mountain's lineage's foundation originated from the Purple Tenuity Emperor's Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art and Three Enclosures Emperor Sword. It was a sword Dao derived from one of the Grand Clear later Heaven 5 Ultimates, the Great Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art. As a sword art, it was outstanding, and could almost challenge the numinous Treasure Four Swords. It was just that Golden Court Mountain's Three Enclosures Emperor Sword was incomplete. With Yang Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi's help, Golden Court Mountain had been trying to restore the Three Enclosures Emperor Sword all these years while simultaneously reversing the Great Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art. While the Great Heavenly Circuit Righteous Art was not stronger than the Three Enclosures Emperor Sword, it was a reference that would undoubtedly be beneficial to Cao Jie's cultivation. It was precisely through this process that Cao Jie had benefited from, helping him to successfully break through his bottleneck like Liu Zhenggu, safely passing the immortal mortal tribulation. Meng Wan's mind was sharp and intelligent as she already understood Tang Yonghao's meaning. Wutong Slope has not been doing anything special. Back in the world beyond worlds that year, the southern exalt Zhuangshun had died to Yang Di's saber and Broad Creed Mountain had conquered the southern Blazing Heaven territory after establishing their lineage in the world beyond worlds. The original ruler of the south, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wutong Slope, had been forced to move far away. Wutong Slope had originally intended to move to the western Turtle Heaven territory. Still, they had not left the south in the end. Under the leadership of their new chief, Maro Yuansheng, Wutong Slope had lowered their heads towards Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain had not been ruthlessly exterminated. Regardless of what the other party was planning, they had always kept a low profile in the following years. The world beyond worlds had been separated, and the entire southern Blazing Heaven territory had been moved into the Pill Hall by Yang Zhaoge. Afterwards, it had become the Sky Beyond Skies South region. Wutong Slope's lineage had also taken root here. Maro Yuansheng had kept a low profile and was pragmatic. Under his painstaking efforts, the current Wutong Slope had shockingly shown signs of revival. Chapter 1542. In the world beyond worlds that year, the master of Wutong Slope's lineage, Zhuangshun and Maro Yuansheng had actually intended for Maro Yuansheng to inherit their lineage's legacy. Still, he had perished unexpectedly afterwards, with the position of chief of Wutong Slope ultimately falling into Zhuangshun's hands. After that, Zhuangshun caught up from behind. His strength grew stronger and stronger, and his fame grew greater and greater. The people of the world gradually forgot about what had happened back then. When Zhuangshun became a martial saint, his personal reputation also reached its peak. Maro Yuansheng, who had once been the most outstanding of his generation in his youth, completely became Zhuangshen's background. It was not just in the world beyond worlds. In the southern Blazing Heaven territory and even within Wutong Slope's lineage, Maro Yuansheng kept an increasingly low profile in the following days. Even if Zhuangshen did not specifically suppress him, he would still keep a distance from him. It was only after Yang Zhaoge had caused Wutong Slope's lineage to suffer grievous casualties and suffer a great blow to their vitality that Maro Yuansheng had emerged once more, aiding Zhuangshun in reviving Wutong Slope. After Zhuangshun had challenged Broad Creed Mountain and died beneath Yang Di's saber, Maro Yuansheng had succeeded Wutong Slope. With the battle between the Black and White Brocade Emperors having come to an end, the first thing Maro Yuansheng did was to head to ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff to apologize to the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, also inviting Meng Wn back to Wutong Slope as a guest, expressing her sincere apologies with utmost respect. Although Fu Yunkai was furious that Zhuangshun had used Meng Wn to disturb his state of mind, since Zhuangshun himself was already dead, with Fu Yunqi's bearing, it was beneath him to make things difficult for the others of Wutong Slope. Meng Wn similarly did not make things difficult for Maro Yuansheng and Wutong Slope. She returned to the south to sweep the grave of her birth mother, who was also a former disciple of Wutong Slope, Liu Xianting. Afterwards, when they had left the world beyond worlds and entered the sky beyond skies, Meng Wn had frequently visited Wutong Slope as well. However, even then, Maro Yuansheng and Wutong Slope still didn't dare act in the slightest. Even when Maro Yuansheng had successfully broken through from the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm to the Human Exalt realm more than 10 years ago, he had still kept a low profile. However, the brilliance that had been buried under Zhuangshen's wings in the past had already caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. Under Maro Yuansheng's leadership, Wutong Slope was not anxious or impatient. He carefully taught his disciples and gradually recovered their vitality. Presently, the Wutong Slope had risen once again in the southern continent, becoming a formidable existence that no one in the southern continent could ignore. Mr. Maro is very clear-headed. I believe he won't do anything irrational, Meng Wn said as she left the world-illuminating peak with Tang Yonghao and set out for Golden Court Mountain. All of us know that if Broad Creed Mountain really wanted to hold a grudge, Wutong Slope would have long since ceased to exist. How would there be a day when they would rise again? Meng Wn sighed emotionally, yet, while Wutong Slope has revived, compared to the current Broad Creed Mountain, it is no different from the light of a firefly contending for glory with the sun and moon. How can they possibly win? It's just that Wutong Slope has a lot of old people. We have to be more vigilant to prevent people from being blinded for a moment. She looked at Tang Yonghao. From this aspect, the Sacred Sun clan has started all over again, its disciples not having any concept of what happened back then. The situation is clearly much better. Tang Yonghao said, if Broad Creed Mountain wholeheartedly wants to suppress them, it would be even more impossible for the Sacred Sun clan to be rebuilt. After a moment of silence, he said, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Most of the time, it's not hatred that tempts people to take risks, but their own desires and ambitions. Meng Wan said, it's not a bad thing to be ambitious, or even have desires and ambitions. Still, we must not lose the big picture for the small. Now that our orthodox Taoism has hope of reviving, with a flourishing atmosphere, we should be united as one. The white-clothed woman said slowly, a snake cannot be without a head. Broad Creed Mountain is strong, and has already established its position as the dragon head of the sky beyond skies. The stronger they are, the stronger the sky beyond skies will be, and the stronger our Taoism will be, and the faster our revival will be. For everyone of the same Taoism, it will be beneficial as a whole. Tang Yonghao gazed into the distance, that's right. My master, Palace Lord Liu, and even Wutong Slope's Chief Maro are all the same. If Taoism as a whole collapses, we will all be affected. For example, those who are still in the world beyond worlds have all met with a great tribulation. While Master did not explicitly state who the enemy is, that tragic situation is enough to alert everyone in the sky beyond skies. At this point, Tang Yonghao sighed, in the 8 Extremities world that year, with the threat of the 9 underworlds and the invasion of the Flame Devils, I did not understand why junior apprentice brother Huang and the others would still be so stubborn as to start a great war with Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City and the other sects, inciting internal strife in the Eight Extremities world, causing pain to those close to them and joy to those close to them. Only afterwards did I know that they had long known of the existence of the world beyond worlds, and had also established their relationship with the Radiant Light sect. When things really got out of hand in the Eight Extremities world, they could invite the Radiant Light sect to descend and quell the chaos. In such a situation where they had nothing to fear, their first priority would naturally be to eliminate Broad Creed Mountain and the other sects, establishing the position of our Sacred Sun clan as the sole hegemon. Tang Yonghao shook his head. Junior apprentice brother Huang laughed at me for not understanding that year, but I did afterwards. However, isn't the current situation similar to back then? I still can't see any hope suddenly descending from the heavens, allowing us to have nothing to worry about. In that case, regarding the current situation of our Taoism, we can only unite as one. After quietly listening to Tang Yonghao's words, Meng Wn smiled slightly. In the Eight Extremities world that year, it was like looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Who would have thought that there was such a vast world outside? That's right. Tang Yonghao smiled as well. Meng Wn glanced behind her, the world-illuminating peak having long since disappeared. While the Sacred Sun clan has been rebuilt, you and I are already no longer disciples of the Sacred Sun clan. There are also few who still remember the rise and fall of the Sacred Sun clan that year. She currently belonged to ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, while Tang Yonghao was of Golden Court Mountain's direct lineage. My master is fine, and senior apprentice Sister Feng is also at Broad Creed Mountain. While I was defeated in a battle with senior apprentice Sister Feng that year to decide the ownership of the Extreme Yin Crown, I had no qualms about risking my life. Meng Wn said softly, I am not willing to be enemies with Broad Creed Mountain, but is it because I truly feel this way, or is it an excuse for fear of Broad Creed Mountain's current might? Tang Yonghao smiled. In the Eight Extremities world that year, when Broad Creed Mountain did not possess such might, weren't you similarly unwilling to be enemies with them? That's right. To the Sacred Sun clan, I was already an unfilial disciple then, Meng Wn sighed. Tang Yonghao said calmly, there are some things that I must do even if I am incapable of doing them. Even if thou wilt not, I will still do it. There are some things that I will not do even if I can. Meng Wn smiled. While we are no longer in the Eight Extremities world, and while it has been so many years, senior apprentice brother Tang is still the same as before. Just this much. Tang Yonghao smiled as well. As the two conversed, they headed towards Golden Court Mountain. While the East Heaven beyond heaven was vast, the world-illuminating peak was not far from Golden Court Mountain. With Meng Wan and Tang Yonghao's current cultivation bases, they arrived very quickly. This place was indeed very lively. People came and went, all of them here to congratulate Cao Jie. When Tang Yonghao and Meng Wn had just arrived, they shockingly saw that the chief of Wutong Slope, Maro Yuansheng, was already there. In the world beyond worlds that year, Wutong Slope and Golden Court Mountain had been on bad terms, often clashing with each other. Now, however, such conflicts could no longer be seen in the sky beyond heavens. Meng Wan and Maro Yuansheng exchanged glances and smiled. As a descendant of Golden Court Mountain and Cao Jie's final disciple, Tang Yonghao naturally had the responsibility of greeting guests and sending them off. In just a short while, new guests arrived, causing a commotion in the surroundings. Broad Creed Mountain had come to congratulate them. Chapter 1543. Gazing into the distance, Meng Wn saw a group of people dressed in the traditional attire of Broad Creed Mountain, escorted by Golden Court Mountain martial practitioners as they ascended the peak of Golden Court Mountain. The person in the lead was a tall middle-aged man. His eyes were filled with determination and his expression was heroic. Meng Wan was actually very familiar with this middle-aged man. It was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Xu Fei. Back when he had returned with the immortal trapping sword, Broad Creed Mountain's previous chief Yang Di had passed his position to Xu Fei, who had been the first seat elder of Broad Creed Mountain's assignment hall. Afterwards, Yang Di had focused on his cultivation. At that time, it was also a grand occasion in the sky beyond skies. Meng Wan had even accompanied her father, the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunkai, to the Broad Creed Mountain to observe the ceremony. She had witnessed Xu Fei's title of Heavenly Rock being changed to Heaven Concealing Rock in accordance with the Broad Creed Mountain's tradition. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed. That year, Xu Fei had long since become the leading figure of Broad Creed Mountain's third-generation disciples, shouldering heavy responsibilities within the clan for a long time. However, to the people of the outside world, as compared to Yang Zhaoge and his father as well as the infamous Feng Yunsheng, Xu Fei did not stand out at all. Back then, the fact that he possessed the golden body of the great sage was not widely publicized. Still, after he had taken over Broad Creed Mountain, the sect had developed in an orderly fashion, Xu Fei's strength gradually manifesting bit by bit as time passed, his personal prestige also growing greater and greater. At this time, he was already a true hegemon of a region, his influence stemming from himself rather than his status as the new chief of Broad Creed Mountain. On the other hand, forces like Golden Court Mountain and Red Lotus Cliff, who had a high status and were closely related to Broad Creed Mountain, naturally knew more about the fierceness of Xu Fei's golden body of the great sage. On behalf of my master, I thank sect leader Xu for coming from afar. Welcome, Tang Yonghao greeted Xu Fei with a smile. Of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Feng Yunsheng possessed rather high cultivation bases. Coming to Golden Court Mountain would be akin to usurping the host. When those with lower cultivation came to congratulate him, they were slightly arrogant and rude. While Cao Jie had the appearance of a middle-aged man, he had been a famed figure in the world beyond worlds for many years. His actual age was actually much older than anyone of Broad Creed Mountain. While Xu Fei's seniority was rather low, as the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, he had personally congratulated them. No matter how one looked at it, he had given Golden Court Mountain sufficient face. Also, while his fame was growing by the day, he was still inferior to Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di at the end of the day. Also, he was much more low-key in his daily affairs compared to Yang Zhaoge and Yang Di. Therefore, the main focus of today's celebration would not deviate. The other person who was not so high profile and whose status was sufficient to not be rude was Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei's Grand Master, Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. In terms of seniority with Yang Di and Yang Zhaoge, or in terms of status within Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng held sufficient weight. Also, his age and cultivation base were both lower than Cao Jie's. However, Yuan Zhengfeng was in secluded cultivation, so it was not convenient for him to come to Golden Court Mountain to congratulate them. Senior brother Tang and fellow Taoists from Golden Court Mountain are too polite. It is us who have troubled you, Xu Fei answered with a smile. Beside him, the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners also returned the greetings of those of Golden Court Mountain. Tang Yonghao looked over and saw a few familiar faces in the crowd. One of them, a cultured and refined youth, cupped his hands towards him. I heard from Daoist Zhong of your sect that Daoist Tang is already close to the late immortal bridge stage, the 9th level of the martial saint realm. I would like to congratulate you first. I dare not say it at such a close distance. Thank you for your auspicious words, fellow Daoist Feng. Tang Yonghao smiled and returned the greeting. This youth was Feng Moyang, a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain who was of the same generation as Yang Zhaoge and Xu Fei. His status and reputation within Broad Creed Mountain far surpassed the impression outsiders had of him. While he was only a seeing divinity martial saint now, he was one of the few experts of Broad Creed Mountain in the art of alchemy and the cultivation of spirit herbs, being responsible for many matters. Because Cao Jie, the leader of Golden Court Mountain, was fond of alchemy, the entire sect was influenced by him as there were many who were proficient in this art. Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain often communicated in this regard. Therefore, Feng Moyang was very familiar with everyone in Golden Court Mountain and often visited them. As Feng Moyang's cultivation base was lower than Tang Yonghao's, he didn't appear overbearing when he talked about cultivation. Not mentioning Yang Zhaoge, when the Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan had competed against each other in the Eight Extremities world in the past, Tang Yonghao's opponent had been Xu Fei, who was right in front of him. Among the geniuses of the same age, the two had once been outstanding. However, later on, whether it was the Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun Clan, or Xu Fei and Tang Yonghao, their fates had all reached a turning point. It wasn't easy for Tang Yonghao either. While he had experienced great ups and downs, he had been concentrating on his cultivation while reviving the Sacred Sun Clan. Whether it was in terms of martial arts heritage or environment, Golden Court Mountain far surpassed the Sacred Sun Clan. As Cao Jie's last disciple, Tang Yonghao's treatment wouldn't be bad. However, being able to reach his current height, his outstanding talent and diligence would still be praised by others even in the world beyond worlds or the sky beyond skies. After all, when he had just arrived at the world beyond worlds and before he entered the Golden Court Mountain, he had been delayed for some time. Later on, in order to revive the Sacred Sun Clan, he had even returned to the Eight Extremities world, where the cultivation environment was relatively worse, and settled down for a period of time. Today, Tang Yonghao had already become a famous figure in the sky beyond skies and the East continent. Especially when compared to his age and current realm, he could still be considered as having a boundless future. However, compared to Xu Fei, he had obviously fallen behind. After obtaining the golden body of the great sage, although Xu Fei had concealed his golden body, his cultivation realm had started to become blurry. The powerful golden body of the great sage was constantly affecting Xu Fei's cultivation realm, either overtly or covertly, presenting an unclear state. At first glance, it seemed like he was still in the mortal realm, and didn't look like an expert of the immortal realm. However, not to mention Tang Yonghao and the other Golden Court Mountain disciples, even Cao Jie couldn't see through Xu Fei's current strength. As for the manifestation of the golden body of the great sage, there was no need to mention it. In the Broad Creed Mountain, Xikong Qing, Ying Longtu, and Xia Guang, who were known as the four heroes of the East Mountain together with Xu Fei, had already reached the 9th level of the martial saint realm. As the current leader of the sky beyond skies, the Broad Creed Mountain was undoubtedly better than the other sects in all aspects. According to the rumors that Tang Yonghao and the Golden Court Mountain had received, Ying Longtu and the other two had started to attack the human exalt realm after many years of accumulation. It was just that the results were unknown. Compared to Xu Fei, Xikong Qing and Ying Longtu were the latecomers to Tang Yonghao. Perhaps it was even more embarrassing. However, Tang Yonghao himself didn't care much about it. Everyone had their own fate. Even Tang Yonghao, if he hadn't obtained a piece of phoenix bone in the past and got involved in the conflict between the Golden Court Mountain and Wutong Slope, how could he have joined the Golden Court Mountain so easily? He just felt a little emotional. When I was in the 8th level world, I was like a frog in a well, hoping to transcend mortality and enter sainthood, to comfort the predecessors of the Sacred Sun sect, to carry on the past and open up the future, and to bring the martial arts of the Sacred Sun sect to greater heights. I really didn't expect to see the scene of ascending the immortal bridge. Chapter 1544. Xue Fei smiled at Tang Yonghao's emotional expression. At that time, I didn't even know about the world beyond worlds and the wider heavens and earth. Feng Moyang also showed a look of reminiscence. His current cultivation base was at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-seeing divinity stage. Amongst those of the same generation, he was inferior to Yang Zhaoge, Feng Yunxing, Xu Fei, and the others, and also inferior to Ying Longtu and the others. However, Feng Moyang had already surpassed his father. Feng Kai, the current Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world, no longer had a chief, instead merely existing as an ancestral hall, paying tribute to the ancestors of the past. The Broad Creed Mountain had already given up on ruling over the Eight Extremities world, leaving only a small number of people to take turns to clean up the ancestral court. Even the Heavenly Lake had been teleported to the sky beyond skies by the sect's experts. Broad Creed Mountain no longer occupied the lower world of the Eight Extremities world, allowing it to develop naturally. Even though Suo Mingjong had left the Fire Dragon world in the Astro Mountain's Starry Sea for many years, the Fei clan, who had occupied the Fire Dragon world and even renamed it the Lesser Taihua Celestial Realm, still treated his parents' graves kindly and even took care of them. Currently, in the Eight Extremities world, even if Broad Creed Mountain did not leave anyone behind to watch over it, no one would dare to offend the Broad Creed Ancestral Court. It was just that Broad Creed Mountain itself wanted to pay respect to its ancestors, which was why they had specially assigned people to watch over it. To the current broad Creed Mountain, their sights and horizons were naturally set on a higher plane. Feng Kai, who had previously stayed behind in the lower worlds as the Eight Extremities World's Broad Creed Mountains chief, naturally didn't have to stay there any longer. Instead, he headed to the sky beyond skies. No matter how the Eight Extremities world was modified and strengthened, it was still inferior to the abundance of spiritual qi in the sky beyond skies. Beyond Avalon was undoubtedly more suitable for martial artists to cultivate. Feng Kai was inferior to his son, but with Broad Creed Mountain's superior environment and abundant resources, he had also attained the third level of the martial saint realm. While it was still unknown whether he could break through to the seeing divinity stage and ascend from the lower worlds with his own strength, with Feng Kai's current cultivation base, he would undoubtedly possess an extremely terrifying ruling position in the Eight Extremities world of 100 years ago. After all, in the Eight Extremities world at that time, no one had even truly ascended to the world beyond worlds. If I hadn't seen the vast world outside and received the reciprocation from senior brother Yang and the others from the world beyond worlds, I and many others might not have been able to reach this height and see such magnificent scenery in our whole lives. Feng Moyang said with a smile. Compared to the world beyond worlds and the sky beyond skies, the Eight Extremities world, which had originally been a lower world, was undoubtedly barren in all aspects. Whether it was the richness of the world's spiritual qi or the amount of various material resources, the Eight Extremities world was inferior to the world beyond worlds and the sky beyond skies. Yang Zhaoge and the others had modified the environment of the Eight Extremities world afterwards, strengthening the environment of the Eight Extremities world greatly. At the same time, they had sent over many rare and precious treasures which had originally been rare or even extinct in the Eight Extremities world in large amounts. Furthermore, there were even more superior absolute art manuals. With this help, even those of Broad Creed Mountain who were cultivating in the Eight Extremities world would have their rate of improvement increase greatly. Within the limited time they had, they would be able to make sufficient progress, thus possessing greater possibilities. There was a widespread saying that if one did not become a grandmaster before the age of 30, one would have no hope of ever becoming a great grandmaster. Many conditions became more favorable, which gave more opportunities to others. Many years ago, other than some records left by Yang Di, Ying Longtu, and Yang Zhaoge which were too domineering for the later generations to surpass, many records in terms of the youngest martial arts realm had already been broken. Were the record breakers more outstanding than their predecessors? Not necessarily. Most of the time, it was because their conditions were better and the difficulty of improvement was lower. Martial saints, martial grandmasters, and martial scholars in the Eight Extremities world were not only more numerous than before, but their average age was also much lower than before. Other than the Broad Creed Mountain's martial art practitioners, Jade Sea City, Infinite Boundless Mountain, Turbid Wave Pavilion, and even the re-established Sacred Sun clan were all filled with prodigies. There was also more than one seeing divinity martial saint who had ascended to the sky beyond skies with their own strength. 100 years ago, this might have been something unimaginable. However, if Zhong Dongge, Zhong Shilo, Zhong Chao, Huang Guanglie, and other legendary figures in the history of the Eight Extremities world were still alive, with the current resources and conditions, they would undoubtedly reach a higher peak. Time, fate, and fate. Nothing could surpass this. Compared to our current cultivation realm and lifespans, we are all very young. However, it is still not the time for us to reminisce about our past and look back on our lives. Xue Fei said, neither too fast nor too slow. Isn't it precisely for such changes in the world that we are striving so hard for? While it is not this shoe's credit, being able to witness all of this and contribute to it as much as I can, it is also an honor for me. Hearing his words, Tang Yonghao was similarly filled with heroism. That's right. All these changes have yet to end. Instead, they are still in progress. It is not impossible for them to become even better. It is not impossible for them to return to the flourishing times before the great calamity. His words were not baseless. The current sky beyond skies was still in the stage of accumulating power. However, the accumulated power had already begun to show signs of it. In the past 50 years, the only ones who had pushed open the door to immortality were Liu Zhanggu, Xue Chuqing, and Cao Jie. However, if one were to look downwards, they would discover that there were already powerful forces in the martial saint realm ready to be unleashed. In Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhun had long since let go of their burdens and focused on cultivating. Their hidden potential had yet to be exhausted as it began to display its powerful potential. The two who had already stepped onto the immortal bridge had ascended to the human exalt realm over the past few years. While he was not of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage, he had a close relationship with Broad Creed Mountain. His rate of improvement was no slower than Sikong Qing's, as he was currently also a 9th-level martial saint. Other than Broad Creed Mountain, it was not just Wutong Slope's Maro Yuansheng who had ascended to the human exalt realm. Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff's Brocade Emperor's lineage had also ascended to the human exalt realm after He Shishing. The former Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Hanhua, who was now Long Hanhua, had returned from the roving Jade Heavens and returned to Golden Court Mountain, was already a human exalt. He had abandoned the profound heaven territory in the world beyond worlds and come to the sky beyond skies. While he had lost the Northern Exalt, the current Temple Lord of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant Lokal, the most outstanding talent in the past, Northern Heavenly Chi Xing Mo, had also been a 9th-level martial saint for many years. Right now, he was in seclusion to break through to the human exalt realm. Advancing from the 9th level of the martial saint realm to the human immortal exalt realm and overcoming the immortal mortal tribulation from the human exalt realm to ascend to the immortal realm were two huge obstacles that could cause one to be stuck for thousands of years at any time, exhausting one's potential and lifespan completely. Therefore, because of these two obstacles, especially the human immortal realm, many high-level martial saint experts had been accumulated in the sky beyond skies. It would be fine if one's potential was exhausted. However, for those who had yet to exhaust their potential, they would need to patiently accumulate and look for opportunities to break through. Once they passed through the obstacles, they would immediately enter a new world. Now that the sky beyond skies was flourishing, its prospects would only get better and better. Just like the Eight Extremities world in the past, no one could have imagined such a world-shaking change. In today's sky beyond skies, the unimaginable legends and miracles of the past were gradually becoming reality. Feng Moyang smiled and nodded, perhaps my strength is meager. But I hope that I can also participate in it. Chapter 1545. Upon hearing Feng Moyang's words, Tang Yonghao said with a serious expression, "Forget about the others, I'm very clear about Daoist Feng's contributions. Now that the sky beyond heavens is flourishing, you've contributed a lot. Even I have to express my gratitude to you." Now that he was a disciple of the Golden Court Mountain and the Broad Creed Mountain often communicated with each other in alchemy. Therefore, Tang Yonghao was very clear that although Feng Moyang's cultivation was slightly lower, he had contributed a lot in developing and reviving Taoism's alchemy. In this aspect, Yang Zhaoge was the leader. However, Yang Zhaoge had many matters to attend to. Therefore, he couldn't and didn't have to attend to everything personally during the specific implementation process. In the aspect of alchemy, Feng Moyang was one of the best among the younger generation. Most of the time, he was responsible for implementing Yang Zhaoge's ideas and arrangements into reality. From the early days of the world beyond worlds to the current sky beyond heavens, his alchemy technique had been progressing and improving continuously. As the cultivation level of the sky beyond heavens increased day by day, sufficient elixirs were also one of the pillars. In this regard, Feng Moyang and others couldn't be denied. Not only the Broad Creed Mountain and the Golden Court Mountain, but the entire sky beyond heavens also benefited from it. Even the sacred Sun clan that had risen again was included. "You're too polite, Daoist Tang." Feng Moyang looked at Tang Yonghao and felt a little emotional. Back in the Eight Extremities world, the Broad Creed Mountain had a rather complicated impression of this person. Especially when they were of the same generation as Tang Yonghao. With the rise of Yang Zhaoge and his father, the sacred Sun clan, their old enemy in the Eight Extremities world, became history. Even the Radiant Light sect, the sacred Sun clan's backer in the world beyond worlds, became history. The new sacred Sun clan was rebuilt by Tang Yonghao. From the bottom, it rose again, rushed out of the Eight Extremities world's lower realm, and established itself in the sky beyond heavens. Now, the Sacred Sun clan not only had a firm foothold in the east region beyond heavens, but it had also become one of the rising forces. From the looks of it, it was just like the broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds. Tang Yonghao himself also had an outstanding reputation. As Cao Jie's final disciple, he had sufficiently proved Cao Jie's judgment, and also proved that Cao Jie had not taken him as a disciple purely for the sake of competing with Wutong Slope. In the Eight Extremities world, other than Broad Creed Mountain, the two most resplendent stars were Tang Yonghao and Meng Wan. Amongst them, Meng Wan was renowned for the speed at which her cultivation base improved. Currently, as a late immortal bridge martial saint, she had even surpassed Tang Yonghao as well as countless others. The phoenix that once shook the eight extremes, after removing the dust on its body, once again soared to the nine heavens, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat while there were many objective factors such as his father being the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, and ingenious Flying Peak's environment being superior to many other powers like Golden Court Mountain. There were many other factors involved. There was also Feng Yunsheng, who had pushed open the door to immortality, lending the extreme yin crown which had already lost its original special significance to Meng Wan, further increasing the cultivation speed of Meng Wan, who was a maiden of extreme yin. However, the speed of her improvement still made the world raise their eyebrows. Tang Yonghao's improvement speed wasn't as fast as Meng Wan's, but compared to Meng Wan, who rarely fought with others, Tang Yonghao's reputation, other than the soaring of his cultivation, came more from his actual combat. It was true that Golden Court Mountain stood behind him, and it was true that Broad Creed Mountain did not mind the Sacred Sun clan rising once more. However, Broad Creed Mountain's conflict with the Sacred Sun clan that year was no secret, as virtually everyone in the sky beyond heavens knew about it now. Without Broad Creed Mountain clearly stating its stance to forbid it, there were many who were more than happy to make things difficult for the Sacred Sun clan. Moreover, unlike Wutong Slope, which still had some foundation, the Sacred Sun clan was completely impoverished with no foundation at all. If they wanted to establish a foothold and space for development, they would definitely have to clash with those around them. It was just like Broad Creed Mountain's experience in the world beyond worlds that year. While the smaller powers might not dare to act rashly due to the deterrence of Golden Court Mountain, there would always be other major powers. Even if it wasn't a decision of the major powers themselves, just the personal choices of a portion of them would still be sufficient to cause the rebuilding Sacred Sun clan to suffer greatly. At such a time, Tang Yonghao and the new members of the Sacred Sun clan would naturally have to fight for their integrity, their fame and their prestige. Therefore, as time passed, everyone came to know that after the Shadow Mountain Sword King Long Hanhua, Cao Jie's lineage had produced the Radiant Sword King Tang Yonghao. While only at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, he was already the number 3 expert of Golden Court Mountain. In the Eight Extremities world that year, Tang Yonghao's talent in the sword had already shaken the world for a time, as even Yang Zhaoge had praised him rather highly. Feng Moyang had once heard Yang Zhaoge mention that Tang Yonghao's most outstanding talent in the martial Dao did not lie in his cultivation speed but in his comprehension ability in the Dao of the sword. The original Sacred Sun clan had not specialized in sword arts, which had actually somewhat buried Tang Yonghao's talent. Now, he and Golden Court Mountain were finally complementing each other. Tang Yonghao had combined Golden Court Mountain's sword arts and the Sacred Sun clan's martial Dao, even incorporating the essence of the Radiant Light sect's martial arts within, creating his own unique sword arts. With this, the newly established Sacred Sun clan had gained a new lineage for Golden Court Mountain, causing Cao Jie, Long Hanhua, the Southeastern Swords Mistress and the others to sigh in admiration. Although he wasn't like Feng Moyang, who had studied alchemy to benefit the whole world, in the eyes of Xu Fei and Feng Moyang, what Tang Yonghao had done was also contributing to the development of the martial arts of the sky beyond heavens. The flourishing atmosphere of the pre-Great Calamity era, where 100 flowers were blooming and numerous top-notch martial arts inheritances, was getting increasingly thicker. As they chatted, Tang Yonghao led the way, leading the Broad Creed Mountains group inside to meet Cao Jie and the other seniors of Golden Court Mountain. On the way to the Great Hall, they saw another group of people being led by other Golden Court Mountain disciples towards the Great Hall from another direction. The person in the lead seemed to be a youth. He wore white clothes and emanated an imposing sword chi. Xue Fei and Tang Yonghao were no strangers to this newcomer. They recognized him as one of the experts of the western region beyond skies, the former world beyond worlds southwestern exalt Bai Dao. Bai Dao was a proud disciple of the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei's lineage. In his early years, he had presided over the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds. While Nai Jingshan had surpassed him and was acclaimed as the most outstanding descendant of the sword sovereign's lineage, his actions as the world beyond worlds southern exalt had made everyone aware that he was devoted to the martial Dao. Occupying the position of the southern exalt was merely for Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Broad Creed Mountain's convenience. As such, even if he didn't reside at the Jade Capital Crag, most people still thought that Bai Dao would one day inherit Yu Zhenbei's legacy and take over the Jade Capital Crag. However, after Nai Jingshan left, Bai Dao finally decided to establish his own sect in the West Continent and become the patriarch of a region. However, he still regarded the Jade Capital Crag as the orthodox orthodoxy, which was equivalent to a branch of the Jade Capital Crag. This was equivalent to him giving up on taking over the Jade Capital Crag. At that time, in the Sky Beyond Skies, please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Chapter 1546. When Nai Jingshan was around, it did not affect Bai Dao from taking over the Jade Capital Crag. Now that Nai Jingshan was not around, it was even more so. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Bai Dao left on his own and took root in the Western continent. As for the reason, perhaps only the person involved knew. Only Bai Dao had a short conversation with his master, Yu Zhenbei, before bidding farewell to his master and descending the Jade Capital Crag alone. Until now, no third person knew the content of their conversation. It became a big mystery after the opening of the outer heavens. Within Broad Creed Mountain, there were many differing opinions regarding this. Many people speculated that Bai Dao might have done something wrong, which was why there was no possibility of him inheriting the Jade Capital Crag. However, the Jade Capital Crag would handle the matter internally, and the details would not be made public. This was also the guess of most people in the realm beyond Avalon. In addition, there were also people who believed that Nai Jingshan's sudden rise to power had more or less damaged Bai Dao's morale. Even though Nai Jingshan was not present, Bai Dao still admitted his inferiority. Or perhaps it was exactly the opposite. He wanted to break free from the shadows of the past, so he severed his past thoughts and established the goal of his life and the foundation of his sword Dao. While Broad Creed Mountain's relationship with Jade Capital Crag was even closer than Golden Court Mountain's, they similarly had no idea about this matter as they could only guess and discuss it in private. However, this did not affect Broad Creed Mountain's interactions with Bai Dao. When the two sides met, Xue Fei and Bai Dao greeted each other first. Behind Bai Dao were his current disciples, as well as the leaders of the other local forces in the west region of the Sky Beyond Heaven. Afterwards, they all went up together to greet the current chief of the Broad Creed Mountain, Xu Fei. After greeting each other, both parties walked into the main hall together. Many people had already arrived in the hall. They were seated under the hospitality of Golden Court Mountain's disciples, waiting quietly for the ceremony to begin. Bai Dao's gaze swept over, and he saw his fellow disciple, Wang Pu, representing the sword sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, to attend the ceremony. When the two sides met, they naturally had to reminisce about the past. "You're about to break through." Bai Dao looked at Wang Pu and sighed. "I'm still not there yet. However, the immortal mortal tribulation is different from the human immortal realm to the true immortal realm. At least there's no risk." Wang Pu shook his head lightly as he looked at Bai Dao. Bai Dao, however, saw through his unfinished intentions and calmly replied, "I'm still not good enough. I'm not even 50% sure." "You're still young. It's fine," Wang Pu said. Bai Dao smiled, "If I can't get past this, 100 years or 1,000 years won't make a difference." In terms of the lifespan of a peak martial saint, Bai Dao was naturally still considered young. Of the 10 exalts of the world beyond worlds that year, besides Chen Qianhua, he and the northwestern exalt Lian Zulin had been the youngest. However, there were many supreme martial sages who had wasted their time here and were unable to push open the immortal door at the end of their lifespans. There were also many supreme martial sages who had risked their lives to pass the immortal mortal tribulation and perished. In the world beyond worlds, other than the earth exalt Wang Zhengcheng, the positions of the exalts of 10 territories had all changed more than once. The number of people who died in battle was actually less than those who died of old age. Hearing this, Wang Piyu nodded lightly and did not say anything. The lifespans of human exalts were far shorter than that of true immortals, while the lifespans of martial practitioners of the 9th level of the martial saint realm beneath the human exalt realm were similarly shorter than that of human exalts. There were also many people who died at this stage. Seeing this, Feng Moyang sighed with emotion. On the path of the martial Tao, the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. Those who could overcome all obstacles along the way were few and far between. Within the broad Creed Mountain, there were very few people of the older generation who still had the drive to continue advancing. Yuan Zhengfeng and Fang Zhun had successfully ascended to the human exalt realm. However, it was still unknown whether they could pass the immortal mortal tribulation. As for the other senior expert, Feng Yunxing and Xikong Qing's master, Fu Inshu, although she had also ascended to the immortal bridge, her improvement speed had started to slow down in recent years. It wasn't a problem for her 2 disciples to surpass her. Fu Inshu had always believed that disciples should surpass their masters. The problem was that she had a tendency of not having enough stamina. Fu Inshu's age was still young compared to the lifespan of her current realm. There was still hope for her to continue improving. However, as her improvement speed slowed down, as time passed, there would be a day when she would no longer be young and her potential would be exhausted. Feng Yunxing and Xikong Qing had surpassed her. However, she didn't have the confidence to catch up to or even surpass her master, Yuan Zhengfeng. In the broad Creed Mountain, Fu Inshu was one of the most diligent people in cultivating. However, it would be very difficult for her to reach Yuan Zhengfeng's height. Just like Bai Dao and Wang Piyu, it was also very difficult for them to catch up to their master, Yu Zhenbei. As for Feng Moyang, he might have to face the same helplessness one day in the future. However, the path of pursuing the Tao was often so cruel and unreasonable. From another perspective, Yang Zhaoge and the others, the peak experts of Taoism, and even many people including Feng Moyang, were trying their best to change this world in order to resist the cruel rules of nature. They wanted to broaden and smooth the path of the martial art practitioners in this world. Thinking about this, Feng Moyang smiled slightly. I will go to meet Chief Cao with Daoist Bai and Daoist Wang. Xu Fei turned his head and said. Feng Moyang and the other martial art practitioners of the broad Creed Mountain all nodded and saw the 3 of them off. When Xu Fei and the others entered the secluded room, they saw that other than Cao Jie, there were already a few people sitting inside. One of them was none other than Yang Zhaoge. Senior apprentice brother Xu, you guys are a bit late. Yang Zhaoge said with a smile. Xu Fei smiled and shook his head. I'm a bit late to deal with the matters of the sect. He cupped his hands towards Cao Jie and said, please forgive me, senior. It doesn't matter. It's still early. Cao Jie naturally wouldn't mind. Xu Fei had long known that Yang Zhaoge would come here to congratulate Cao Jie and discuss something with him. Of course, Yang Zhaoge wouldn't show up at the ceremony later. In order to avoid overshadowing the host, they would meet here in private. Besides Yang Zhaoge, there were also the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunkai, Liu Zhenggu who had pushed open the door to immortality earlier than Cao Jie, and Jiao Shuebua of the roving Jade Heavens. Bai Dao and Wang Piyu were also aware of this. They greeted Yang Zhaoge and the others with their usual expressions. After sitting down, they continued their previous conversation. Yang Zhaoge looked at Cao Jie and asked, Senior, I know that your lineage is of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. However, about the Daoist Wei heavenly ancestor, is there any other clue in Golden Court Mountain? Everyone knew that Golden Court Mountain's lineage was of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. It was just a coincidence that the name of the mountain and the Tao arena of the Daoist Wei heavenly ancestor of the Jade Clear Bigwig, the Daoist Wei heavenly ancestor of the Golden Court Mountain. Still, Yang Zhaoge still had to confirm it now, not letting go of any possibility. After all, in the ancient era of the investitures of the gods, The immortal ending ancient sword of the immortal exterminating four swords had been obtained by the Daoist Wei heavenly ancestor after the immortal exterminating formation had been broken. Chapter 1547. My Golden Court Mountain's geographical name is the same as the Jade Clear Lord of the Daoist Wei's Dao Arena. It was a coincidence. However, after the world beyond worlds was established, the locals of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory gradually increased their population. Thus, this mountain was named by the locals, answered Cao Jie. Still, perhaps due to fate, after our lineage had been founded, our senior founder had found some remnants of the Lord of Daoist Attainment's cave manor, Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave, when he was roaming the endless void outside. Yang Zhaoge quietly listened to Cao Jie's words. He had already heard about it from others. However, he still listened to Cao Jie's explanation. Unfortunately, the remnants were only a corner of the cave manor. Moreover, it was in ruins, and nothing was left behind. Cao Jie shook his head. Yang Zhaoge pondered and asked, if that's the case, only a corner of the cave manor was left. That's right. Cao Jie sighed. The senior Grand Master was grateful for the fact that they shared the same name. Since we're all of the three clear lineage, he brought the remnant fragments back to the world beyond worlds and merged it with my Golden Court Mountain. Now, it's a part of my Golden Court Mountain. This was also the reason why the world beyond worlds Golden Court Mountain had never changed its name. Yang Zhaoge pondered for a while and said, "Can I go to the original location of the remnant later? I hope Senior Cao won't blame me for being rude." "Of course, you can," answered Cao Jie. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Then, he looked at everyone and said, "The immortal exterminating four swords are undoubtedly crucial to our grand plan of reviving Taoism. If any of you have any clues, please provide them to me." Everyone nodded. Jiao Shuebwa said, "Although we have two swords, it's best to leave one behind if we're going to search for it again." The might of the immortal exterminating formation wasn't only something Yang Zhaoge and the orthodox Taoism desired. If the other major forces had the chance to obtain it, they wouldn't hesitate to do so as well. Nai Jingshan entering the 9 underworlds might bring about a calamity. The immortal exterminating formation's diagram might fall into the hands of the 9 underworlds. Although Nai Jingshan participated in the establishment of the immortal exterminating formation and didn't obtain all of it, Zhong Buxu had perished in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds might not possess the complete immortal exterminating formation's diagram. However, the world was unpredictable. If something were to happen, the immortal exterminating formation would be preserved within the awakened sky cosmos. At least, the immortal exterminating formation wouldn't be restored. Yang Zhaoge nodded silently. Wang Piyu said softly, "Every 4 to 9 years, do you want to delay it a little? Otherwise, outsiders might be able to figure out the time pattern." "There's no need." Bai Dao shook his head and said, "First of all, time waits for no man. Our two enemies are currently locked in a fierce battle and can't spare too much energy on our side. It's convenient for us to act now. If we delay for a few more years, who knows when our enemies will call a truce again?" This matter was related to the Immortal Court, and Wang Piyu's current cultivation was still a step away from the exalt stage. Therefore, Bai Dao didn't want to reveal everything. His words were rather vague. However, it was enough for Wang Piyu, who was helping Yu Zhenbei manage the matters of the Jade Capital Crag on a daily basis, to understand what he meant. Almost 50 years. Wang Piyu nodded lightly. The Great War between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus had been going on for many years. The peak of the war could be as short as a few years or as long as a few decades, and as long as a few decades. Whether or not the war would ease would depend on the specific situation. Counting from the time when Yang Zhaoge had separated from the world beyond worlds, they had already fought for 20 years. After that, due to Mahamayuri's unexpected intervention, the two sides were already close to a truce. However, due to the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and the Humanly Essence Stone's information, the flames of war burned even more intensely until now. Secondly, after we obtained the immortal trapping sword, our enemies didn't pay any more attention to us. This meant that they had already predicted that our art wouldn't be usable for a short period of time, and that it would require a longer period of time before we could use it again. Bai Dao sighed and said, How can a Tao ancestor's capability be underestimated? With the first time, it can already be calculated that it wouldn't be usable for a short period of time. Even if we can't calculate the exact time of the second time, as long as the second time succeeds, the actual time interval would no longer be a secret. He and Wang Piyu were of the same sect. Naturally, Wang Piyu wouldn't mind his subtle reminder, yes. Although it's a brand new art, it still originated from the heavens and earth's great Tao. If we could really find the third sword and wait for the final sword, even if our enemies are currently fighting, they might call a truce and wait for us, said Yang Zhaoge with a smile. Unfortunately, he leaned against the back of his chair and patted his head. The eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor still perished. Everyone present let out a sigh upon hearing his words. In the past, Yang Zhaoge and the incongruence Divine Mother had jointly released fake news to attract the two heretics. Never would they have thought that the fake news would turn into reality under such a coincidence. They really obtained clues regarding the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor. To Yang Zhaoge and the others, the good news was that the two heretics had indeed started fighting again. This allowed Orthodox Taoism to have more time to rest and have more space to move around. However, there was another bad news. When the results came out, the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, one of the three heavyweights of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and the most ancient Heavenly Lord, had already perished. In terms of time, it should be around the time of the Great Calamity. This result naturally made everyone in Taoism sigh. At least it proves that the eastern extremity viridescent splendor emperor isn't the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Liu Zhanggu avoided Wang Piyu and said to everyone else via sound transmission. Yang Zhaoge and the others nodded in agreement. It also proves that both the fake Taoists and the fake Buddhas view the humanly essence stone highly. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, also sent a sound transmission. Moreover, the newly obtained fragment requires some time to take effect. Very few items were left behind by the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's place of death. The most eye-catching item was the humanly essence stone fragment that belonged to the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. Due to this fragment, an intense war erupted between the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha personally took action. As the war grew more intense, the Western Pure Lands Orthodox Buddhism and the Astro Mountains Starry Seas demon race joined in as well. In the end, the blessed lands of the White Lotus emerged victorious and obtained the humanly essence stone fragment. However, this didn't signify the end of the war. On the contrary, the war became even more intense. Especially the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, the two Tao realm bigwigs. To them, the concept of time had already become blurry. 10,000 years were akin to an instant, and an instant was akin to 10,000 years. However, in the outside world, close to 50 years had already passed. It was precisely because of this that Yang Zhaoge and the others noticed something amiss. Naturally, the future Buddha wouldn't be unable to refine a single humanly essence stone fragment within 50 years. However, it was clear that he couldn't accomplish it in a short period of time. Under the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's interference, this period of time was extended indefinitely. As a result, he still couldn't succeed even now. As such, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, who still had hope, continued to fight against the future Buddha and continued to fight for the fragment. Chapter 1548. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, the Immortal Court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, and even the Western Pure Lands had fought against the demon race until now. Naturally, Yang Zhaoge and the others were happy to see this. However, as Bai Dao had said, it was hard to predict when the flames of war would subside. Let's focus on our own matters first. Yang Zhaoge exhaled lightly and said to Cao Jie, I'm really sorry for holding you up for so long. Today was supposed to be the day we congratulate you. Cao Jie shook his head, it's fine. Despite his words, Yang Zhaoge still ended the conversation. Cao Jie and the others got up and walked outside to meet the other guests. Yang Zhaoge naturally wouldn't show himself now, leaving the stage to Cao Jie. Jiao Shuebwa slowed down and said to Yang Zhaoge, my mother and father have already left seclusion a few days ago. If there are any results from the sword ritual, We can depart any time. Yang Zhaoge nodded and asked, "How's senior apprentice sister Yu? I haven't been able to head to the roving Jade Heavens recently. She hasn't awakened yet." Jiao Shuebwa sighed, her injuries were too severe. While the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture is sharp in killing, it has the opposite effect in Little Yi's current situation. It's not beneficial for her recovery. Yang Zhaoge also sighed. He was similarly aware of this logic. Still, no matter how difficult the situation was, it wouldn't be any worse than Ying Yuzhen's. After comforting Jiao Shuebwa, Yang Zhaoge stopped and watched them leave. Then, he sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. As Yang Zhaoge closed his eyes, the originally bright room suddenly turned dim and hazy. Space and time were blurry as if chaos had descended. Within this blurry scene, Yang Zhaoge opened his eyes after closing them for a moment. As he opened his eyes, the room didn't become bright. Only a dim light seemed to have lit up. This light resembled a candle flame in the dark night. It looked extremely dim and weak, swaying as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Yang Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. After a long time, he raised his brows. "Looking for it out of thin air, there's nothing of value. I need some clues." Yang Zhaoge had already started cultivating in the primordial heavenly scripture of the earlier Heaven 3 scriptures. With the other 9 heavenly scriptures gathered, Yang Zhaoge's peerless heavenly scripture had also improved greatly. The more Yang Zhaoge analyzed the concept within the origin heavenly scripture, the more he felt like there seemed to be a formless ceiling above his head that was getting closer and closer to him. The higher one's cultivation level was, the stronger the effect of the primordial heavenly tome would be. However, the primordial heavenly tome was not omnipotent. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more obvious this effect would be. Otherwise, Yun Zhongzi, who was a grand heavenly immortal, wouldn't have perished. The higher the level of a cultivator, the clearer they would be able to see the existences that were lower than them. It was as if there were no secrets to speak of. The past could be seen clearly, and the future, though complicated, was relatively clear. However, for those at a higher level, there were naturally fewer valuable items. For example, Yang Zhaoge was currently paying attention to existences like the immortal exterminating sword and the immortal ending sword. It would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to find them. The origin heavenly scripture would trace even the slightest bit of relevant traces and continuously expand, making it impossible for anything to hide. On the other hand, existences like the 4 immortal exterminating swords would, to a large extent, destroy the traces they left in space and time. If I don't use the origin heavenly scripture as my foundation, the effect would still be lacking. Yang Zhaoge closed his eyes and lightly rubbed his temples. The gloominess within the sanctum gradually faded away, and everything returned to its original state. Time slowly flowed by. Yang Zhaoge's state of mind was at peace. He closed his eyes and rested, until he felt the hustle and bustle outside slowly fading away. After a while, Cao Jie and the others returned to the sanctum. Bai Dao and Liu Zhanggu left first and returned to the western and northern regions respectively. The others would return to the Broad Creed mountain range together with Yang Zhaoge. After the ceremony ended, under Cao Jie's lead, Yang Zhaoge went to the Lord of the Daoist Way's Dao Arena ruins, which was moved back by the Golden Court Mountain's Grand Master. The ruins had already fused with the Golden Court Mountain itself. It was just a corner of the cave manor, which didn't seem to have anything special about it. However, within Yang Zhaoge's pupils, a green radiance faintly flickered. Within his mind, a scene that was different from the real world appeared. At this moment, Yang Zhaoge felt as if he had jumped out of the river of time and was going against the current. Light shimmered in front of his eyes, with scenes flashing by rapidly. Time seemed to be flowing in reverse, bringing Yang Zhaoge back to the time of the Great Calamity. As the scenery changed, a beautiful treasure mountain appeared in Yang Zhaoge's vision. Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave. Yang Zhaoge understood. He knew that this was the Lord of the Daoist Way's Dao Arena before the cave manor was destroyed. However, very quickly, the great calamity that Yang Zhaoge had always engraved in his heart arrived. Compared to the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository, the scene was much more tragic. The sky seemed to have shattered like porcelain, and the earth seemed to have turned into dust. As the wind and clouds surged, while not much blood seemed to have been spilled, millions of life forms had already perished. Rays of radiance seemed to flash through space, causing Yang Zhaoge to be unable to see them clearly. Not only that, within the radiance, there seemed to be more than one gaze looking at Yang Zhaoge, looking at him who was outside and had come in reverse. Grand, heavenly, immortal realm. Yang Zhaoge was not surprised, nor did he force it. He retracted his gaze, just doing his best to observe the changes in Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave. He could not see what had happened, nor could he see the battle scenes. He could not see who the destroyer was, could not see the Lord of the Daoist Way, and could not see the immortal ending sword. Yet, this famed blessed land of immortals that had still been beautiful a moment ago had already been reduced to ruins a moment later. Beneath the great tribulation that affected the heavens and earth and extinguished the great thousand worlds, even the ruins gradually disintegrated, breaking into pieces. Those unfathomable radiances had already vanished, with only nothingness left before Yang Zhaoge's eyes. The scenes of destruction extended into the distance. Yang Zhaoge no longer paid attention to this, instead focusing his attention on those shattered ruins. Numerous fragments were tossed into the distance. Yang Zhaoge felt like he was on one of them, drifting away along with the fragments of the ruins. Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he stared intently at a few fragments, until the radiance before his eyes wavered, as if he had sunk into the river of time once more. As his consciousness returned, Yang Zhaoge closed his eyes before opening them again, the jade-green radiance within them vanishing. How is it? Seeing this, Cao Jie and the others immediately asked. I cannot see the Daoist Way Grand Master and the immortal ending sword. Still. Yang Zhaoge paused for a moment before saying, the Daoist Way Grand Master is very likely to have perished in the great calamity like the Jade Cauldron Grand Master. There are still some gains. While it cannot directly lead us to the immortal ending sword, if we can find a few places, there might be some relics of the Daoist Way Grand Master that can assist me in performing a sacrificial sword and executing a secret art, making use of the immortal slaughtering and immortal trapping swords to find the immortal ending sword. Yang Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Let's try and see if we can find the immortal exterminating sword first. If there are any clues, we can also look for the relics of the Daoist Way Grand Master along the way. Chapter 1549. After leaving the remains and bidding farewell to Cao Jie, Yang Zhaoge and the others descended Golden Court Mountain before heading west, returning to the Broad Creed mountain range of the Central Plains. Entering the Broad Creed mountain range, passing by a place, Yang Zhaoge's group all slowed somewhat. Between the mountains, the clouds and mist lingered, and the accumulated snow did not disperse all year round, as if it was winter. The thick fog seemed to have solidified, causing the precipitous mountain peak to look like it was frozen in a layer of ice. Gazing over there, Yang Zhaoge sighed softly. The Jade Sky Peak, where the exalted water luminary, Chen Xuanzong's lineage, was located. In the past, after Chen Xuanzong went missing in the world beyond worlds, female Emperor Jie Mingkong took over. After that, Jie Mingkong left the world beyond worlds, and Chen Xuanzong returned to the human world. After the world beyond worlds was separated, the Jade Sky Peak, Jade Capital Crag, Ingenious Flying Peak, and other places entered the Pill Hall. In the end, it became a part of the Broad Creed mountain range of the sky beyond skies. Today, there were still some disciples of the Cold Wave Monastery living there. Within the ice cave beneath the Jade Sky Peak, Chen Xuanzong and his 2 disciples, who were sealed in ice, were buried within. No one knew when they would be able to see the light of day again. Whenever Yang Zhaoge thought of the lineage of Jade Sky Peak's cold tide locale, he would also feel rather frustrated. His grandfather, Yang Xintang, was a close friend of Chen Xuanzong. For the sake of his old friend, Chen Xuanzong did not hesitate to help the Broad Creed Mountain. It was a pity that the battle with the water demon ended like this. Although there was still hope, no one knew when they would be liberated. Back then, Astro Sovereign was only one step away from the 5 chiefs collecting Qi. Brocade Emperor Fu Yunkai sighed, if fellow Daoist Jie can untie the knot in his heart, I'm afraid that he will also have a great chance of passing the pure profound tribulation. Yang Zhaoge nodded silently. Senior Chen once said that if there is no devilish worry, There is hope for him to pass the profound origin tribulation within 100 years. Xue Fei, Gao Shuebua, Wang Pu, and the others also felt it was a pity. When one cultivated to the immortal realm, every increase in cultivation realm was like crossing a natural chasm, and there was a decisive gap between them. Correspondingly, the time, experience, and resources needed to cross the natural chasm were also greater. After close to 50 years had passed, the sky beyond heavens had gained 3 true immortals and many high-level martial saints. The number of human exalts had almost recovered to the peak of the world beyond worlds in the past, while the number of 9th-level martial saints was even more than the world beyond worlds in the past. Other than the Broad Creed Mountain, the Golden Court Mountain, the Wutong Slope, and the other traditional powerhouses, the other forces of the sky beyond skies had also benefited from the development and changes of the past few years. Experts had continuously broken through their bottlenecks and rose to prominence along with the entire sky beyond skies. The further they looked into the future, the more solid the foundation of the realm beyond Avalon became. As time passed, the number of powerhouses would increase, and the speed at which they emerged would also increase. The same situation was happening in the roving Jade Heavens. The number of martial sages and even high-level martial sages had increased significantly. The people of the Jade Spring world moved to the awakened sky cosmos. With the help of Taoism's grand heavenly realm experts, they successfully established a new world and settled down in it. It was called the Jade Spring Heaven. Now, the Jade Spring Heaven was also bustling with activity. It was far from being at the end of the road like in the past, where it was restless and uneasy. This time, when Cao Jie ascended to immortality, there were also fellow Taoists from the Jade Fountain Heaven who came to congratulate him. However, be it the roving Jade Heavens or the Jade Spring Heaven, the situation was similar to the realm beyond Avalon. There weren't many new immortal realm experts emerging. These 2 inheritances mainly focused on sword cultivation, and it wasn't easy for them to make breakthroughs. Over the years, they each produced a true immortal. The Jade Spring Heaven originally had a true immortal called Daoist Fen Yu. He was an experienced true immortal and had long achieved the leakless realm. Back in the Jade Spring world, he was just a step away from challenging the pure profound tribulation. Unfortunately, he was trapped in the Jade Spring world and couldn't leave. He lacked opportunities and could only hesitate. After the Jade Spring world was unsealed, Daoist Fen Yu traveled through the void's boundless outskirts in search of some treasures. He then returned to the awakened sky cosmos Jade Spring Heaven and successfully passed the pure profound tribulation. The Jade Spring Heaven gained a new tranquil profound immortal. In recent years, there were rumors in the roving Jade Heavens that a human exalt was in seclusion and was challenging the immortal mortal tribulation. He had a high chance of succeeding and was only slightly slower than Cao Jie. However, other than them, there weren't any major changes among the immortal realm experts. In the Jade Spring Heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, and the others were still quietly cultivating. In the roving Jade Heavens, Long Xingchuan and Daoist Cloud Conquest were both at the profound immortal pinnacle realm. Both of them were geniuses. However, it was difficult for sword cultivators to improve. Although they had nurtured their swords in the past, they were still far away from the virtual immortal realm of 5 Qis unification. At this moment, it wasn't something that could be created by martial arts, treasures, or pills. Instead, it depended on one's enlightenment and opportunities. Perhaps one could achieve it anytime, or it might take a long time. As for the roving Jade Heavens' true immortal experts, Long Xueji, Gao Shuebua, the Tranquil Emperor, and the Liberal Emperor, they had yet to see through the pure profound tribulation. They still needed more training. In the sky beyond skies, the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunkai, had been studying the art of severing his emotions and parasitism with Yang Zhaoge's help. His previously blurry path had started becoming clearer, giving him hope to climb to a higher realm. However, he still needed time to accumulate if he wanted to succeed. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, the female emperor, Jie Mingkong, and the true immortal Chu Lili were all frozen beneath the Jade Sky Peak. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Zhenbei, was at the profound immortal pinnacle realm of 4 Qis fused aura. However, he was still far away from 5 Qis unification. From this, one could see how difficult it was to improve in the immortal realm. This was a normal phenomenon. Even if one had the potential and motivation to continue improving, the higher the realm, the more time and energy needed to break through. The closer one was to the Tao realm, the harder it would be. No matter how peerless a genius was, after pushing open the immortal door, he could only try to shorten the time needed or save some steps. However, it was impossible to make it completely non-existent. Some necessary painstaking work still needed time to slowly accumulate. After passing through the Jade Sky Peak, everyone's speed increased again. Fu Yunkai brought Meng Wan and the others back to the ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff, while Wang Piyu and the others returned to the Jade Capital Crag. Yang Zhaoge and the others returned to the Broad Creed Mountain's main peak located in the center of the mountain range. After returning to the mountain, they entered the mountain gate. On the mountain road, a group of Broad Creed Mountain martial art practitioners passed by. When they saw Yang Zhaoge, Xu Fei, and the others, they immediately bowed. Chief, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. He had a calm demeanor and a smile on his face. How have you been, Junior Apprentice Brother Lan? We haven't seen each other for some time, said Yang Zhaoge with a smile. He was no stranger to the person in front of him. It was his junior apprentice brother Lan Wenyang whom he had gotten acquainted with back in the Eight Extremities world. Thank you for your concern, Senior Apprentice Brother Yang. Lan Wenyang smiled as he answered. The next grand tournament is approaching. We need to set up a rule. Other than following the old rules, there should be some changes this time. More emphasis should be placed on actual combat, said Xu Fei after returning the greeting. Lan Wenyang nodded, as you command, Chief. Chapter 1550. Gao Shuebwa, Yang Zhaoge, Xue Fei, and the others arrived at the Broad Creed Mountain. Hearing Xue Fei's words, Yang Zhaoge nodded to himself. The current Broad Creed Mountain was the leader of the sky beyond skies. Other than the Jade Sky Peak's Cold Wave locale, other than the Sword Sovereign's Jade Capital Crag, the other powers couldn't even compare to the Broad Creed Mountain. The Broad Creed Mountain wasn't the only power in the sky beyond skies, but it wasn't far from it. Under such circumstances, it was hard for the sky beyond skies to pressure the Broad Creed Mountain. Coming into contact with the world outside of the sky beyond skies was still too early for the lower-level Broad Creed Mountain disciples. Thus, while the Broad Creed Mountain's young disciples grew up in a favorable environment, it was still a little too mild. Thus, it was necessary to emphasize the importance of actual combat. The grand competition couldn't be taken lightly. The formulation of new rules would usually require the Assignment Hall, Martial Inheritance Hall, and even the Disciplinary Hall to come to a decision. However, the Assignment Hall would usually come up with the rules for the preliminary draft. Gao Shuebwa looked at Lan Wenyang with interest. This person was considered a legendary figure within the Broad Creed Mountain. In terms of talent, Lan Wenyang might be considered a genius outside of the Broad Creed Mountain, but he wasn't outstanding within the Broad Creed Mountain. However, he worked diligently, tirelessly, one step at a time. From an ordinary white-clothed disciple, to an elite disciple draped in a blue robe, finally to a black-bordered blue robe, becoming a core, direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. In the past few decades, he was the principal elder of the Broad Creed Mountain in the Eight Extremities world, the first seat elder of the Eight Extremities world's North Heaven region, the first seat elder of the Broad Creed Mountain in the vast ocean world, the elder of the Broad Creed Mountain's ancestral court in the Eight Extremities world, and the first seat elder of the Broad Creed Mountain in the sky beyond skies. Finally, a few years ago, he became the first seat elder of the Broad Creed Mountain's Assignment Hall. What was worth mentioning was that compared to the Martial Inheritance Hall's Sai Kongqing and the Disciplinary Hall's Xia Guang, Lan Wanyan's cultivation was much lower than theirs. It wasn't that the clan didn't have other experts of the same generation with higher cultivation bases, but in the end, it was Lan Wenyang who had become the first seat of the Assignment Hall, one of Broad Creed Mountain's three most important palaces. However, Broad Creed Mountain did not dispute this internally. Some people still felt that it was unexpected, but thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was within reason. After all, the affairs that the Deacon Hall dealt with could be big or small. They needed to be meticulous or strategic. Most of the time, They tended to deal with mundane affairs and didn't require much in terms of martial prowess. The recognition and support of the other high-level experts within the sect was enough to guarantee his authority, but it was more of a test of his ability to handle matters. Looking at the composed Lan Wenyang before him, Yang Zhaoge could not help but think back to that year. At that time, Lan Wenyang had still been a youth who had just entered the clan not long ago, an ordinary white-clothed disciple who had argued with Yi Jing for his sake, Yang Zhaoge. In the end, he had been heavily injured by Yi Jing. Although the Lan Wenyang of his youth was righteous and daring to speak up, he also possessed a youthful vigor befitting of his age. Later on, as he grew older, his temperament became more and more steady, and he became more and more experienced in handling matters. But the righteousness and uprightness in his bones was still there, and no matter what task he took up in the sect, he would combine strength and gentleness, and he would seem steady, yet he wouldn't lose himself in forging ahead. His talent in Broad Creed Mountain couldn't be considered outstanding, and he had also been heavily injured by Yi Jing that year. Still, after his injuries had healed, he had working even harder. His cultivation speed couldn't be considered top-notch, and it had more or less affected his ascension speed. Still, he had walked extremely stably, rising unceasingly. Finally, he had re-entered the sights of Yang Zhaoge, Yang Di, and Xu Fei, obtaining their praise and affirmation as he had completed a legend of not being slow and not being stopped. Taking over Feng Kai's position as the Eight Extremities World's Guardian, Lan Wenyang could be considered to have been a rather unpopular figure. However, after that, as people had grown more and more familiar with him, he had also gained more and more recognition within Broad Creed Mountain. Up to this day, ever since he had taken charge of the Deacon Hall, everything had been handled in an orderly manner. He was the Chief Xu Fei's proudest right-hand man, with no one within or without Broad Creed Mountain being unconvinced. Thinking back to that year, Yang Zhaoge also felt a little emotional. While he had often been active outside these past few years, not paying much attention to the internal affairs of the clan, the gentleman's agreement with Lan Wenyang had always been there. Whenever Lan Wenyang broke through a major cultivation realm, there would always be a divine artifact of an even higher level waiting for him. At first, it had just been a thank you gift to this disciple who had spoken up for him and nearly lost his life. Later on, it had been more of a form of encouragement and praise, praising a person who grew braver and more down-to-earth despite having met with great difficulties. Right, senior apprentice brother, junior apprentice nephew Shi has already left seclusion. After talking about the matter of the clan's grand competition, Lan Wenyang smiled. Looking at Xu Fei, Yang Zhaoge smiled as well. He must have gained quite a lot. It was all thanks to your efforts that year, Xu Fei said rather emotionally as he looked at Yang Zhaoge. Shi Jun was yet another immortal bridge martial saint of Broad Creed Mountain, the current number one of their fourth-generation disciples. During the devilish tribulation that year, his right eye, right hand and right leg had been injured, virtually being equivalent to being crippled as his martial path had already been severed. However, Yang Zhaoge and the others had ultimately turned the tides, using many treasures to repair Shi Jun's damaged body, allowing him to undergo a complete rebirth as he continued on his path. Having already possessed outstanding talent in the first place, Shi Jun had now succeeded in his secluded cultivation this time. He must have already attained the 8th level of the martial saint realm. As the current strongest expert of Broad Creed Mountain's 4th generation and also the personal disciple of Chief Xu Fei, Shi Jun's name had long since shaken the world. Even Jiao Shuebua was concerned about this young man's future. There were also differences amongst geniuses and outstanding elites. Some rose their cultivation bases extremely quickly, while others were especially powerful in actual combat. Those who rose their cultivation bases at similar speeds might also differ in strength, just that the difference would be greater or lesser. Shi Jun, on the other hand, was of the type who broke through quickly and was also outstanding in actual combat. It was naturally no wonder that he was more eye-catching. After chatting for a while longer, Lan Wenyang took his leave while Yang Zhaoge and the others continued ascending the mountain. As the chief, Xu Fei naturally had matters to deal with after returning to the mountain. Yang Zhaoge, however, prepared to begin another sword ritual. Arriving at their lodgings, they saw the formation, Ahu standing guard by the side. "Young master, you've returned." Within the formation, An ancient sword flickered with a dark red luster, ethereal and indiscernible as it hovered in mid-air. On the hilt of the ancient sword was pasted a talisman, precisely left behind by Yang Zhaoge before he had left. It had already been pasted on for a full 49 days. The silhouettes of 4 doors vaguely surfaced above the ancient sword, standing in 4 directions. One of them vaguely seemed to have a treasured sword hanging from it. A dark red luster flickered on the sword's blade, which corresponded to the immortal trapping sword itself below. Yang Zhaoge immediately took out that cyclic heavenly seal fragment that had been kept by Broadcreed Mountain for many generations before tossing it within the formation. The immortal trapping sword shook slightly down below, that cyclic heavenly seal fragment shaking alongside it. Chapter 1551. Rays of light emanated from the immortal trapping sword, forming a Dharma array. When the light of the Dharma array fell on the flipping sky seal fragment, the inconspicuous flipping sky seal fragment suddenly glowed. The brilliance wasn't very bright. Instead, it gave off an extremely heavy feeling. A huge seal that looked like a primordial divine mountain appeared and hovered above the immortal trapping sword. The talisman on the hilt of the immortal trapping sword began to burn. Seeing this, Yang Zhaoge and Jiao Shuebo both heaved a long sigh of relief, joy appearing on their faces. Order! Yang Zhaoge raised his hand, his fingers drawing in mid-air, causing the spirit patterns to shrink inwards. At the same time, he removed a blank talisman and threw it into the fire. The radiance of the shrinking formation patterns all surged into the flames created by the burning talisman. After the blank talisman fell into the flames, it was not ignited. Instead, more lines appeared on it. After the flames had gradually been extinguished, this new talisman flew out from within the flames and was kept by Yang Zhaoge. Many mysterious patterns appeared on the originally blank talisman paper, and together, they formed a complicated talisman seal. The illusory light shadow of the seal gradually dissipated, leaving only the fragment of the flipping sky seal. The immortal trapping sword also stopped vibrating and floated quietly in the air. Yang Zhaoge kept the cyclic heavenly seal fragment and looked at the talisman in his hand. Then, he looked at the immortal trapping sword in front of him and slowly said, "Currently, it's a good start. Hopefully, it'll be as smooth as last time." "I wonder if Heavenly Lord Guangqing is still alive," Jiao Shuebo said. Yang Zhaoge sighed, cautiously optimistic. He turned to Ah Hu and said, "Inform Senior Marshal Brother Shu of the result. This time, we have to invite him to come out of the mountain and go with us. This is to ensure our safety. I have mentioned this matter to him before, and he is waiting for my notification." "Yes, young master." Ah Hu nodded and turned to leave. Jiao Shuebo also nodded and said, "This old man will inform my mother to prepare as well." Even though their enemies were still engaged in a great battle, and both sides were distracted, the awakened Sky Cosmos still had to be careful when searching for the immortal slaying sword. The last time he searched for the immortal trapping sword was the first time Yang Zhaoge used the secret art he had created. For this world, this was the first time a brand new technique had appeared. That was why the other forces were caught off guard. The sword master of the 6 paths, Chu Su, was actually looking for his master, the sword Buddha, not the immortal trapping sword. Although Wang Guan and Percussion Heavenly Lord had the intention, they didn't have any clues to find the sword themselves. They were merely following Chu Su in secret, hoping to try their luck. As such, regardless of whether it was the blessed lands of the White Lotus or the Immortal Court, the forces they invested were relatively limited. While the 3 grand heavenly immortals were terrifying, Yang Zhaoge and the others were able to withstand their attacks. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race didn't participate either. However, if the other forces knew that Yang Zhaoge's group was going to search for the immortal trapping sword, and not just blindly trying their luck, but also had reliable clues, they would most likely not sit idly by. But now, the second time he used the secret method to find the sword, it was no longer as effective as the surprise attack. Given the current situation, while the opposing factions would not stop fighting to search for the immortal Slayer sword, the forces that could be divided would not be as simple as 3 grand Luo heretics. The fact that the orthodox Daoist sects were making use of their fights to develop and strengthen themselves was naturally seen by them. While robbing the immortal Slayer sword would suppress the orthodox Taoism's development, they would be more than happy if they could kill Yang Zhaoge and the others and weaken the orthodox Taoism once more. For others, Yang Zhaoge and the others had been living in seclusion, carefully concealing their tracks. Now that they were searching for the sword, it would be inevitable for their tracks to be exposed. This was the best opportunity to strike them down. The so-called crisis was the coexistence of danger and opportunity. My mother is aware of the situation. After contacting Gao Qingxian, Gao Shuebwa said, just like what we discussed previously, my mother will have two bodies. One will wield the immortal trapping sword, while the other will wield the immortal slaughtering sword and guard the awakened sky cosmos. That's perfect. This time, we'll bring along 3 golden bodies of the great sage, said Yang Zhaoge. Gao Shuebwa asked, has the heavenly monarch exited seclusion? The heavenly monarch he was referring to was naturally Feng Yunsheng. Due to Di Qinglian, Gao Shuebwa and Yang Zhaoge could address Yang Zhaoge as a junior apprentice nephew even if Yang Zhaoge's cultivation was higher than his. While Feng Yunsheng had a close relationship with Yang Zhaoge, she wasn't related to Gao Shuebwa in terms of lineage. Fang Zhen could address Feng Yunsheng as junior apprentice nephew Feng, while Gao Shuebwa would still address Feng Yunsheng respectfully. Actually, it wasn't that strict. However, Gao Shuebwa's personality had always been upright and even a little old-fashioned. As such, he followed the rules. Yang Zhaoge nodded. Not long ago, she exited seclusion. This time, she'll be traveling with us. Gao Shuebwa said, that's for the best. Yang Zhaoge headed towards Feng Yunsheng's residence, where a guest was visiting. A woman in a yellow dress sat opposite Feng Yunsheng. Upon seeing Yang Zhaoge, she immediately stood up and greeted, Yang Emperor. No need to be so courteous, Miss Guan. Yang Zhaoge smiled. The person who came was Guan Yuluo of the Sky Beyond Sky's northern region's Cloud Pavilion Mountains profound remnant locale. In the past, she was the granddaughter of the World Beyond World's northern exalt. She was acquainted with Feng Yunsheng during their youth, and their relationship was quite deep. After the northern exalt perished, Cloud Pavilion Mountains' profound remnant locale had left the World Beyond Worlds along with Yang Zhaoge and the others. After all these years, they had already stabilized their footing in the Sky Beyond Skies. Guan Yuluo, who used to be elegant and graceful, had long since ascended to the martial saint realm. She had seen the true divinity and became one of Cloud Pavilion Mountain's higher-ups. She was currently charging towards the Immortal Bridge. Seeing that Yang Zhaoge seemed to have something to discuss with Feng Yunsheng, she immediately took her leave. Guan Yuluo and Feng Yunsheng had a good relationship, and they often interacted with each other. Feng Yunsheng didn't need to be polite with her, and arranged to chat with her the next time they met. Immortal exterminating or immortal ending? After Guan Yuluo left, Feng Yunsheng turned around and asked Yang Zhaoge. Immortal exterminating. Yang Zhaoge said, how's your situation? Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm, I'm only lacking one blade. Yang Zhaoge nodded, let's prepare to move. The ethereal illusory space seemed to have separated itself from the outside world, and existed above it. There was a place that was hard to locate, and its location was hard to locate. Spirit flowers and mystical grasses densely filled the place, as well as divine birds and auspicious beasts. Amidst the orchid waterfall, an ordinary-looking palace stood. Within the palace, within a simple room, an ancient sword hung upside down in mid-air. Dense green sword lights circulated on the surface of the ancient sword. The ancient sword that was flickering with green lights suddenly trembled. Within the room, a pair of eyes that were previously closed opened, and he grabbed onto the ancient sword's hilt, it's here. After keeping the ancient sword, the person pushed open the door, exited the room, and arrived outside the palace. Outside the palace, a daoist who sat on a 9-colored lotus throne and had the 10 extremities crane crown on his head said, be careful. The person holding the sword said, I understand. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and flew out of this immortal realm, and entered the boundless void. Chapter 1552. After Yang Zhaoge performed the ritual, radiances were suddenly released from a palace within the immortal court's heavenly palace. Within the palace, the slightly pale percussion Heavenly Lord, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened his eyes and looked in the opposite direction. A young man sat there. He was tall, had 3 heads and 6 arms, and even had a third eye on his forehead. The young man quietly looked at a small bell within the palace. The small bell that resembled a copper bell was currently emitting radiances and shaking lightly. However, no sound was emitted. A talisman was stuck on the bell. Currently, the talisman's patterns were distorting as if they were alive. The heretics have made their move. The young man with 3 heads and 6 arms opened his eyes and said, "It seems like they aren't aiming for the immortal ending ancient sword, but the immortal exterminating ancient sword that my master wielded." The percussion Heavenly Lord asked in a deep voice, "Can you find it?" "If it were that easy, I would have found it long ago." The young man shook his head, "Only, the other party made their move. That's why I'm able to find it. If you want to find it, try using this bell. You might stand a chance, but it's hard to guarantee anything." The young man glanced at the percussion Heavenly Lord, "I know that you've yet to recover from your injuries from the heretics. It's inevitable that you're feeling frustrated. However, our immortal court is currently fighting against the White Lotus evil devils, and we have no time to spare. Don't be impatient and head there alone." The percussion Heavenly Lord's expression sank as he slowly said, "You're right. Don't worry, Daoist Yin. I won't act rashly. However, we can't remain indifferent. Since it's rare for them to come out, we can't let them go so easily." The young man nodded slightly, "That's right. However, it's not something that the 2 of us can handle." After saying that, he extended his hand and pointed towards the small bell. The small bell landed on the ground and entered his hand. "Daoist Yin, your injuries have yet to recover. Let me make a trip there," said the young man. The percussion Heavenly Lord stood up, "Thank you, Daoist Yin. I'll be waiting for your good news." The young man's figure shook and transformed into a stream of light. He exited the immortal court's heavenly palace and headed towards the distance. After traversing through layers of voids, he finally landed in a cosmos. Countless Buddhist lands were connected, and green lotuses bloomed. It was a scene of tranquility and peace. The young man entered one of the Buddhist Pure Lands and arrived in front of a temple. He lowered his head and said, "Junior Yin Jiao, I would like to meet the Dipankara ancient Buddha." A Buddhist Bant in front of the temple put his palms together, and said, "Yin Sui Heavenly Lord, Sui Heavenly Sui the god of Tai Sui, who was once on duty in the Heavenly Court's divine palace, was now the Heavenly Lord of Tai Sui, Yin Jiao." He walked into the temple. Heavenly, golden Buddha within the Kara Buddha divine palace, and had a Sunli Jiao, Yin Yang divine radiated a light. From the Buddha within the temple. The divine light divine radiated Yang Buddha Buddha. Yin Di. The ancient Buddha, one sect Jiao Dieted Buddha, and said, and Yang, A1. Yin Jiao held the small bell in his hand, which was still shaking soundlessly. "Ancient Buddha, this is the immortal exterminating sword that my master wielded in the past. Although it's still hard to understand the other party's method, the general idea is gradually becoming clear. It's to use the sword to find someone. However, to find someone, there should be some initial clues that can be relied on." The Dipankara ancient Buddha said, "Your master's cyclic heavenly seal was shattered in the past. One of its fragments fell into the hands of the Broad Creed Mountain by chance. If the immortal ending sword doesn't have any better clues, the second method of searching for the sword will most likely land on the immortal exterminating sword. The ancient Buddha can see 10,000 miles, said Yin Jiao. The Dipankara ancient Buddha smiled and said, I'm just observing from the side. Speaking of which, the three clear lineage is truly full of talents. This newly created method is truly unique. Yin Jiao smiled faintly and did not reply. The Dipankara ancient Buddha flicked his finger lightly. After a while, a green lotus descended outside the temple. Golden lights flickered on the green lotus. Go ahead. Act according to the situation. The Astro Mountain's starry seas and the White Lotus heretics won't just sit and watch, said the Dipankara ancient Buddha. After Yin Jiao left the temple, the Dipankara ancient Buddha sat in silence and smiled. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and looked into the distance, as if there was no focus. The fate has already been decided. The time has yet to come. At the same time, in the blessed lands of the White Lotus, the sword master of the six paths, Chu Su, sat within his Buddhist kingdom. At this moment, another white lotus suddenly descended. Chu Su opened his eyes and looked up. The lotus platform spreading Buddha is here. Is it because the Taoism heretics are searching for the sword again? The lotus platform spreading Buddha on the white lotus nodded and said, "There's news from the Astro Mountain Starry Seas." Chu Su nodded and stood up. The Buddha and the boundless evil devil are in a heated argument. However, he still paid attention to this matter and passed down a decree. The lotus platform spreading Buddha said, "The boundless evil devil seems to have other intentions regarding the immortal exterminating four swords. You have to be careful." Chu Su nodded. "Namo Mettria Buddha, this disciple shall obey your decree." He left the blessed lands of the White Lotus and headed towards the Astro Mountain's Starry Seas. Passing through layers of void, he arrived at the Astro Mountain's Starry Seas where the demon race lived in seclusion. After entering, Chu Su headed towards the majestic grand plainness heaven. Although there were many worlds within the Astro Mountain's Starry Seas, most of them were filled with demonic chi and black winds. However, the grand plainness heaven had rays of light and clouds revolving around the cosmos, making this place look like a paradise. Even if there were bloody and evil demonic winds rushing over from the outside, they would immediately retract upon entering this place. Chu Su entered the grand plainness heaven and looked up. He could vaguely see the existence of a palace beyond the 9 heavens. However, it seemed unreachable and unapproachable. He knew that it was the legendary broad plains of Chestnut. Beyond the 33 heavens, the grand plainness heaven, the broad plains of Chestnut. That was Empress Wa's residence in the past. After Empress Wa transcended, the Empress Wa's palace disappeared, and the Eastern Empress Palace was established. Chu Su lowered his head and retracted his gaze. He traversed through the grand plainness heaven and quickly arrived in front of a spiritual mountain. A Daoist child welcomed him at the entrance. "Sword son of the six paths, please follow this child. Master is waiting for you." Chu Su followed this Daoist child who had transformed into a human and entered the spiritual mountain, arriving at the peak. There was a towering ancient tree at the peak. As he walked towards the tree's peak, he saw an old man sitting in a lotus position. Upon seeing this old man, Chu Su immediately bowed. "This junior greets the Daoist monarch." "Look over there," said the old man. Chu Su looked over and saw a piece of black stone burning within golden red flames, emitting a soft sizzling sound. He took a closer look and felt that the irregularly shaped black stone was like a large seal with only a small part of it left. "This is..." Chu Su seemed to have understood something. The old man nodded. "That's right. This was left behind after Guangcheng's cyclic heavenly seal was shattered. The 3 clear lineage intends to retrieve the immortal exterminating 4 swords. From the looks of it, the 3rd sword they are eyeing is most likely the immortal exterminating sword and not the immortal ending sword." Chapter 1553. The old man sat upright on the tree trunk. He wore a fishtail crown and a large red robe. His appearance was strange and he had a long beard. There were 2 items floating in front of him. One was a broken flipping sky seal that looked like a black stone, and the other was a colorful gourd. At this moment, the fragments of the flipping sky seal were burning in the golden and red flames, but the 7-colored gourd had no reaction. Seeing this, Chu Su had a rough idea in his heart. It was very likely that the 7-colored gourd was one of the personal treasures of the jade clear bigwig Daoist heavenly lord who originally possessed the immortal ending sword. The most famous and familiar treasure that Daoist Tianzuan was familiar with was naturally the demon-subduing pestle that he had given to his disciple, Wei Hu. But other than that, he definitely had other treasures with him, just that they weren't as famous as the demon-subduing pestle. Now that the damaged cyclic heavenly seal had a reaction, blazing amidst the flames, while the 7-colored gourd showed no reaction, it undoubtedly meant that Yang Zhaoge and the others were searching for the immortal exterminating sword originally wielded by the Lord of Broad Accomplishment and not the immortal ending sword. The red-robed elder waved his hand, and the burning, damaged flipping sky seal floated in front of Chu Su. Chu Su didn't try to put out the fire. Instead, he put it away. The fire didn't affect him at all. I believe that the Western Buddhist lands and the Immortal Court will make their moves as well. You guys just have to act accordingly. The red-robed old man said, it would be best if you could track down the 3 clear lineage successor. Chu Su nodded. Dao Lord is right. I've heard of what happened to your master, the treasured sword Buddha Lord. However, I believe that you know your limits. The red-robed old man said, although hatred makes people blind, those who are truly talented will only be calmer. Only then will they have the chance to take revenge and fulfill their wishes. Chu Su's expression was calm as he silently bowed to the red-robed old man. I've always believed that. The red-robed old man smiled faintly and said, it's a pity that the Great Rock is currently fighting against the Western Buddhist lands. Otherwise, I would have wanted him to accompany you. The Golden-Winged Rock, also known as the Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles, was undoubtedly one of the best among the great sages of the demon race. Also, he had enmity with Yang Zhaoge and the others for having killed his son, having always desired to seek vengeance on them. Currently, the war between the 2 heretic factions had yet to end. The demon race and the Western Pure Lands were also participating in the war. The Rock of 10,000 Cloudy Miles was currently not in the Astro Mountain's starry seas. Great Rock Wisdom King has remarkable abilities. He intimidated the Western heretics and protected them. He has great merits and I've always admired him, said Chu Su. If I tell him the news, Da Peng might still rush back. The red-robed old man smiled and said, however, let's not talk about running back and forth for now. Right now, there are other candidates in the Grand Essence Heaven who are quite suitable. They are suitable for the prime clear immortal exterminating 4 swords. As he spoke, a ball of flames lit up on either side of him, as if 2 doors had been opened. A voice quickly came from the door on the left. Dao Lord, what can I do for you? The voice from the door on the right asked, is there news about the 2 ancient swords, Celestial Extermination or Celestial Extermination? The Zhuxian ancient sword has some movements. The red-robed old man replied with a smile. The 2 gates formed by the flames swayed slightly, and then both sides said in unison, very good. The gates formed by the flames disappeared. The red-robed old man said to Chu Su, you 2 should head out first. If things don't go your way, then we'll discuss further. I understand. Chu Su stood up and transformed into a white lotus. He floated down from the ancient tree, went straight up the green clouds, and exited the Grand Essence Heaven. At the same time, 2 demonic winds rose within the Grand Essence Heaven. Initially, they were calm. However, the moment they exited the Grand Essence Heaven, they instantly became ferocious. The White Lotus and the 2 demonic winds coexisted peacefully. After meeting each other, they flew within the Astro Mountain's starry sea. Finally, they exited the Astro Mountain's starry sea and disappeared within the void's boundless outskirts. Within the awakened sky cosmos, within the sky beyond skies. On the broad Creed Mountain, Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng arrived at the Pill Hall at the peak of the mountain. Within the Pill Hall, the North Ocean clone, who was originally sitting in a lotus position with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and stood up. Beside him, a furry ball with black and white colors was lying on the ground, dozing off. A woman beside him was stroking the furry ball with a satisfied expression. Young master, young madam. The woman was Xiao Ari. When Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng entered, she turned around and greeted them with a smile. The furry ball moved a little and stretched his body. With a pair of huge dark circles under his eyes, he grinned towards Yang Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, seemingly having a silly look on his face. After lightly patting Pan Pan's head, Yang Zhaoge said, invite mother over. It's safer for her to oversee this place. In the current sky beyond skies, there was only his mother, Xue Chuqing, who could rival Yang Zhaoge in terms of formations within the same realm. Over the past few years, the sky beyond skies had improved in many aspects. The formation standards had been continuously improving, and they were on par with the pre-Great Calamity times. Xue Chuqing's contributions were undeniable. She had already pushed open the immortal door, and was currently presiding over the Pill Hall, protecting the entire sky beyond skies and even the awakened sky cosmos's formation axis. She was much more proficient than before. This time, Yang Zhaoge and his clone would be heading out. Naturally, Xue Chuqing would be the one presiding over the pill hall's formations. "I'll inform you right away," answered Xiao Ari happily. She was still responsible for the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's matters, which made her filled with energy. The Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's business had already spread throughout the entire sky beyond skies. The various treasures they produced were deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. At the same time, they affected everything within the sky beyond skies. The two sides were inseparable. For the various forces within the sky beyond skies, the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's membership grade represented their position within the sky beyond skies. As the current sky beyond skies great shopkeeper, Yang Xiao Ari had already ascended the immortal bridge long ago. Her martial arts talent was already extremely high. Only, her personality was a little lazy. Moreover, she had a wide range of interests and hobbies. Due to Xue Chuqing's influence, she was fond of researching formations. Even so, Xiao Ari had only recently broken through to the 8th level of the martial saint realm. Although she was slower than Ah Hu and the others, her progress was already considered extraordinary. Coincidentally, she had come to the Broad Creed Mountain for some matters, which was why she was currently on the mountain. Of course, Yang Zhaoge could also contact Xue Chuqing. However, Xiao Ari liked this job very much. Although it seemed insignificant, she enjoyed it very much. Under Xue Chuqing's rule, the Bright Connection Valley had improved over the years. While it wasn't strong, it wasn't lacking in manpower. Su Yun and Shenrong had long since become martial saints. Their living source physique was blessed by the heavens in an environment where spirit qi was scarce. However, in an environment where spirit qi was relatively abundant, it wouldn't display any special advantages. However, with the abundance of spirit qi in the sky beyond skies and the excellent environment, even without the unique advantages of the living source physique, it was still a paradise for their cultivation that far surpassed that of the floating life world. As for the more talented disciples of the Snow Crane sect who were restricted by the environment of the floating life world, they had even more hopes of soaring. This naturally included the others of the floating life world. As long as they were talented, they would have more hopes and choices. Demonic bloodline cultivators could also be considered a naturally derived lineage. Therefore, Yang Zhaoge hadn't altered the environment of the floating life world. If external influences caused the demonic bloodline cultivators' legacies to gradually fade away, they would still be naturally eliminated. In places like the sky beyond skies, there were more high-grade spirit beasts and demonic beasts. To the mainstream demonic bloodline cultivators of the floating life world, it was also a blessing. They were all gradually strengthening the Bright Connection Valley. Now that the Bright Connection Valley was under the care of Su Yun and the others, Xue Chuqing didn't have to worry about it. Upon receiving Xiao Ari's news, he immediately rushed over to the Broad Creed Mountain. After Yang Zhaoge met up with his mother and met up with Xu Fei who had arranged the sect's internal affairs, they left the sky beyond skies together. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 1554. After exiting the awakened sky cosmos, Yang Zhaoge and the others felt the formless yet tangible barrier of the awakened sky cosmos fading away. Then, they stepped into the void's boundless outskirts and headed into the distance. Along the way, Feng Yunsheng said, "I'll first search for the clues left behind by Patriarch Daoist Hang in Golden Court Mountain's Jade House Cave, and then I'll meet you there. Be careful." Yang Zhaoge nodded, saying softly. Feng Yunsheng smiled faintly, and her figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Jiao Qingxian frowned slightly. This feeling is just like Jian Shunhua achieving the 5 Qis unification and Twin Flowers converged crown. "Is it fine? Senior Jiao, don't worry. Nothing will happen," Yang Zhaoge said. This was Yunsheng's decision after much consideration. It did not affect her will, just that, she adjusted her martial path slightly. Jiao Qingxuan's brows gradually relaxed. It's harmful for others to do it, but it's fine for her. As long as she can control it carefully, it'll be fine. A person's martial arts concept and path were often unchanging. This was related to the cultivation of certain martial arts, but the same martial arts would often have different results when practiced by different people. It wasn't that it was impossible to seek innovation and change, but it was often more harmful than beneficial to change one's ways easily, or the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. However, Feng Yunsheng had a unique advantage in this aspect. Due to her special experiences, it wasn't difficult for her to absorb and even alter the martial arts intent of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. It also didn't affect her cultivation of the shifting abyss chaos extermination. Jian Shirenhua's martial intent actually didn't conflict with the Luo Yuan primal chaos annihilation. Otherwise, Jian Shunhua wouldn't have come up with such a shocking plan all those years ago. It was just that Feng Yunsheng hadn't developed in that direction before. It was not that she was afraid that Jian Shunhua might have left behind any future troubles. After so many years, Feng Yunsheng had absolute confidence in herself. It was just that her style had always been incompatible with Jian Shirenhua's. However, in the past few decades, Feng Yunsheng had been constantly cultivating in seclusion, and her martial arts intent was undergoing a new transformation and development. As for whether it would result in a sublimation, that would require time to verify. Recalling Feng Yunsheng's expression when she had made this decision that year, Yang Zhaoge exhaled lightly. Xue Fei patted his shoulder. Yang Zhaoge nodded. They did not stop as they headed towards the depths of space. Just like the last time when they were searching for the immortal trapping sword, it was another long and arduous journey. However, as they walked, the expressions of Yang Zhaoge and the others gradually turned solemn. With their current cultivation and strength, they were extremely sensitive to the changes in the void. They could vaguely feel that they were gradually approaching the border of the 9 underworlds by following the guidance of the talisman and the immortal trapping sword. Although it's hard to tell directions in the void, the 9 underworlds shouldn't have invaded this universe, right? Yang Zhaoge asked with some uncertainty. The known land of Tranquil Stream is very far away from here. After pondering for a moment, Gao Qingxian answered, if a grand heavenly realm devil lord were to take action, he could corrode a portion of the void and transform it into a devilish domain. However, if the 9 underworlds weren't connected afterward, the devilish domain might gradually dissipate and degenerate into the land of tranquil streams. In the future, it might even revert back to the void of the universe. Only, it would be very barren. Yang Zhaoge narrowed his eyes. However, if the bones of a great devil were buried here, it might exist forever. If a devilish domain was formed, the Grand Heavenly Realm or Grand Virtual Realm experts would be able to discover it from afar. Xue Fei frowned. If a great devil was proficient in concealment, its miraculous abilities wouldn't dissipate even after its death. As such, it would be very hard to discover it. Yang Zhaoge said, even if a Grand Heavenly Realm expert were to pass by, it would be hard to notice it. One would have to get very close to it to discover it. They were able to notice it from afar because of Yang Zhaoge's secret art using the immortal trapping sword. In other words, the devilish domain might contain traces of the immortal extermination sword or the Lord of Broad Accomplishment, which was why they were able to notice it from afar. During the Great Calamity, the Lord of Broad Accomplishment Grand Master was nearby and fought against the 9 underworld's great devils. Said Xue Fei slowly. They looked at each other and frowned. Currently, they were very sensitive towards the 9 underworlds. The cyclic heavenly seal shattered, and the Lord of Broad Accomplishment Grand Master remained hidden throughout the ages. I'm afraid that the situation isn't looking good. Yang Zhaoge's expression turned solemn. However, if the Lord of Broad Accomplishment Grand Master met with misfortune, where's the immortal extermination sword now? We have to be more cautious. However, no matter what, we have to investigate it first. Gao Qingxian looked at the immortal trapping sword in her palm. Yang Zhaoge and Xue Fei nodded in agreement, and the group continued forward. After a while, everyone's heart jolted slightly. They stopped and looked around. Yang Zhaoge nodded towards Gao Qingxian. Gao Qingxian wielded the immortal trapping sword and slashed forward. Dark red sword lights instantly rose and fell everywhere. Suddenly, a wound seemed to have been slashed open by the immortal trapping sword. However, clumps of black fog flowed out from this wound. The black fog gave off a viscous feeling. However, it also seemed to be weightless. Spatial cracks were slashed open by the dark red sword lights one after another. Then, layers of black fog surged out from within. As if a dam had been breached, It spread everywhere. Upon seeing this, Yang Zhaoge and the others' expressions remained unchanged, and they continued forward. Same as before. I'll stand guard outside, and you all enter to investigate, said Gao Qingxian. Yang Zhaoge nodded, thank you, Senior Gao. Upon entering, Yang Zhaoge felt as if he had once again stepped into the 9 underworlds. Mournful wails that shook one's soul resounded. Streaks of blood-red lightning continuously streaked past his eyes, while black fog permeated the surroundings. Yang Zhaoge, Shui Fei, the North Ocean clone, and Pan Pan traversed within. This place seemed like an independent world, and it was extremely majestic. After a while, Yang Zhaoge's eyes lit up. His gaze pierced through the layers of black fog and landed on the ground beneath. On the vast and boundless flatland, there seemed to be a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. However, the endless mountain range wasn't made of soil and rocks, but instead, white bones. When placed flat on the ground, it seemed like a boundless mountain range. An inestimably colossal skeleton laid on the ground, and its center was clearly fractured. It was as if a majestic mountain range that stretched across the land had been severed from the middle. It looks like a snake. Shui Fei looked at this scene and pondered, did the demon race fall to the dark side and enter the devil's Tao? Only, logically speaking, an evil devil's corpse shouldn't be left behind after perishing. Could it be that the one who killed him was? After observing for a while, Yang Zhaoge continued, that's right. This is the result of being slain by the immortal extermination sword, which dispelled the devil's Tao. As a result, this snake-like existence left behind a skeleton after death, and couldn't be reborn in the 9 underworlds. He looked around, however, where's the Lord of Broad Accomplishment? Since the clues led us here, this snake devil's corpse shouldn't be the only thing left here. Chapter 1555. Yang Zhaoge scanned his surroundings, and his gaze finally landed on a faraway mountain range. Let's go to the end of the mountain range and see if we can find anything at the snake's head. After saying that, Yang Zhaoge walked along the mountain range. Shui Fei and the others followed behind him. The devilish qi that was originally concealed within the devilish domain started leaking out along with the destruction of the devilish domain. The devilish qi within the devilish domain started fading at a slow but irreversible speed. Yang Zhaoge and the others were still making use of their time. If the devilish qi leaked out, it would be easily discovered by others. Grand Heavenly Realm or Grand Virtual Realm experts would be able to detect the devilish qi from afar. It's there. Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone's right shoulder was faintly flickering with golden radiances. His eyes were also shining like 2 golden suns. Under the illumination of the golden radiances, the blood thunder calmed down, and the black fog dispersed. From afar, the snake devil's gigantic skull was in a posture of looking at the moon. It was as tall as the main peak of the mountain range. The North Ocean clone lowered his head, and the golden radiance from the seal on his right shoulder shot up to the sky, manifesting the golden body of the great sage. He walked forward and grabbed the snake devil's gigantic upper and lower jaw with both hands. Then, the golden monkey exerted force and forcefully opened the snake devil's mouth. From the snake's mouth, a thick black fog mixed with traces of blood sprayed out. The golden body of the great sage was slightly dizzy from the devilish fog that had been accumulated for close to 10,000 years. He shook his head vigorously, and golden radiances flickered on his body, causing his fur to stand on end. Only then did the black fog wash away. Yang Zhaoge and the others lowered their heads and looked inside, only to see darkness. Command. After observing for a while, Yang Zhaoge took out the talisman that was stuck on the immortal trapping sword and lit it up. Then, he tossed it into the snake's mouth. The talisman lit up with a pale green flame. It was like a lonely boat sailing in the dark sea, circling and drifting in the wind. Suddenly, the green flame stopped drifting and hovered within the darkness. Then, the green flame started spreading towards its surroundings, transforming the surrounding darkness into green radiances. Everyone focused their gaze and saw that the talisman wasn't the only thing burning within the green flame. Something else was burning as well. Rise. Yang Zhaoge waved his hand, and the expanding green flame was sucked up. Yang Zhaoge and Shui Fei both sighed softly as they looked at the thing enveloped by the green flame. It was an arm, severed at the elbow. The Lord of Broad Accomplishment's left hand. Yang Zhaoge sighed. Xue Fei nodded silently. When they fought, Heavenly Lord Guangqing was heavily injured by the Great Demon, and the Great Demon himself was killed by Heavenly Lord Guangqing with the immortal slaying sword. The surface of the severed arm was pitch black. Only after being burned by the green flames did the blackness gradually fade. Then, the Heavenly Lord Guangqing's left arm glowed with a treasure light. They're both grand heavenly immortals, but the great fiend is already dead. There's no way to refine this severed arm. Yang Zhaoge shook his head. The grand heavenly immortal body. Even after so many years, this severed arm is still perfectly preserved. This great demon is buried here, yet Nine Nether can't even find it. Xue Fei frowned and said, "It's been so many years, could it be that they've never cared about it?" Yang Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. He pondered and said, "At the very least, we might be able to find the vast freedom heavenly devil and the primordial heart devil. However, if there were any special arrangements, they would have taken action when we retrieved this severed arm. Nothing has happened yet. Whether the Nine Nether wasn't prepared or didn't make any moves due to some other reason, it seems like they aren't targeting us." Yang Zhaoge let out a breath of turbid air. A long night is fraught with problems. Let's leave this place first. Since Heavenly Lord Guangqing and the immortal slaying sword aren't here, there's no need for us to stay here. That's right. Xue Fei nodded. The group immediately flew out of the devilish domain. The mountainous skeleton quickly shrunk in size. Halfway through their journey, Yang Zhaoge and Xue Fei's hearts suddenly sank. Someone else is here, and they're already fighting against Senior Gao. As they thought about this, dark red sword lights flickered in front of them. They surged in from outside the devilish domain and slashed apart the dark devilish domain's boundaries. Due to the snake devil's corpse, a huge hole was instantly torn open. Gao Qingxian controlled the immortal trapping sword and transformed into a streak of dark red radiance, rushing towards Yang Zhaoge and Yang Zhaoge. Behind her, from the cosmos void outside, a majestic demonic chi surged. Two extremely powerful existences descended upon this place. At the same time, Yang Zhaoge could vaguely see a white lotus amidst the devilish winds and dark clouds. A green lamp lit up atop the white lotus, emanating a chilling sword light. Sword Son of the Six Paths, Chu Su. Yang Zhaoge understood. Beside him, other than the North Ocean clone, Xue Fei patted Pan Pan's head. Then, he bowed slightly, and the rune on his right shoulder emitted boundless golden radiances, condensing into a giant ape silhouette. Pan Pan no longer had his usual lazy look. Instead, his expression turned ferocious. With a low roar, he manifested his golden body of the great sage as well. The three golden bodies of the great sage rose from the ground. The horrifying and violent demonic chi wasn't fazed by the two devilish winds at all. Under the golden body of the great sage's radiance, Chu Su's silhouette on the white lotus became clearer. The two devilish winds also gradually took form. A tall figure stood atop the green and yellow clouds. Demonic chi revolved around their entire bodies, resembling tornadoes. On the green cloud on the left stood a man with a beast's face and a human's body. He had a lion's head on his tall and sturdy body, with green manner surrounding his neck. He appeared rather majestic. On the yellow cloud on the right stood an even bigger man. His body was humanoid, but his head was that of an elephant. His thick and long nose was half-curled, and 6 yellow teeth as thick as pillars protruded from the corners of his mouth. The two great demons stood there, giving off a feeling of blotting out the skies and sun. The surrounding cosmos seemed to be trampled upon. The Sword Son of the Six Paths, Chu Su possessed Buddha's radiance. His talents were outstanding, and he had attained Buddhahood from the external Taos. His strength wasn't inferior to the orthodox. Currently, he stood beside the two great demons. While his aura wasn't weakened, his foundations were clearly lacking. Seeing the appearance of the two great demons, Yang Zhaoge's pupils shrunk slightly. Upon hearing the immortal trapping sword light, Gao Qingxian appeared. She looked at the two great demons with a similarly solemn expression. "Are you the two prime clear bigwigs, the horned head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal?" Yang Zhaoge asked slowly. There's no point in mentioning the past. I won't bicker with you juniors. The green-furred lion-like great demon opened his mouth and said, "Leave behind the two swords, Zhuxian and trapping immortal, and I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave on your own, and consider this as the last bit of incense." Hearing his words, Yang Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Beside them, Gao Qingxian asked, "Now that the two of you have returned to the demon race, are you going to disregard the Prime Clear inheritance and steal our Prime Clear's treasure for the demon race?" The yellow-toothed elephant raised its nose. In the ancient era, after the apotheosis, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, the Heavenly Lord of Yuanxia and the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue transcended together, leaving us to be captured by the Jade Clear Manjushri and Samantabhadra. We were reduced to their mounts and suffered all kinds of humiliation. It's about time that we repaid the Tao sect. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1556. During the ancient investitures of the gods' era, the Prime Clear Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasures lineage flourished. He taught everyone without discrimination and enjoyed the beautiful reputation of having tens of thousands of immortals paying homage to him. Other than the Lord of Plentiful Treasure, the Golden Spirit Divine Mother, the Incongruence Divine Mother and the other bigwigs of the Prime Clear direct lineage, there were also 7 immortals who listened to his lectures. With the Lord of Numinous Treasure as their master, they were all hegemon-like figures. Qiu Shou Immortal and Ling Ya Immortal were 2 of them. They were ancient mutants, the azure fur lion and the 6-tusked white elephant. It was just that during the conferred God War at the end of the ancient era, the Prime Clear lineage was defeated by the joint efforts of the other sects, and most of their disciples withered away. Although Immortal Qiu Shou and Immortal Spirit Tooth did not perish on the investiture of gods, they were captured alive by the Jade Clear lineage's Manjushri Heavenly Lord Guangfa and Samantabhadra Enlightened. They were beaten into revealing their true forms and became mounts. After that, Manjushri Heavenly Lord Guang Fa and Samantabhadra Zhenren both entered Buddhism and became Manjushri Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Buddhism had its own way of honorific titles. It was the habit of Taoism to refer to Buddha as Deluo and Bodhisattva as Taishu. They compared the levels of Buddhism with their own. Be it Manjushri Bodhisattva or Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, they were both existences who had attained the zenith heaven realm. Qiu Shou Xian and Ling Ya Xian also followed them into Buddhism and continued to be their mounts. From then on, most people called them Indigo Lion and White Elephant. In the past, regardless of whether they were great demons or successors of the Prime Clear lineage of Taoism, they were both existences that stood proudly between the heavens and the earth. The time after becoming a god was naturally a great humiliation and torment for them. Unfortunately, no one could free them. The 3 clear Grand Masters had already transcended and were no longer around. Although the Elder Lord was still alive, he had never asked about it. Qiu Shou Immortal and Ling Ya Immortal were only able to escape after the Middle Epoch. At that time, the Maitreya Buddha changed the central blessed lands of Soha's teachings, causing a dispute among the Buddhas. In the end, the central blessed lands of Soha split apart, and a large number of Buddhist Bantes left to join the Western Pure Lands. It was during that great turmoil in Buddhism that Immortal Qiu Shou and Immortal Ling Ya regained their freedom. After escaping, they no longer considered themselves as successors of Taoism's Prime Clear lineage. Instead, they joined the Astro Mountain's Starry Seas Demon Race's world and became Demon Race's great sages. Previously, due to the conflict between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, the Western Pure Lands and the Demon Race had also come out of seclusion and waged war. Immortal Spirit Tooth and Immortal Qiu Shou had also appeared before, fighting against the experts of the Western Paradise's Orthodox Buddhism. Yang Zhaoge didn't know if the Incongruence Divine Mother had tried to interact with them. However, from the looks of it, even if she had, it would have been an extremely unpleasant outcome. Moreover, when Taoism had suffered a calamity during the Great Calamity back then, it was hard to say if these 2 demon race great sages who harbored resentment had retaliated. Previously, he had predicted that after they entered the Astro Mountain Star Ocean, they would not help either side in the battle between the Tao sect and other forces. But now, it seemed that the actual situation was worse than expected. Yang Zhaoge stood on the shoulder of the giant ape formed by the North Ocean clone and looked towards the horned head immortal and the spirit tooth immortal. I'm not in the position to comment on the actions of the three clear grandmasters in the past. The two of you are free to do whatever you want. However, since you've said so, we're no longer on the same side. Forgive me for not being able to hand over the immortal trapping sword and the immortal exterminating sword to the two of you. Yang Zhaoge said calmly, everyone will rely on their own capabilities. Please forgive me for offending you. As he spoke, the two golden bodies of the great sage formed by Xu Fei and Pan Pan had already soared into the sky. That's exactly what I wanted. The horned head immortal yelled. A saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down. The saberlight's green radiance was filled with destruction and ferocity. Some traces of the immortal exterminating sword's sword intent leaked out. The horned head immortal used the sword during the ancient times, and the Middle Ages used the saber. However, he was enraged by Taoism and abandoned the sword. Instead, he fused the sword arts into the saber arts and opened up a new path. As the saberlight surged, it seemed like it was going to envelop the two violent apes. The two giant apes' hands flickered with golden radiances, which condensed into cudgels. One of them blocked the horned head immortal's saber, while the other made a turn in midair and slammed towards the indigo lion's head. Monkey's tricks. The spirit tooth immortal flicked his nose and snorted, I might not be afraid of you, but I'm not. A spear with traces of white aura circulating on its spearhead, capable of destroying all living things, pierced towards the giant ape's heart. The spirit tooth immortal had fused the prime clear immortal extinguishing sword's profundities into his spear art, creating a unique style. The transformation wasn't as graceful as the immortal extinguishing sword scripture, but it was more ferocious and violent. The giant ape that Pan Pan transformed into was fearless. He raised the Ruyi golden cudgel formed by golden radiances and blocked the spear. The spear's momentum slowed down slightly. The giant ape flipped its body and dodged the spear's piercing attack. With the spirit tooth immortal alleviating the pressure, the horned head immortal fought against the golden body of the great sage alone. While the golden body of the great sage was powerful, it was still in the grand virtual realm. It would be hard for it to suffer a disadvantage against a veteran grand heavenly realm expert like the horned head immortal. After all, without the true Ruyi golden cudgel, it would be hard for it to pose any threat to the demon race's great sage. On the other side, the sword son of the Six Paths, Chu Su, remained expressionless as he unleashed his samsara sword. Gao Qingxian wielded the immortal trapping sword and faced Chu Su head-on. Compared to using the immortal slaughtering sword back in the Jade Spring world, Gao Qingxuan's current immortal trapping sword allowed her to shift through space much more conveniently. It was almost comparable to the grand heavenly realm's omnipresent ability, which allowed her to contend against the Buddha Chu Su. However, while the treasured sword Buddha Lord, who was most suited to coordinate with Chu Su, was currently surrounded by great demons. Their demonic auras blotted out the skies and even destroyed the devilish domain. Under such an environment, Chu Su's sword art actually guided Gao Qingxuan's surrounding demonic aura, gradually transforming it into the beast Tao of the Six Paths of Samsara. Chu Su's sword attacks became faster and faster, sealing off Gao Qingxuan's shifting space and forcefully striking her into the beast Tao. Gao Qingxuan's sword lights were ethereal and hard to determine. The dark red radiance flickered inside and outside, causing Chu Su to be unable to grasp it. Unlike the golden body of the great sage, it was hard to injure the demon race's great sage. If Chu Su was careless, Gao Qingxuan's immortal trapping sword wouldn't hold back. However, Chu Su didn't seem to care about this at all. He didn't plan to slowly wear down Gao Qingxuan's immortal essence. Instead, he revealed a determination to kill his enemy even if he were to be injured by the immortal trapping sword. Gao Qingxian was merely the beginning. Yang Zhaoge and the golden body of the great sage beside him were Chu Su's ultimate targets. However, Chu Su did not lose his composure. His attacks were still orderly. However, the enemy who had killed his master, the treasured sword Buddha Lord, was right in front of him. While Chu Su was calm as usual, the murderous intent in his heart had reached an unprecedented peak. Yang Zhaoge's expression was similarly calm. After confirming that there were no other hidden enemies in the vicinity, he turned and leapt into the ear hole of the Northern Ocean clone's giant ape. After which, the giant ape let out a long howl towards the sky. He took out the real Rui Jingu Bang and started to attack the three opponents in front of him. Good timing. We've been waiting for you. Although Immortal Qiu Shou and Immortal Ling Huai's weapons were knocked away, they still roared in unison. One opened its mouth wide. Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1557. In the void of the universe, the demon domain formed by Venerable Snake's remains was on the verge of shattering. Jiao Qingxuan's and Chu Su's sword lights dodged the attack. At this moment, it was a world where demonic winds surged and wild collisions occurred. The world seemed to have returned to the primordial era, desolate and ferocious. 3 monkeys, 1 lion, and 1 elephant, the 5 great monsters roared savagely at the same time, causing the surrounding world to return to the primeval times again. Immortal Qiu Shou transformed into a giant green lion. It opened its bloody mouth and looked like it was about to swallow the sky. The colossal lion's mouth was akin to a black hole that engulfed the entire universe. It gave Yang Zhaoge and Jiao Qingxian a feeling that it was comparable to the scene when the Immortal Extermination Formation was destroyed. They couldn't help but be sucked into it. Even with the strength of the 3 golden bodies of the great sage, they were unable to maintain their footing. The 3 enormous bodies that were like divine mountains rose uncontrollably, as if they were about to fall into the lion's mouth. The golden body of the great sage's body seemed to shrink, turning from a vast ocean into a grain of sand. Bang! The golden body of the great sage formed by Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone yelled, and the Ruyi golden cudgel in his hand stood in the void beneath his feet. The divine treasure metal that had frozen the heavenly river in the past began to grow crazily, becoming incomparably huge. An incomparably terrifying and heavy feeling spread out. It was so heavy that it was hard for ordinary people to feel it, and it was hard to describe it with words. It was as if countless stars in the Milky Way had collapsed and gathered together, causing the starry sky of the universe to change shape. With the real Rui Jingu Bang in hand, the power of the Rui Jingu Bang fused with the power of the treasure. The giant ape's aura also began to surge. It was actually able to contend against the green-furred lion, who was a great sage. Locked in place by the Rui Jingu Bang, the green-furred lion's mouth seemed unable to swallow. But at the same time, Spirit Tooth Immortal also transformed. Suddenly, a 6-tusked white elephant that was even larger than the green-furred lion appeared. Its body was so huge that it seemed to fill up the entire universe. Every step white elephant took seemed to trample heaven and earth. The entire universe they were in was trembling. 6 pale yellow elephant tusks curved like the moon, exuding a menacing aura. A thick elephant trunk swept across the universe before coiling around the Rui Jingu Bang. Rise! Amidst the deafening roar, the Rui Jingu Bang was actually moved by the thick elephant trunk. With the combined strength of the lion's mouth and the elephant's trunk, it was like a pillar that could shake the heavens. If the Rui Jingu Bang were to waver in the slightest, it would be difficult for the Rui Jingu Bang to continue locking down the spacetime of the universe. While it could still remain where it was, Yang Zhaoge and the others were involuntarily lifted up once more, as if they were about to throw themselves into the lion's mouth. To be able to comprehend the profoundness of the Immortal Trapping Sword manual to such a level, and even fuse it with his own innate divine ability, it's truly terrifying. Jiao Qingxian stared into the azure lion's mouth and saw a circle of dark red radiance flickering at the edge of the black hole-like mouth. Jiao Qingxian wielded the Immortal Trapping Sword, intending to use the Immortal Trapping Sword against the Immortal Trapping Sword, aiding the golden body of the great sage and the Ruyi golden cudgel in dispelling the Qiu Shou Immortal's divine art. However, a sword light flashed in front of her, and Chu Su, the sword son of the 6 paths, stood firmly in front of her. Chu Su's sword Dao was inferior to the Prime Clear Lineage's Immortal Trapping Sword manual in terms of speed and agility in shifting space. However, he had already ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm after all. Jiao Qingxian herself was still a grand virtual immortal. While facing him with the Immortal Trapping Sword, she wouldn't be at a disadvantage in this aspect. However, She wouldn't be able to escape from Chu Su's grasp. Chu Su's figure was also affected by the lion's mouth, as if he was about to be devoured by the lion. However, he didn't mind this at all. He only focused on attacking the enemy's vital points, preventing Jiao Qingxian and the immortal trapping sword from executing their moves. This way, the azure lion would be able to unleash its full strength and devour the heavens and the earth. However, just as they were entangled, the other two golden bodies of the great sage extended their hands and grabbed onto the Ruyi golden cudgel. Then, they shook it forcefully. In the past, the divine metal treasure that had dominated the myriad heavens and intimidated the immortals seemed to have solidified, transforming into rays of dark radiance. Under the tremors of the surging power, the spirit tooth immortal's trunk that was wrapped around the Ruyi golden cudgel felt sore. The power that could shake the heavens and earth felt like it couldn't be sustained anymore. The intense baleful aura tore through the skin of the six-tusked white elephant's trunk as if it was being pricked by needles. As the saying goes, if you pull on it a little, you die; if you knock on it a little, you die; if you touch it, your skin will break, and your tendons will be injured. It was originally just a sea-calming treasure, but after it had committed countless sins and was stained with the blood of countless Buddhas, demons, immortals, and demons, it had become one of the few fiendish objects in the world. The three giant apes shook the Ruyi golden cudgel together, instantly stabilizing the heavens and earth. The six-tusked white elephant wanted to endure it, but one of the apes laughed coldly and scratched the elephant's nostril with one hand. This was like the last straw that broke the elephant's back. That scratch would really take its life. The spirit tooth immortal let out a cry and loosened his grip on the elephant's trunk. He wanted to exert force again, but it was too late. Grow, grow, grow. The three golden bodies of the great sage roared in unison. Together with the Ruyi golden cudgel, their bodies expanded as if they were going to pierce through the universe. The azure lion couldn't hold on anymore. If it continued to resist, the Ruyi golden cudgel would smash its mouth and stab into its brain. I've underestimated this monkey's ability. The Qiu immortal and the spirit tooth immortal let out a long sigh helplessly. They retracted their demon body avatar and fled into the distance without looking back. Chu Su's face was expressionless, and his gaze was filled with disappointment. He dove into the Qiu immortal's mouth, allowing him to bring him along. The two great demons that had dominated the heavens and earth since the ancient era were extremely experienced. When they sensed that something was amiss, they immediately fled without any hesitation. However, the giant ape swung the Ruyi golden cudgel and swung it down, hitting the azure lion and the white elephant. Amidst the two demon race great sages' miserable groans, one of their hind legs was broken, while the other had a piece of flesh on his buttocks swept away. We still have to conserve our strength to look for the immortal extermination sword. One of the golden body of the great sage retracted his demonic qi and reverted to Yang Zhaoge's North Ocean clone. Jiao Qingxian also retracted her sword, while the other golden body of the great sage reverted to Xue Fei's original appearance. The remaining golden body of the great sage held onto the Ruyi golden cudgel. He snorted and shrunk his figure. The Ruyi golden cudgel was retracted, and the golden radiance dissipated. The giant ape was nowhere to be seen. "I'm hungry," a naive-sounding girl's voice resounded. Yang Zhaoge patted the panda's head. "You only know how to eat." Pan Pan felt wronged as he moved closer to him. "I'm not greedy. I'm really hungry." "Wielding the Ruyi golden cudgel takes a lot of effort," said Xue Fei with a smile. Yang Zhaoge nodded. "I know. My North Ocean clone is the same. Let's leave this place first. Otherwise, more enemies might come looking for us," said Jiao Qingxian. Everyone nodded and left together. Although Yang Zhaoge disliked Pan Pan's gluttony, he didn't forget to fill his mouth, causing him to smile from ear to ear. After taking care of Pan Pan, Yang Zhaoge walked while examining the Heavenly Lord Broad Accomplishment's severed arm.